I would succeed in dragon riding without any room for a breather. He consoled himself. He quietly vowed to create a true dragon chi manual based on the actual situation between him and Leo. If time allows, he would also fill in the chi manuals for the Earth Knight and Sky Knight stages. First, it would serve as a keepsake, and second, it could enrich the heritage for future generations. Moreover, I must acquire the chi domain manual, and also store up more chi secret techniques. The Eye of Magic and Breath Decay are good, but they are of supportive nature, lacking chi secret techniques belonging to combat nature. Chi secret techniques had not been very useful even when he hadn't yet ridden dragons and claimed to be a ghost swordsman. They were more of a boost for competing amongst Sky Knights. But having some more chi secret techniques is always good. It can further enrich the family's heritage. No matter how you look at it, if List really establishes his own kingdom overseas, he doesn't want his country to fall into rapid decline within a few generations. At the very least, it should last 1,000 years or so, allowing his lineage to spread across the world. At Novelbinnet, after much toil, it had gotten dark. Both man and dragon were so hungry their stomachs were growling, so they squatted in the wilderness, one happily gnawing on a large steak, the other drinking Banpo cattle milk to quench the thirst. Once little fire dragon Leo had eaten his fill, he was rewarded with a few magic potions as a dessert. List gestured, asking little fire dragon Leo to turn into a flame and rush into his body. We're heading back. After groping through a profusion of new experiences, I must have a detailed chat with Ek. Perhaps these topics, especially the concept of magic particle motion, could inspire her advancement to Archmage. He whistled. In the distance, the landwalker bird Loki, who was leisurely grazing, scampered over and carried him like the wind towards Fresh Flower Town. Unfortunately, after riding a dragon, riding any other mount seemed lackluster to List. The riding experience fell short by leagues. Still, when he arrived at the seaside villa, he grabbed a handful of secret recipe grains to reward it. And so, after a sumptuous dinner at the castle, List headed straight for the seaside villa. The room was brightly lit, and to protect Ak's eyes during her nighttime reading, studying, and experimenting, he had installed several crystal lamps. Money was no longer a concern for him now. Ak, I'm back. List was ready to push the door open and quickly engage in a discussion with Ak. But the next moment, the door opened itself, or rather, it was opened by Ak, who stood at the door looking charming, smiling sweetly and saying, "Brother." Ak, you. List was a bit stunned, as it used to be he who would open the door due to Ak's difficulties in moving about the room, but this time it was Ak who opened the door for him. But what's more important is, Ak was actually standing on the floor. List's gaze instinctively followed Ak's gaze downward, gliding past the few concealed mysterious areas enveloped in a water trail, past the smooth thighs and calves, and finally resting on a pair of immaculate little feet, so tender it stirred an irresistible urge to play with them. Ak seemed to get a bit uncomfortable under List's intense gaze, her little feet involuntarily closing together and shrinking back. "Brother, Ak has become an Archmage." "An Archmage? You've become an Archmage?" exclaimed List in surprise, instantly forgetting about Ak's feet. He scooped Ak up and twirled her around. "Well done, my little sea monster. You are the only Archmage in these seas and, as far as I know, in both great kingdoms. Neither the Eagle Kingdom nor the Steel Ridge Kingdom had records of an Archmage, and whether there were any privately, List did not know. At least, as far as he knew, Ak was indeed the only one. Given the magic web had been shrinking since the era of the Moon Empire, producing a new Archmage was truly not easy. He gently set Ak down on the ground, forcefully restraining his own excitement, trying to appear more composed. "Ak, tell me, what was it like to touch the magic web and become an Archmage? Also, when did your legs grow out? Does this mean you are now mature?" Chapter 677, Low Magic, High Magic, and Superior Magic. Whether Ak can be considered an adult is a difficult question to answer. However, since her promotion to Archmage, her body has already been reshaped through elementalization with the help of the magic web, maintaining the independence of her body and spirit while becoming a part of the magic web. The magic web is a very peculiar existence. Ak can't sense its limits, but it envelopes every corner of the world. You can open a portal anywhere and release magic through the magic web, and you can cast powerful water magic even on land. Ak elaborated on the magic web in detail. Although she had said that the Dragon Knight's magic web was like a mini version of the true magic web, the gap between them was as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. Of course. Even with Ak's vivid description of the magic web, List's understanding of it remained very vague. After all, the magic web is an extremely abstract existence. It's difficult to truly comprehend it without experiencing it firsthand. It's more like a set of rules than a tangible object. At Novelbinnet, so the magic power you draw upon now belongs to the magic web. Do you think it could reach the level of Dragon's intent? List asked. Although initially distracted and stirred by desire at the sight of Ak's fair little feet, his thirst for knowledge and reverence for power quickly cleared the frivolous thoughts from his mind, and he eagerly discussed the magic web with Ak, together chasing after the truth. It might be different from the dragon's intent you've described, brother. But Ak would need to compare Bilio's dragon's intent with the magic power of the magic web to analyze it. That won't be hard. Bilio has as much dragon's intent as you'd want. Given the current relationship between List and Bilio, Bilio would not refuse to share his dragon's intent. However, you know I've been cultivating the Eye of Magic. Now, if you release some magic web magic power for me to check, I can see what's so magical about it. Ak nodded. She then cast the basic water magic, water arrow technique. A water arrow formed in her hand, not shooting out but quietly hovering. His pupils swirling like a vortex of stars, List had already employed the Eye of Magic, closely observing the water arrow. Blue and white water attribute magic power continuously sustained its existence, which was very solid. Unfortunately, without entering Dragon Rider mode, he could not observe the motion of the magic particles. But he could feel that the magic web's magic power was distinctly different from ordinary free-floating magic power, dissipating more slowly and being more solid. Ak, my initial feeling is that the magic web's magic power hasn't reached the extreme properties of Dragon's intent. It's more like the normal magic power released by dragons. Or to make a more vivid comparison, it should be able to reach my current level of Dragon Chi. I didn't expect the magic web's magic power to be so formidable. Chi is a special type of magic power refined by humans themselves. Primary Chi, Intermediate Chi, Advanced Chi, this is a complete progression of levels. Essentially, complete advanced level Chi is the ultimate form of Chi. And Dragon Chi, strictly speaking, no longer falls under the category of Chi, as it is continuously merged and purified with the help of dragon magic power to reach a higher level of magic form. Just as you said, the Dragon Knight is like a mini magic web. List's imagination began to take flight. Does that mean, then, that the Dragon Chi released by a Dragon Knight essentially shares a great deal of similarity with the magic power of the magic web? So are Dragon Chi and magic web magic power of the same caliber in terms of magical properties? To use the term level might be inaccurate. Describing it as energy level makes it clearer. Brother, makes a lot of sense. Ak nodded in agreement. She greatly admired List because he had imparted so much wondrous knowledge to her, such as the movement of celestial bodies, the Big Bang, gravitational waves, wormholes, the 3 laws of thermodynamics, as well as cellular structures and the 4 major tissues of the human body, and so on. In her eyes, the breadth of List's knowledge far surpassed any other magician. Indeed, that was the case, as the knowledge List brought with him was the culmination of thousands of years of summaries and explorations by Earth's scientists. Whereas the humans of this world were still indulging in chi and magic, spending their days either cultivating or at war, relying on elves for farming and dragons for mining minerals. They had no incentive to develop technology. The theory of the triangle of the material, magic power, and spirit was too encompassing, causing humans not to focus on material technology but to follow the path of magic power expansion. After all, if cultivating alone made them stronger and enabled them to plunder everything, who would want to bother inventing and creating? Even List, a transmigrator who had basked in the light of modern civilization, was still attracted to magic power and found himself unable to extricate himself from the desire to become stronger. There was no interest in driving the development of the Industrial Revolution. With the easy path of picking up elves and riding dragons to possess everything, why choose to promote the Industrial Revolution, rather than spend hundreds of years pushing the industry forward and barely creating something like the atomic bomb that could grow mushrooms? It was better to ride more dragons. In summary, List could indeed claim the title of a learned man in this world. After careful comparison between the dragon's magic power and the magic web's magic power with Ak, they concluded that these 2 types of magic power were essentially on the same level and belonged to the same energy level of magical properties. Dragon's intent is the ultimate nature of magic power, the dragon's ordinary magic power and the magic web's magic power are advanced in nature, other stray magic powers are low in nature. The discussion went on until late at night. Ak summarized, other forms of magic power, such as chi, blood magic, druid magic, as well as the magic passed down from ancient warriors and ancient magicians, are all branches of low-nature magic power. In essence, they are still low-nature magic power, while Dragon Chi belongs to a branch of advanced nature magic power. List quickly noted in his thick leather-bound notebook, a knight's chi is a cultivation system based on low-nature magic power, which transforms into advanced nature magic power when they reach the level of a dragon knight. Magicians are the same, all kinds of magic are evolutions of low-nature magic power, and it is only archmages that transform into advanced nature magic power. From what is known so far, only dragon knights and archmages are involved with advanced nature magic power. Other ancient warriors and ancient magicians are still revolving around low nature magic power. Therefore, During the era of the Moon Empire, when the magic web was powerful, magicians ruled the world. Currently, with the shrinking magic web and the dragon knights who have their own mini magic web radiating light and heat, the knights have begun to rule the world. Compared with the magicians' worship of knowledge, the knights were a bit more savage in their cultivation, resulting in the prosperity and civilization of the Moon Empire being almost entirely lost after a few thousand years. We should classify and define the properties of each level of magic power for easier publishing in the future, List said in the end. Low nature magic power will be called low energy magic power, advanced nature magic power will be called high energy magic power, and ultimate nature magic power, which is Dragon's intent, will be called super energy magic power. They will be briefly called low magic, high magic, and superior magic. Earth Knights, Sky Knights, Domain Knights, Magicians, Grand Magicians, Cloaked Bear Wearers, Vampires, these are all low magic professions. Dragon Knights and Archmages belong to high magic professions. Moving further up, unless List also cultivates Dragon's intent, he can't advance to a superior magic profession. As for how Ak will upgrade the magic web's magic power to a higher energy level and reach the superior magic profession remains unknown. Chapter 678, Magic Cloak. In the end, the difference among low magic, high magic, and superior magic lies in the varying speeds at which the constituent magic particles move, a trait that is difficult to clearly understand at such a microscopic level. List had only shared the concept of particle movement with Ak, and then he no longer studied this aspect. Ak, who had been promoted to Archmage, had already proven that her talents eclipsed those of most humans. Her intelligence on Earth would likely have won her a Nobel Prize. Therefore, entrusting Ak with the more challenging problems allowed List to free himself to focus on Dragon Knight training. However, before preparing to leave, he had another task to complete, taking Ak's body measurements, including bust, waist, and hips, and then making her a batch of well-fitting clothes. Pajamas, loungewear, magic cloaks, and noble gowns were all needed. If one day List were to establish a nation, Ak would be a top noble of that nation. Although a glance was almost enough to ascertain Ak's body measurements, List personally took out the tape measure and meticulously measured her again, obtaining the most precise figures. Recording the numbers on thick parchment, List smiled and stroked Ak's hair. Once the clothes are ready, you'll live in my castle. You can visit any part of the territory at your leisure, but try not to reveal your sea serpent identity to avoid attracting malice from others. I understand, brother, Ak nodded reservedly, having long yearned for life on dry land. If you like, I can arrange for you to go to the Mage Tower later on. There you'll find the likes of Chris, the Grand Magician you know. You can assign them some simpler topics so that they can help you with your research tasks. Of course, for now, keep your Archmage identity a secret. Both he and Ak had just advanced to the profession of high magic. They needed time to grow stronger, so for the time being, it was better to keep a low profile. Finally, kissing Ak on the forehead, List stood up and left the seaside villa. After returning to the castle, he handed Ak's body measurements to the castle's female butler, Mrs. Morrison, instructing her to arrange the immediate tailoring of the clothes. First make a magic cloak and an undershirt, they need to be ready to wear by tomorrow morning. Also, make a set of noble attire that must be completed within 4 days, the rest of the clothes can be delayed. Even the most professional tailors can't immediately put together a set of clothes, and the more exquisite the clothes, the more time is needed for crafting, especially for noble attire. My lord, how should I choose the fabric for the clothes? The finest fabric, the same specifications as my clothes. The next morning, the tailor Mrs. Morrison had commissioned worked through the night to finish a set of a magic cloak and an undershirt. After finishing his morning exercises, List presented them to Ak. Ak, put on these clothes, I will take you to get familiar with Fresh Flower Town and Black Horse Island right away, he said. Okay. List left the room, closing the door behind him, without any thought of peeking at Ak changing. He hadn't even considered it, instead chatting awkwardly in the worm room with giant algae greater elf Pike. Ak suddenly has long legs now, becoming almost as handsome as you and me. Is that so? Of course, there's still a difference. Hey. At Novel Bennett I don't like her hair. Yellow-brown is the most beautiful color, like the handsome Pike's color. I suggest you also switch to a yellow-brown outfit, it's more pleasant to look at. Otherwise, your handsomeness will struggle to keep up with Pike's pace. List smiled. I too think yellow-brown is a nice color, but as a noble, Flack, Abbey is the most suitable attire for my status. Talking with Pike was mostly nonsensical self-admiration, as this greater elf's thought processes were a bit odd. Thankfully, Ak was not a dawdling young girl, and she quickly changed into her new attire. Black boots, a black mage robe, and a black hooded magic cloak completely concealed Ak's body, leaving only her pure and flawless face partially hidden under the hood. Her blue eyes were still deep and clear, making it hard to ignore their sparkle. Mage cloaks aren't about beauty or ugliness, They look more or less the same on anyone, so there isn't much to say about them. List gave a slight nod to acknowledge. Pike, however, shook his head quickly. It's not good looking at all. You wearing black clothes is just too ugly. The only advantage is that it covers your blue hair. You should wear tan clothes, like the handsome Pike's color, otherwise, you're way behind. Ak's little face didn't have any smile. Instead, there was a feeling of discomfort. Brother, Ak doesn't like wearing clothes. You'll get used to it. These fabrics are so uncomfortable against the skin. Brother, don't you feel uncomfortable wearing clothes like this every day? Because I'm used to it, but indeed, these clothes really don't fit well. Wearing them for a few more days will make it a lot more comfortable. Wearing clothes is very inconvenient. They get wet when swimming. Ak once wore leather armor, and wearing it wet was even more uncomfortable. She rarely complained. Clearly, clothes were causing her a chain of discomfort. Brother, there is blood magic that can turn clothes into magic equipment, which can even be stored inside one's body. Ak wants to make such clothes for herself. If you can improve upon that kind of magic technique from the vampires, it would certainly be good, and make me a set of chi clothes that can be put on and taken off at will. List understood Ak's thoughts. As swimming with Rainbow Whale Rose, he often had to endure the discomfort of wet clothes as well. Ak was confident. There's nothing difficult about this magic. Ak will make it happen soon. Let's go. We'll take a walk around Fresh Flower Town, and then head to Black Horse Island. There's a black dragon child Paris there with a body problem waiting for me to solve, and you can help provide some reference. I know, brother has told me about Black Dragon Child Paris. She's the patrol leader of Black Horse Island, who once met a light dragon and was eroded by the light dragon's magic power. Ak has been thinking about how to save this black dragon child, and has many ideas that should be able to help my brother. Ak, wearing boots, took several steps to get used to the heels behind the boots, because there were too many muddy streets in the city. The boots all had an inch-long heel. Standing around the seaside villa were List's retainer knights and personal manservants. Seeing List go in alone but come out leading a female magician made everyone somewhat puzzled, but no one showed it. For List, the son of glory, this was just standard procedure. The day List rides out on a dragon, none of them would show the slightest bit of shock, as they had grown too accustomed to regular amazements. Bring the carriage over, List instructed. The retainer knight immediately brought the carriage over, and List personally helped Ak into the carriage. Then he himself also got on, riding with Ak around Fresh Flower Town. They enjoyed the labor of ordinary people in the town and admired the beautiful rural scenery. Eventually, the carriage stopped at the entrance of Nameless Castle. List, playing the gentleman, helped Ak down, and with a smile said, Ak, you have lived in this castle for quite a few days, but this might be the first time you're seeing its full picture, right? Ak lifted her head, looking at the two-story small castle, and showed a happy smile. It was a memory worth cherishing for a lifetime, meeting her closest brother, List, and with his guidance, pushing open the gate to the world of magic. From that moment on, her destiny completely changed. She was no longer a dazed little sea monster in the ocean, but a magician in pursuit of truth. Then from the apple orchard, a huge black dog came over, rubbed against List, and then looked up at Ak. Sniffing Ak's scent incessantly. It's Dawson. Ak recognized the big black dog and wanted to touch Dawson's fur. Suddenly, a familiar shout came from the castle. Woo! Chapter 679, Don't be surprised woo-wah. And who should appear but the supreme ruler of the Nameless Castle, the Thorn Miner Elf, Jayla. It naturally recognized Jayla, for sometimes when List went to the seaside castle, it would take Jayla with it, so it was not at all unfamiliar with her. This was, however, the first time it had seen Ak with long legs, but it showed no surprise whatsoever, probably because its intelligence was not sufficient to be amazed whether Ak had long legs or not. Moreover, Ak's attire was that of a rather common magician. Landing on List's shoulder and clutching a strand of pale golden hair, Jayla casually waved at Ak, considering that a greeting. The sea monster Mrs. Shell bathtub was nice for taking a bath, but since Jayla didn't bring the bathtub this time, it wasn't particularly interested in her. Then it saw Dawson snuggling up to List and immediately raised its hand as if it were about to scatter seeds. Seeing this, Dawson reflexively jumped back, and then, realizing Jayla wasn't actually scattering seeds, it bared its teeth and grimaced at Jayla. But soon it turned its head and continued to scrutinize Ak, unsure whether it was eager to size up Ak or too guilty to face the bully Jayla. Ak stretched out his hand, wanting to touch Dawson. With a look from List, Dawson stood still and allowed the over 1.55 sea monster to touch its shiny, smooth fur. Dawson is really obedient. It has always accompanied brother in war, a truly loyal blizzard beast. Ak touched Dawson, then looked towards the depths of the apple orchard. The 8 tiny ones have grown so big too, almost as big as Dawson now. Is the smallest one the Earth Matron? Yes, It's a pity that the Earth Matron can't reproduce more little blizzard beasts, or else I could have an entire legion of them, taking down cities and fortresses with ease." At this moment, Butler Carter came over, bowed respectfully, and asked, "My lord, might I inquire the identity of this magician?" "Acreloid's truth, she is my sister, Mr. Carter. From now on, Ak will reside in the castle and share the same status as I do." List introduced Ak to Carter. "Have Mrs. Morrison prepare a room for Ak. Buy anything she lacks, and besides, Ak is a vegetarian, so ensure her menu includes plenty of fruits." "Yes, my lord." Carter quickly bowed to Ak and said, "Ms. Ak, good day. I am Mr. Carter Togane, the butler of my lord's castle. If you have any instructions, please do not hesitate to give them to me. On behalf of all the servants of the castle, we shall follow your commands." He was actually curious about Ak's identity and how she became the young master's sister. He had spent his life witnessing the rise of the Tulip family and was more than familiar with the lineage of its members. There was definitely no relative named Acreloids. There were no magician relatives either, as nobles rarely practiced magic. But this did not prevent him from following List's instructions, treating Ak as another master of the castle, and not speculating about her true identity or the nature of her relationship with List, just treating them as real siblings. Ak nodded without saying anything. She did not particularly like expressing herself in front of strangers. List soon brought Ak to the castle's living room, where Butler Carter quickly summoned all the castle servants to greet another lord of the castle. But the introduction was not too grand, as Ak disliked noisy scenes. She preferred quietly reading, rather than socializing and interacting with people. They had lunch in the castle at noon, with only List and Ak at the dining table. In front of Ak was just a small fruit plate with a variety of fruits. In front of List, however, were chicken, fish, meat, and eggs, each dish served on a large plate, with generous portions. Compared to Ak, who could feel full after eating some raspberries for a meal, he almost had to consume a poor family's food expenses for several years with each meal. He was not only eating and drinking well, but the cost of magic potions was an even bigger expense. After all, he was not alone in his body, there was also a fire dragon. After eating their fill, List asked, "How does it feel, living in the castle?" "It's a bit restrictive. Ak doesn't really like so many people watching her eat. It feels odd. I wasn't used to it before either, but now I have adapted. Social systems are like this, these are the basic etiquettes a noble needs to maintain." "Let's go and see your room then. If there's anything unsatisfactory, have the servants change it." Ak's room was next to List's. Since the castle had not housed any ladies for a long time, the furnishings were those prepared for List previously, consisting of bedding, sheets, and so on. List preferred plain colors and a somber style, so Ak's room seemed a bit dated. It lacked the lively spirit a young girl's chamber should have. However, Ak didn't care about this at all. What she wanted to improve was the lack of books. A bedroom without books is just not comfortable. There should be rows of bookshelves, basking in the ocean of knowledge. That way, even in sleep, one can dream of seeking truth. List's lips twitched. The little sea monster after all had been captured by truth, just like most magicians who are constantly thinking about pursuing knowledge and exploring truth. "Mr. Carter, take all those magic books piled up in my study, move half of them over to Ak's bedroom. The study still needs some magic books for decoration." Afternoon. Departing for Black Horse Island. List was preparing to ride the Rainbow Whale Rose, and incidentally take Ak along to Fresh Flower Town. However, Ak, who had been a bit sullen in the castle, quickly became lively upon entering the sea. "Brother, there's no need to ride on Rose. Let Ak send brother to Black Horse Island with the shell." Soon List understood how magical Ak's shell was. Not only could it turn into a hairpin to be worn in the hair, but it could also serve as a shell airship. Water tornadoes below propelled the shell flying at speeds of at least 200 kilometers per hour. The shell maintained a 10-meter altitude above the sea, whistling as it raced, and arrived smoothly at Black Horse Port in just half an hour. When List and Ak leaped down from the shell, landing on the wooden planks of the dock, all the workers immediately, led by the port officials, paid their respects to List. List had not brought attendants, there was no pomp, but this did nothing to diminish his image of brilliance and might. At Black Horse Island domain, he was faith personified. Soon, an official led 2 horses over. Changed to a carriage. List had not taught Ak how to ride, and besides, magicians dressed in magic robes were not suited for horseback riding. The port officials were not perceptive enough. After switching to a carriage, they went directly to the Mage Tower. He also sent someone to notify the captain of the patrol team, Paris, to come over quickly. In the Magic Academy on the first floor of the Mage Tower, Dean Christruth, after seeing Ak at List's side, was unable to ignore Ak's diminutive stature and flawless face. And as a grand magician, Chris could feel an aura of magic power over Ak that made her heart pound. Viscount, who might this honored magician be? Chris asked directly. Let's find a quiet room to talk. List had no intention of keeping Chris in the dark, he still needed her support for Axe magic research. Under Chris's lead, the three of them directly went to her office located on the upper floors of the Mage Tower. After sending away several magic apprentices who acted as assistants, Chris personally brewed tea for List and Ek. Tea had by now become a popular drink in the Mage Tower. Chris, please sit down. List got straight to the point without any preamble. You must be very curious about the identity of Acreloid's truth. I hope you won't be too surprised. Not only is she my sister, but she also is an archmage. At Novelban at crack. No sooner had the words left his lips, Chris's hand trembled, and the teacup slipped from her grasp, spilling freshly brewed tea all over the floor. Chapter 680 Supreme Honor. Her psychological toughness is still not strong enough, List thought regretfully as he watched Chris accidentally break the teacup. Archmages and Dragon Knights are indeed incredible beings, but as a Sky Knight or a Grand Magician, one should belong to the well-informed and high-status elite, and their psychological toughness should not be so fragile. However, he still said gently, Chris, stay calm, there's no need to be so surprised. At Novelban Chris looked down at the shattered teacup and the tea spilled everywhere, seemingly understanding that she had overreacted. Viscount, are you sure you didn't misspeak? Your sister is so young, are you sure she's not a Grand Magician, but a legendary archmage? You should know that I'm not one to joke around. Ak has only recently touched the magic web and completed the elemental shaping to become a true archmage. She is probably the only archmage that the Duchy of Sapphire, as well as the Steel Ridge and Bare Eagle kingdoms, have seen in over a century. She really is an archmage? Chris covered her chest with one hand, still looking at Ak with disbelief. The accidental breaking of the teacup, although due to a shock that was too sudden, had invisibly dissipated her shock and allowed her to quickly regain her composure, making her suspect that List might be joking. However, there was not a single trace of humor in List's tone. And the petite female magician with her clear eyes and flawless appearance did not seem to be joking at all. What was most important was the faint aura emanating from her, which made Chris feel palpitations. If she tried to focus on it, it seemed to disappear, as if it were just an illusion. But as a Grand Magician, keenly aware and particularly sensitive to magic power, Chris absolutely did not believe she was prone to illusions. So, all this was very likely to be true. The petite female magician before her really was an archmage. Known as the incarnate truth walking in the mortal world, archmages had gradually become legends. As for Grand Magicians like Chris, they had never heard of a living archmage. They had only read more or less from the magic books passed down by archmages, admiring the archmage's elegance from those scant words. Odom truth, Vasi truth. These names of archmages can be recited by many magicians, yet they were mostly archmages from the era of the Moon Empire. Basking in the glory of a world ruled by magicians, who deemed other professions as heretical and only magicians as the orthodoxy, their legends spanned the continent to the moon. Alas, with a change of eras, knights quickly replaced magicians as the orthodox rulers of the world. Although the ancient warriors and ancient magicians were not deemed heretical, they were also being continuously engulfed and faded away. List, harboring a mischievous interest, was about to explain to Chris in detail why Ak was an archmage, fully enjoying the transformation of her expression from disbelief to bewilderment, to shock, and finally acceptance. Suddenly, Ak raised her hand without a word. Immediately, a water arrow spell took shape abruptly, and the next moment, it appeared from her hand and hovered just inches away from Chris's face. This unexpected change startled Chris once again. But looking at the hovering water arrow spell, she was stunned. This is. An archmage's control over magic is completely different from that of a Grand Magician, Chris. You can truly feel this water arrow spell, for it is condensed from the magic power of the magic web. It sustains its existence through the magic web, and if I wish, it can exist for a very, very long time, he explained. For a stranger, it was almost the first time Ak had spoken such a long sentence. Which surprised List. What made Chris shudder even more, was her belief that once magic is released, it cannot be stopped, it must continue to be released or collapse directly. Yet, a water system basic magic, the water arrow spell, simply hovered in front of her, the magic power maintaining the water arrow clearly felt. She couldn't help but extend her finger, touching the water arrow itself. The condensed water flowed through her finger without any sign of collapse. In a flash, she caught a glimpse of the power of high magic. She did not understand this power, but the pressure from the higher level of magic power was palpable. Such powerful magic power, unbelievable magic. Chris pulled back her finger and looked at Ak with no longer surprise or doubt, but with eyes quickly filled with fervent admiration. Lord Acreloid's truth, Grand Archmage, please allow Chris to offer you her utmost respect. With these words, she knelt on one knee and performed a rare and solemn gesture. Even when facing List, her lifesaver, She had never performed such a devout gesture. After all, whether knights or magicians, they all worship the strong, and clearly, Archmage Archie far surpassed List, the Sky Knight. List did not feel jealous. Had he arrived riding Leo, Chris surely would have shown the same devout respect. Yet there was no need for that, as he always relied on his personal charm to win the respect and loyalty of his subordinates, and not on unfathomable strength. Besides, at that moment, it was Ak's time to shine, and how could he steal the spotlight? Ak had few interactions with humans, but being intelligent and backed by great power, she did not need to understand too many social tactics. Direct words sufficed. Chris, your brother has asked you to assist me in my magic research. I have many experimental ideas that I need your help with. Chris immediately responded with delight. To serve a Grand Archmage is my greatest honor. Then, she quietly added, if I could receive 1 or 2 pointers from you, that would be even more thrilling. That's possible. You help me with my magic research, and I will find time to guide you in your practice. Ak easily won Chris over. With her status, she only needed to snap her fingers, and grand magicians would scramble to work for her. The position of an archmage in the hearts of magicians was sacred and inviolable. Seeing this, List reassured, Chris, Ak's identity must be kept secret, not to be mentioned to anyone. Why, Viscount, isn't Lord Akerloides the embodiment of truth walking among us? Should she not be spreading the glow of truth to the world? If Lord Akerloides needs a laboratory, Chris is willing to give up the Mage Tower and follow and serve by our lordship's side, she said. Wait a few years. Having just advanced to Archmage, she needs time to adapt and be free from worldly disturbances, List stated unequivocally. You will still run the Mage Tower, which was, after all, built for you. Ak will stay within my castle, and her laboratory will also be built inside the castle. Ak remained silent, allowing List to make arrangements. Chris immediately pleaded, then, Viscount, may I have a room in the castle? I hope to be at Lord Akerloides' service at all times. Ak indeed needed a grand magician to act as an assistant. According to many magic books, ancient magicians were always surrounded by a host of magicians, much like knights following a landlord. After thinking for a moment, List said, I can leave a room in the castle for you, but your work will still be arranged at the Mage Tower, where the team of magicians needs your leadership. Thank you, Viscount. Chapter 681, Black Dragon Child. Chris had countless questions she wanted to ask Akerloides. However, now was not a good time for discussion, as List had already sent someone to summon Captain Paris to the Mage Tower, and the main task for today was to address the aftermath of Paris's affliction with the Black Dragon Child. My lord, Dean Chris, Paris still donned her striking mercenary attire, complete with leather armor, a greatsword, and a ponytail. List introduced, this magician is Akerloides Truth, she is my sister. Paris was slightly surprised but immediately greeted politely, a pleasure to meet you, Lord Akerloides. Her intuition told her that the relationship between this magician and List was not common, but she had already become a follower of List, and the ambiguous feelings she initially had long settled at the bottom of her heart. The hardships of her early years made her treasure her hard-earned life, so she was able to find her own place. Akerloides curiously observed Paris, not speaking. It was her first encounter with a black dragon wraith, and she wanted to closely examine what state a human affected by a dragon's magic power was really in. However, just from appearances, Paris seemed no different from a normal person. The three women might have made for an interesting play, but Akerloides was not fond of talking, and the relationship between Chris and Paris was lukewarm, making the atmosphere somewhat heavy. List didn't like this atmosphere and got straight to the point. Paris, you're here for us to address the hidden danger in your body. Today in Chris's lab, Akerloides and I will work together to free you from the Light Dragon's magic erosion. You need to cooperate closely. Ah, my lord, this is... Paris was astonished. Chris was also shocked. Magic erosion by the Light Dragon? Paris, is your light system magic affinity the result of magic erosion by the Light Dragon? Seeing their reactions, List commanded, Captain Paris, tell your story so that Dean Chris can understand as well and assist from the sidelines. Paris promptly told her story, from being a mere rat transforming into a black dragon wraith, how she killed a court grand mage in self-defense, escaped, then followed her sister's tracks to Fresh Flower Town, and how she was captivated by List's personal charm and chose to stay and live here with her sister. So the white dragon wraith mentioned in the magic books truly exists. That thief had quite the audacity to actually reverse the transformation ceremony, turning you into living black dragon wraiths. It's a pity the thief has disappeared, otherwise, having another sample would significantly increase the chances of finding a cure. Paris maintained her stance, actually, being cured or not isn't important. My lord, I appreciate everything you've done for me, and if it's too much trouble, I'm quite content as I am now. It's no trouble at all, no need to talk any more about it. Why live fewer years when you can live more? List looked directly at Acryloids. What do you think we should do first? Let her transform into the Black Dragon Wraith first. Transforming into the Black Dragon Wraith would shorten her life. If an ordinary magician asked, Paris would not have listened, but upon List's casual instruction, she immediately stirred the high mana of the light dragon within her, the magic power having characteristics of an advanced nature. After taking off the cumbersome leather armor. Boom. In an instant, the clothes on Paris's body burst open, her previously fair arms bulged with veins, and one by one, gray-white scales began to grow from beneath the skin. Her arm thickened more than twice in size, and her fingers turned into sharp claws, with nails at least an inch long. Following her arms, her legs and body also began to change, breaking through her clothes. Muscles bulged everywhere, growing scales beneath the skin, doubling her form in size. Then, her head started to change as well, with dense gray-white scales emerging on her face and forehead, her hair gradually turning gray-white, and beyond her face, there was no longer any sign of Paris. She completely resembled a massive half-dragon, half-human, with her clothes torn to shreds hanging off her body. At Novelbanet at first glance, she resembled Mystique from X-Men, but she was gray-white and more ferocious-looking. Having just completed the transformation, Paris didn't need to actively employ light and shadow tug, her body turned into a translucent existence, almost invisible. My lord, this is the final form of my Black Dragon Wraith. Maintaining this form consumes a great deal of magic power, it feels as if my body is melting. Maintain the Black Dragon Wraith form, Paris, don't worry. With Ak and my current strength, it is not difficult to solve your problem, just trust me. List quickly employed the Eye of Magic, observing Paris who was shrouded in black mist all over her body. The black mist was the power left inside her by the Light Dragon, but strangely, the magic power of the Light Dragon was not a ball of sunlight but a dark gray color similar to dark attribute magic power. I believe in you, my lord. Paris's voice was rough, like two dry sticks rubbing together. Chris was spellbound by the sight, murmuring to herself, it really is the Black Dragon Wraith. Is this the wonder of the Light Dragon's magic power, distorting the light in the room and creating illusions? Without touching the magic web, she couldn't understand the peculiarities of high magic. In front of Paris, List and Ak were walking around the 2-meter-tall Black Dragon Wraith, continually probing and discussing. Ak, do you have any clue? Brother can try to extract the Light Dragon's high mana. With your power, you should be able to do it. No, we can't extract it forcefully. I see that the Light Dragon's high mana has already fused with the cells of Paris's body. Once we extract it, her body will collapse. Extract it using the resonance principle, separating the Light Dragon's high mana from the cells. Ak knew what cells were. List had taught her middle school biology in detail. That is worth a try. List quickly took hold of Paris's claw. Paris, relax your body and don't try to resist my chi. Understood, my lord. The next moment, List stimulated his own dragon chi, constantly adjusting the frequency, trying to merge with the Light Dragon's magic power inside Paris and then slowly peel it away. Such an attempt was almost impossible for ordinary knights and magicians, but dragon knights exist to break the impossible. Dragon Knight resonance could make one person and one dragon resonate, and now it was just resonating with the Light Dragon's high mana. After a few attempts, List's mouth showed a subtle smile. It's no big issue. Soon, the dragon chi vibrated intensely. It drove the Light Dragon's high mana inside Paris to vibrate in unison, quickly matching the frequency, starting to resonate and merge, boiling and extracting outwards, similar in principle to Dragon Knight resonance, but simpler in operation, barely a cut-down, low-tier version of Dragon Knight resonance. My body. So hot. Paris managed to say. The dragon chi was burning her body. List's dragon chi was, after all, fire attribute, inherently hot and combustible. Even contained, it still severely affected Paris's body. Hang in there. List, expressionless, control your body, relax, don't struggle. The Light Dragon's high mana is separating from the cells. This is the moment to solve your problem once and for all. Chapter 682, Light Magic Swordsman grasping Paris' hand and initiating a simple Dragon Knight resonance, List began extracting the high mana of the Light Dragon. With his other hand, he pulled a Dragon Fire syringe from the gemstone space. The Dragon Fire syringe, crafted from volcanic glass, is a storage device capable of containing the dragon's intent of a fire dragon over magic. However, List had never used the Dragon Fire syringe to store high magic, and this time he planned to experiment. After extracting the high mana of the Light Dragon from Paris, he wondered whether it could be infused into the Dragon Fire syringe for gradual study. After all, it was the high mana of another elemental dragon, an immensely valuable research material for magicians like Ak. It's so hot. Paris struggled to endure the unruly rampage of dragon chi within her, knowing that to achieve the effect of Dragon Knight resonance, The process would inevitably demand her body as the main stage for a precise yet ferocious manipulation. Fortunately, this did not last long. Familiar with true Dragon Knight resonance, List successfully fused his own dragon chi with Paris' high mana of the light dragon. He then began to draw it out slowly from her body using chi release techniques, guiding it through a sharp fingertip into the dragon fire syringe. Regrettably, the dragon fire syringe could block the fire dragon over magic but was unable to contain the high mana of the light dragon. The ball of high mana, merged with dragon chi, passed directly through the syringe and dissipated into the air. Since it couldn't be stored, List did not insist. He continued guiding and releasing it, and after about a quarter of an hour, all the high mana of the light dragon inside Paris was extracted. Gradually, the transformation into Paris' black dragon child form also began to recede. The scales withered, her form shrank, and the once slightly plump and spirited female mercenary returned. However, her clothes were torn apart, and mere shreds of fabric could not hide her fair skin. The key parts of her chest were exposed clearly before List. However, before List could shift his focus from extracting the high mana of the light dragon and take a good look at Paris' body, Chris, who stood guard nearby, had already removed her magic cloak and wrapped it around Paris. Seeing this, List glanced lightly at Chris. What a careless fellow. Regardless, the issue with Paris' black dragon child's strength was completely resolved. As her strength was drawn out and she reverted to human form, she slowly collapsed into Chris' arms. Viscount, with Captain Paris' body strength depleted, could there be any problems? There shouldn't be any problems. List let go of her hand and calmed the dragon chi within himself. However, her body has been eroded by the high mana of the light dragon for too long, so there will be a period of weakness after the separation. She will need a generous supply of nutrients to replenish her body's needs. At that moment, Ak, who had been observing for a while, gently grasped Paris' hand to sense her condition. After a moment, he said, "Brother, although Paris' body is weak and I can't feel the high mana of the light dragon, I can still sense that light attribute magic power is compatible with her body. Moreover, her body seems to be refining light attribute magic power on its own, resembling both chi and magic." "You mean to say she can now practice both chi and magic?" List was quite astonished. Ak nodded. "Fundamentally, magic and chi are conflicting. Magic requires outward spiritual release, while chi necessitates inward spiritual concentration. They are two different cultivation systems. But Paris' body has been specially transformed by the light dragon and become similar to a magical beast's body, naturally gifted in magic. So it can be like that too. Let me ponder for a moment." List sat down on a chair and, though claiming to reflect, in truth, he summoned the smoke mission. Complete the mission, reward Paris with the path of the light magic swordsman. The path of the light magic swordsman? He understood X's speculation was correct. The path of cultivation rewarded by the smoke mission for Paris was indeed a system that combined both magic and chi. It seemed that only humans whose bodies were thoroughly transformed by dragonkind's high magic could, like magical beasts, draw upon the magic power in the air while refining their body's own magic power. Light magic swordsman, it sounded quite impressive. I wonder if I could have Leo mass produce some fire paladins in the future? Or maybe I could just take up the job of a fire paladin myself. When it doesn't interfere with my Dragon Knight training, picking up some fire system magic on the side would be quite an enjoyable experience, too. At Novelban at Fantasy Between. The Smoke Serpent script has changed. Mission: the formula for a potion to enhance the vitality of a person has been sent to Cousin Mibo. It might be effective for the continuation of the Long Taro family's lineage. However, as Marquis Merlin is an elder who commands your respect, perhaps you should seek an opportunity to listen to his teachings. Reward: clues to the Subdragon Phoenix. Subdragon Phoenix? Do Super Dragonkin magical beasts truly exist? It seems I need to make a trip to Red Crab Island as soon as possible to meet Marquis Merlin. List had long planned to meet Marquis Merlin, but he had been too busy to find the time. Now that the smoke mission had urged him, he needed to make time to go to Red Crab Island no matter what. He blinked, dispersing the smoke before his eyes, and List returned to his senses. Looking at Ak and Chris, who were studying the unconscious Paris, he immediately said, "Let Paris rest until she wakes up before asking for her cooperation. Now, Chris, you arrange for someone to take care of Paris and let her recover as soon as possible." Chris replied, "Yes, Viscount." Ak then said, "Brother, Ak wants to meet Mary Dawnbreak and study the magic of storage with her. She was always thinking about the matter of wearing clothes." List naturally would not refuse. Shortly after, Mary arrived. Now a pure-blood vampire, her strength had increased significantly. Freed from the shackles of the Black Knight family, without too much work to do, her life was quite comfortable. She was now mainly focused on developing her subordinates. The population of Black Horse Island had already exceeded 100,000, and there would surely be many talented youths tempted by blood, wishing to become vampires. Mary and her blood servants were searching for suitable youths. Of course, List had set rules that forbade forcibly developing vampires. They must obtain his approval before transformation. Up until now, Mary had found 3 youths with the talent for blood magic, and List had rejected them all. 2 were new serfs whose loyalty was not sufficient. 1 was a magic apprentice valued by Chris, so development into a vampire was not allowed either. Lord, do you have any orders? Come to meet my sister, Akerloides Truth. Your sister, Lord? Respected Lord Akerloides, Mary Dawnbreak greets you. Mary immediately performed the noble's courtesy. Akerloides nodded. No nonsense. I wish to study magic that can merge objects into the body. I need your help. Mary responded, as you wish, Lord Akerloides. Then let us begin the study at once. List interrupted. Enjoy a good tour of Black Horse Island today, Ak. It won't be too late to study tomorrow. Akerloides was somewhat torn but found it hard to refuse List's suggestion. Alright then. List didn't want Akerloides to become too immersed in the world of magic, as after all, she was still an underage little sea monster who should have a happy childhood. However, he was not so lenient with others. Mary, you will carefully organize this magic for storing objects today. Tomorrow, when Akerloides needs it, you must provide the most detailed data. Yes, Lord. Chapter 683, Space Ring from East to West, from South to North. List, with Ak on the back of the landwalker bird Loki, swiftly toured Black Horse Island in its entirety, admiring all the thriving towns that were bustling with activity, as well as the increasingly orderly plantations and workshops. This is paper. Its quality has just reached the standards for writing, but the process still needs further improvement. Once the process is truly perfected, it will be the era of paper replacing parchment, and this technology will be a crucial pillar of industry after the founding of my nation, he said. Ak rubbed the whitened sheets of paper. It's quite magical how just some tree bark and straw can be turned into paper that seems even better than parchment. Of course, List replied. Magic is indeed wondrous, but the power of technology is an equally formidable force not to be overlooked. My brother has said a lot. The power of steam, once harnessed, will change the entire world. List had mentioned the Industrial Revolution. Watt's invention of the steam engine sparked the 18th century Industrial Revolution. Of course, he spoke of it in terms of conjecture and foresight. Leo is an elemental dragon and cannot produce gemstones and metals, so using its superior magic to develop industry is the quickest way to monetize its value. In fact, it was not the quickest way. The quickest way would be to plunder, to issue a pioneer mandate, just like what the Sapphire Duke did. If the industrial vibe of paper production was still rather weak, seeming more like a cottage industry, then the shock Ak felt was immense when they visited the glass workshop and saw how stones, under the fierce heat of the fire dragon over magic, became fiery liquid masses, which the workers would then retrieve, stretch, and shape into different glassware, slowly cooling down. It was his first encounter with the formidable potential of industry. This is called an assembly line. If it were just one person's efforts, the production of glass would be very limited. But when each worker masters a specific process, not only can production efficiency be accelerated, but the risk of technical leakage can also be effectively reduced. I've been promoting the use of assembly line magic operations at the Magic Academy, based on the same principle, List explained. Brother's ideas are really astonishing. Ak said with awe. List casually responded, just basic operations. Apart from the glass workshop that bore a slight hint of industrialization, the other workshops hadn't yet shed the appearance of primitive handcrafting. At most, List had imposed stricter standards for hygiene and environment, making them look cleaner and more orderly, but essentially there wasn't much change. The greater changes were in infrastructure. The roads were paved with bricks mixed with rubber water, creating smooth and broad rubber roads. Residential and workshop areas featured tall water towers accessible everywhere, which were used for firefighting and flushing effluents, regularly washing out the underground pipes. Every house had sewage pipes connected to the city's underground network. There were toilets everywhere, strictly in accordance with List's requirements to prohibit public urination and defecation, with violators not only facing fines but also correctional labor. At Novelbanat List was also preparing to promote the use of water wheels and aqueducts, that is, using water wheels to lift water from rivers and lakes and transport it through elevated pipes to the water towers in towns. However, as the construction of the town was currently busy, this planning stage had not been reached yet. As long as the castle's needs were met, he didn't mind the slower pace. Just as those noble landlords didn't care about urban sanitation because they lived in castles, which the stench couldn't reach. List also lived in a castle where he could enjoy complete health and convenience services, so he didn't mind if the city was a bit behind. In fact, the towns under his rule were already considered exemplars of civilization in this world, and their livability was comparable to the castles of the nobles. Many merchants chose to buy houses in Freshflower Town, only in Freshflower Town, as Black Horse Island had not yet opened for settlements. Living in such a clean and sanitary environment, it really becomes difficult to return to those filthy cities filled with excrement after one gets used to it. Even many small nobles from rural estates have bought houses in Freshflower Town to enjoy the convenient life of a modernized town, along with delicious food and rich theater life. The port town, which was gradually developing into a city, was a highlight of the visit. Near Green Tea Town lay a desolate piece of land, also a highlight of the visit. Pointing at this barren land, List said to Ak, "It was right here that Leo and I encountered the formless dragon, a type of sacred dragon. It ate my beef and smoked grass and gifted me these space gems." He took out a space gem and handed it to Ak. "This space gem is for you, Ak, as a gift for your advancement to Archmage. Let me personally put it on for you." The space gem was already set into a mithril ring crafted by the Iron Knight Alvin Eagle sword, which could be called a space ring, dazzling and eye-catching. List took Ak's delicate hand and, amidst her expressions of astonishment and joy, slipped the shimmering ring onto her left middle finger. "You can study it well. Perhaps one day I will ride the formless dragon myself, and then, if I want more space gems, I'll have as many as I desire." There was a time when a single space gem was treasured as a priceless gem, carefully guarded by him, not daring to show it off in front of others. And he was reluctant to give it to anyone. However, after becoming a Dragon Knight, he no longer worried about the space gems being discovered. Moreover, he had 2 bewildering dragon mind fruits, and sooner or later, he was going to ride the formless dragon. With that time coming, space gems would become an important gemstone resource for his newly founded nation to trade with other countries. Compared to sapphires, rubies, and green gems, the value of space gems was evidently greater. "I have Leo and the formless dragon, 2 dragons whose combat power will protect my nation, and I believe that even if I don't have a kingdom to rely on, no one would dare provoke me then." A kingdom with 6 or 7 dragon knights is considered normal, but dragon knights often have entanglements with each other, and truly free dragon knights are very few. The fall of just one dragon knight could cause great turmoil for a nation, and naturally, they would not casually send out dragon knights to wage wars for slaying dragons. Before the Duchy of Sapphire was established, the Eagle Kingdom only sent out 1 dragon knight to initiate a dragon-slaying war, which speaks volumes. If 2 dragon knights had been dispatched, perhaps there would have been no matter of the Duchy of Sapphire at all. So this is a space gem. It requires magic power to activate it. It's incredibly magical, having its own independent space, as if it doesn't exist in this world yet is connected to it. Truly incredible. Big Brother is not only a fire dragon's dragon knight but also has friendly interactions with the formless dragon. Ak was extremely shocked, not just at the gemstone space but also at List. Conquering a fire dragon was already an incredulous feat, and now List was clearly beginning to conquer a second dragon, a formless dragon from among the sacred dragons. This nearly made her lose herself in admiration for List. In the face of such worshipful eyes from the little sea monster, List still maintained an expression as light as the clouds and as gentle as the breeze. "The formless dragon, although an old friend of mine, comes at most once a year. When it comes next time, I'll introduce you. Now let's go to Thorn Castle to see the future new home and get familiar with the surroundings." Chapter 684, Surname of the Light Sword. Thorn Castle had already begun constructing its 2nd floor and was bound to be entirely completed within the year. After visiting Thorn Castle with Ak, night had already fallen, and the chefs of the port town prepared a lavish banquet. The main officials of Black Horse Island and the elite Earth Knights had almost all attended tonight's banquet. The reason was simple. Tonight was a banquet where List introduced Ak to everyone, making it clear to the people of the territory who Ak was to prevent misunderstandings later on. No matter how the officials and knights speculated, the fact that Lord Landlord had gained a sister was established. Over the next 3 days, Ak spent time researching clothing storage magic with vampires like Mary and organizing a batch of magic experiments for Chris to study. When it came to anything related to magic, List essentially entrusted it all to Ak and Chris and no longer worried about it. He also stopped fussing over magic books. Really, he was too scared from being pressured to update. The Earl almost sent a messenger knight every day to inquire if the Sky Chronicle of List was finished. Nobody used to rush him, and writing was a form of relaxation, a pleasure, a sophisticated sentiment. However, once pressured, writing became a burden and lost all its fun. He preferred practicing the Dragon Knight resonance with Leo, soaring through the sky observing everything in the world from a dragon's perspective, the myriad colors, the trajectories. Both the man and the dragon were rapidly growing, feeling their strength improving at all moments. Even Leo could now cross the sea between Coral Island and Black Horse Island. In the past, Leo was too young and exhausted after flying just over 100 kilometers. But now it could effortlessly traverse the sea, although it still couldn't cross distances of more than 500 kilometers without finding a place to rest and recuperate. Dragons were indeed miraculous and powerful, but their consumption was also huge, especially since the young dragon was constantly condensing high mana into superior magic, often getting hungry. When it became an adult dragon and had completely condensed its superior magic, its stamina would likely increase significantly. Besides flying, most of List's practice with Leo was dedicated to studying Dragon Chi Secret Manual, preparing to develop a set of Chi Secrets exclusive to Dragon Knights. Currently, Dragon Chi Secret Manual was still without a clear path. They were only repeatedly practicing Chi Secrets like Rising Sun Blaze. The aim was to understand the flow of magic power within Leo's body in the process of continuously releasing Chi Secrets, and then use this knowledge to rationally design new moves. Busy every day, having just acquired Dragon Knight's power, List didn't want to waste a single second. Just like Ak was constantly adapting to the power of an Archmage. Even Paris had started to control her new body, which lacked the high mana of the Light Dragon, attempting to re-practice magic, and List directly suggested she try to practice both Chi and magic, taking the path of a light magic swordsman. You can only practice light system magic for magic, and for Chi, you can only practice light attribute Chi. Although the power of the Light Dragon has been driven out, your body has transformed, allowing you to refine only light attribute Chi and absorb light attribute magic power. However, this isn't necessarily a bad thing, it might even be a good thing. Lord, can I regain my previous strength? She asked. Yes, List replied affirmatively, the upper limit of your power has clearly increased, and your future could be even more dazzling. Perhaps you could become the first person who is both a Grand Magician and a Sky Knight, the light magic swordsman. Once you surpass yourself, I will bestow upon you a new surname. Paris asked curiously, what surname? Sword, Paris Sword. It was not uncommon to take swords as surnames. For example, Alvin Eagle Sword, the only Iron Knight of Black Horse Island, was named after a sword. However, Paris's sword seemed to be named after a sword when in fact it referenced a profession. Her profession was the entirely new light magic swordsman. Paris Sword. The former mercenary girl gripped her great sword tightly, her fighting spirit rekindling. Lord, I will definitely earn the sword surname. I believe in you. List smiled, a smile that felt like a warm spring breeze. Paris couldn't help but momentarily lose herself in obsession. Perhaps it was such smiles that had originally pulled her darkened heart back into the light. Time flew by. Only one day remained until the Earl's promotion to Marquis celebration banquet. The Tulip Castle's messenger knight had arrived at Freshflower Town early to inform List, Viscount, Lord Landlord hopes that you can head to Freshflower Town today. Many guests, including your uncle's family, have already arrived at the Tulip Castle. I understand. If it had been any other guests, List wouldn't have bothered, no matter whether they were great nobles or minor nobles. In a few years, they would belong to two different nations, with no value in communication. He was someone who naturally avoided social interactions, preferring the silence and solitude of his heart even when he could out-noble any noble. However, it would be improper not to go when the Maziro Taro family had arrived. He soon set off for Freshflower Town, ready to have a good chat with his uncle's family. By the time he reached Tulip Castle, the already bustling castle boiled with excitement as all the nobles stood to welcome him, waiting at the grand entrance to meet the second strongest person in the Grand Duchy. Father. List, accustomed to grand occasions, didn't feel the slightest bit uneasy. He first paid his respects to the Marquis of Bulltail, then upon seeing his uncle Maziro Taro, he bowed again and greeted, Uncle, and, Cousin Mibo, Princess Angela, welcome to Tulip Castle. He still carried out the noble etiquette as a member of the Tulip family, implying that he had not separated from the family. It may be strange to some, that a minor noble, upon obtaining a little minor elf, would sever ties from the family, yet List, now a renowned figure of the Sapphire, had not done so. Yet no one raised any objections. List, your elegance surpasses even that of your time in the Eagle Kingdom, laughed Maziro heartily, firmly clapping List's shoulder, his expression filled with pride. His nephew truly brought honor to him. Having such a relative boosted the confidence of the Taro family. Cousin Mibo was especially excited. It hasn't been long since we last met, yet you've become the son of glory of the Sapphire, truly enviable. Princess Angela also commented, having such a powerful knight like you is the glory of our nation. List responded with a smile. Afterward, with the introduction of the Marquis of Bulltail, he greeted other nobles, both familiar and unfamiliar. He was neither too arrogant nor too humble, maintaining a gentlemanly demeanor with a sense of aloof superiority. Even as a dragon knight who stood above others, he still upheld a worldview of equal treatment for all. At Novelban, and he did not see any difference between nobles and commoners. He did not believe that noble blood was inherently noble, or that commoner blood was inherently base. Give commoners more meat, and they too could produce talented knights. His youngest follower, Emily, was a super genius born from commoners. If it came down to it, these nobles were no different from lowly ants in the presence of his dragon knight status. After making a round of greetings, receiving countless flatteries, everyone at last returned to the castle's drawing room, ushered by the Marquis of Bulltail. List, disliking crowded gatherings, directly took cousin Mibo to the Marquis's study for a chat. "Cousin, have you received the formula I sent you?" "I have received it and have asked the Grand Magician to prepare it according to the formula. By the time I return, the potion should be ready," said Mibo. Then with a mix of trust and skepticism, he asked, "This potion can really stimulate the vitality of the miners in the body? It shouldn't be false. Cyril wouldn't dare to deceive me. Since he offered the potion formula to me, it means that it is indeed effective." "I really hope so, Sai. I've been under too much pressure lately." "Don't be nervous, relax. The more anxious you are about having children, the more likely things will go against your wishes. Take the potion, persist in consuming the medicinal herbs and food I've sent you, and conceiving a child won't be too far off," advised List, before asking, "How's grandfather's health?" "So-so, sometimes good, sometimes bad. But grandfather's in high spirits, believing that living one more day is like earning an extra day. He misses you a lot, and also Levi's and Levira. I miss grandfather too, and have always intended to find time to visit him, but have been delayed by various matters. After my father's celebration, I will head to Red Crab Island with you all. Grandfather will be very happy to see you." Chapter 685, Final Appearance Evening. Having declined Levi's invitation to attend some gathering in Coral City, List and Mi'ia, besides chatting, also discussed piano techniques in the piano room of Tulip Castle. Mi'ia truly enjoyed playing the piano, with proficient skill and a fluid rhythm. At novel Banat List's technique was far from reaching Mi'ia's level, but he took a different approach, primarily playing his own original piano compositions. During a sudden burst of enthusiasm, the Smoke Mission had also joined the excitement, reminding him of two familiar melodies, "With You and the Swan of St. Sons," and along with the previously falsely claimed For Alice, List's piano collection thus included these three classic piano pieces. However, perhaps due to his increased strength and spiritual power, he later remembered several piano melodies and composed a few more classic piano pieces. So, it didn't matter whether he played the piano or not. Once he did, it was bound to be a sensational scene that astounded the crowd and brought countless young girls to ecstasy. Although he seldom played the piano in public anymore, having passed the stage where he wanted everyone's worship and obsession, preferring instead to quietly enjoy life. List, you are a true genius, astonishing not only in cultivation but also terrifyingly adept at playing the piano. If you aspire to piano performance, you would likely become the first great pianist of the Duchy of Sapphire, and your talent for composing could stand shoulder to shoulder with masters like Sherney. Playing the piano is just a minor skill for nurturing one's sentiments, Mi'ia. There's no need to be so engrossed in it. List lightly tapped a few piano keys, then turned away and stopped playing. "You should learn from me and spend more time on cultivation. Strength is the standard that determines a noble's status. Alas, I'm already 25 this year, and I've only just barely managed to challenge the constraints of the Earth Knight. Breaking through, I fear, might have to wait until next year." Mi'ia's talent was not bad, certainly stronger than that of Mizero, who had been forcibly piled up to the ordinary level of the Sky Knight. But he was just a qualified Marquis heir at best, with Sword Saint probably being the limit of his future. Compared to the genius Marquis Merlin, the descendants of the Long Taro family all seemed a bit inept. Not only were they mediocre in cultivation talent, but even their fertility seemed lacking. The Mizero couple had toiled for years to only have Mi'ia as a single son, and Mi'ia himself had been trying for over a year to have a child but to no avail. Unlike the Tulip family, where the Earl had 3 sons, and now the first son Levi's also had a son of his own, no longer needing to worry about heirs. If talent is insufficient, then diligence must compensate. I fear your efforts are not on par with Levi's. Even though the Long Taro family provides you with more resources, you might still fall behind Levi's in advancing to be a Sky Knight, List said somewhat patronizingly. He had the right to offer advice. Mi'ia was quite good at consoling himself. "Anyway, I'm already used to falling behind you. Falling behind Levi's doesn't matter. I have a very young follower who spends all her time on cultivation, except for eating, drinking, and sleeping. I highly doubt she will become a Sky Knight earlier than you." "Impressive. You already have a Sword Saint follower, and now you're going to have another Sky Knight follower. I also have 2 Sky Knight captives. If Alonzo Ziancli does not pay the ransom soon, I'm afraid these 2 will also choose to pledge loyalty to me. Sky Knight captives, and Alonzo is actually not choosing to pay the ransom. I find it quite strange too. List did not know what Alonso was up to, whether he was so luxurious as to not care about Sky Knight followers, or was delayed by something, or perhaps brewing some conspiracy. Even if Alonso was brewing some plot, there was no need to worry, with the Grand Duke in front to shield him. After resting for a night in Tulip Castle, List rode the Landwalker bird Loki back to Freshflower Town early the next morning. Today was the celebration banquet for the promotion of Coral Island's Count to Marquis of Bulltail, which required dressing up in grand attire. He needed to bring his followers, retainer knights, and servants. From among his followers, he selected Clearwater's Sword St. Jevich, Water Peanut, Iron Knight Alvin, Eagle Sword, the advisor from Port Town, J. Aurtai, Mast, and Marcus Wheel, the leader of the Black Horse Island Knights Order, to accompany him to Tulip Castle for the banquet. To bolster the Tulip family's presence, a Sword Saint and Iron Knight made excellent figureheads to dress up the shop front. He also brought along the youngest follower, Emily, allowing her to see the world as a retainer knight and to unwind. Constantly being tense in training wasn't reasonable, and since Emily herself was unwilling to rest, he would have to take her out himself, considering it a form of relaxation. In addition, List was accompanied by Ak, dressed in noble lady's finery. Since he had already announced that Ak was his sister, it was also time to introduce her to the family and to give Marquis of Bulltail a shock in the process. Somehow, List had developed this mischievous pleasure, always keen on creating big news and taking delight in the Marquis's astonishment whenever there was an opportunity. That expression of utter disbelief, while trying to hide it, was quite amusing. Perhaps it was his way of getting back at the Marquis for always pestering for updates on the Sky Chronicle of List, robbing him of the joy in his writing. Brother, Ak doesn't want to go to the banquet. This dress is so uncomfortable to wear, Ak complained, looking more charming in formal attire than any other noble young lady. Her innocent face, paired with the fancy gown, her smooth skin, plus her petite figure, and her youthful and unripe demeanor, would certainly make all the noble young ladies feel ashamed of themselves. Taking Ak to the banquet would likely shield List from the predatory gazes of the female nobility. List could imagine just how many noble young ladies would set their sights on him like hunters at this banquet. After all, he was such an exceptional person. This is human life, Ak. Learn to bear it first, and then you'll understand how to enjoy it. List straightened his own ruffled rough collar. I used to dislike flak, Abi I as well, thinking it was some fool's idea of a garment to torment oneself with, but after getting used to it, it still feels very uncomfortable. The flak, Abi I style of noble attire was complicated, strange, and uncomfortable to wear. Perhaps it was precisely this oddity that made it a symbol of the nobility. The more intricate, the more it represented order, the stranger it was, the more it stood out from the crowd, symbolizing noble etiquette and aristocracy, as opposed to the common clothing of the commoners. It was the distinction that marked its greatest feature. But List didn't like it, not at all. When I establish my own kingdom, the first thing to reform will be the attire. Clothing must be simple and convenient as a principle, and only then can it possibly reflect the dignity of the nobility. He mounted the bird. At List's command, the lengthy procession set off toward Tulip Castle. The journey was neither hurried nor slow, planning to arrive at Tulip Castle just before the start of the midday banquet to avoid the needless effort of social interaction. Besides, important figures always made their entrance at the last moment, and he planned to make his appearance after the first prince and others had arrived. Chapter 686, Spotlight of the Banquet. The caravan arrived just in time, right before the start of the luncheon. Loria, this is my sister, Akerloide's Truth, please take good care of her. She's not very fond of socializing, so there's no need for her to talk much with those noble ladies. Just make sure she doesn't feel too constrained. After I've greeted everyone, I'll come over, he said. The former sentence was directed at Loria Goldwheatier, and the latter was addressed to Akerloides. Loria reached out amicably and took Akerloides by the arm. You must be Akerloides. I heard about you from List yesterday, describing you as a great grand magician. You really do look very young. Let's go speak with grandmother and Livia. Akerloides glanced at List and, encouraged by his smile, followed Loria to the other side, where the ladies and misses of nobility gathered. List had told his family the night before that he would be bringing over the sister he had acknowledged today. He only revealed that Akerloides was a young grand magician and they had met during a sea voyage, eventually becoming siblings by a twist of fate. The Marquis and others were surprised by the presence of Akerloides but did not say much. After all, List had his fief, and he was only responsible for his own actions. Loria was very astute and would take good care of Akerloides, which is why List was not worried. Accompanying Levi's, he went to greet the nobility who had come for the day. With a standard smile, he exchanged the conventional pleasantries typical of nobility, accepting a few words of high praise, and thus completed his duty. The first prince was ostensibly the most distinguished guest at Tulip Castle today. "Thank you for coming, Your Highness the First Prince." List naturally went to greet him. This Ice Seal Saint could be described as a rightful heir to Sapphire, having shown bravery in several battles and having filled in for the Grand Princess in issuing pioneer mandates multiple times, with Trap Dragon Mountain Iron Mine also swiftly transporting its yield back to the nation under his supervision. "It hasn't been long since I last saw you, yet you have reached such heights, which is truly astonishing. It's a pity I don't have a third sister, otherwise, I would definitely seek a marriage alliance with you," said the first prince with great enthusiasm. After all, Marquis Bulltail had already hinted that once List separated from his family, he would follow him. Such a powerful figure's allegiance was a matter of great prestige for the first prince. Moreover, as a future heir to Sapphire, he needed strong followers to aid in establishing achievements and even preside over wars of expansion with the Pioneer Mandate. If he truly had another sister, he would have definitely facilitated that union. List, however, remained indifferent. He was not clear about the Grand Princess's character, but considering the former behavior of the little princess, he kept a cautious distance from these princesses. Even if it meant being a bachelor all his life, he was not willing to tolerate a string of green hats. After a brief conversation, Marquis Bulltail approached to invite the first prince to the table. As the first prince took his seat at the head of the long oval dining table, Marquis Deep Throat Wallace Pineapple Green followed closely, and Marquis of Leather Island Ramirez White Glutinous Rice, Marquis of Golden Island Roderick Goldwheat sequentially were seated. Nobility of the Blue Blood Alliance rarely attended the feasts of feudal nobles, and Marquis Merlin could not make it due to poor health. So only 3 marquises were present. However, Red Maple City Marquis Glendenton Red Maple Leaf and Quicksand City Marquis Nesta Big Flower Hydrangea sent their progeny to attend the banquet. Red Crab Island Marquis Merlin Taro naturally sent the Maziro couple and the Miiabao couple as well. Add to these the numerous earls and nobility who independently followed the Grand Duke, and the long table was filled with the upper echelon of Sapphire's nobility, among whom List took his place. As for the lesser nobility and their families, Levi's and Lady Marie were there to host them. "Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in a toast," the first prince said, raising his glass after the drinks were poured, holding a crystal bottle of the finest fresh flower brew to make a toast. Once everyone had raised their wine glasses, the first prince continued, "This year's Pioneer Mandate has concluded, and the results have been bountiful. They rank among the top 5 since the founding of the Sapphire Nation 153 years ago. Naturally, Earl William Lee of Coral Island, who has rendered great service during this Pioneer Mandate." He looked toward Marquis Bulltail, his tone gentle yet tinged with a hint of excitement and stirring emotion. "After being personally ennobled by my father, the Sapphire Duke, has been promoted to Marquis of Bulltail, ruling all the lands of the Bulltail domain on Iron Hoof Island. Let us toast together to the 7th Marquis of the Sapphire Nation. Congratulations to Marquis Bulltail." The crowd responded to the first prince's call and raised their glasses once again. "Thank you all for your congratulations." Though it had been some days since his promotion to Marquis Bulltail, Lee William was still filled with pride and spirit, draining his glass of fresh flower brew in one gulp. Thereupon, the first prince and others also emptied their glasses of fresh flower brew. List, too, drained his fresh flower brew in one go. The spirit spurned down his throat, rich and full-bodied, greatly surpassing the first batch of fresh flower brew that had gone on sale. Nowadays, the craft of making fresh flower brew was increasingly complex, and both the quality and varieties were constantly improving, able to defeat any other white spirit on the market. However, Sapphire family and 2 or 3 other major nobles were also in the business of spirits, so apart from the sales in Golden Island and Red Crab Island, the volume sold on the other major islands was not high. It could only win over some of the true spirit-loving nobles with its smooth and soft taste. After downing one glass, List intended to blend into the background, unconcerned with the conversations of others while he ate and drank. However, he underestimated the influence of his reputation as the inheritor of the Ghost Swordsman and the second strongest person in the nation. The first prince raised his glass again and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in another toast. This year, with the Pioneer Mandate, Lee William's promotion to Marquis Bulltail is a joyous occasion. Moreover, during the war, our nation has seen the emergence of a powerful knight who defeated a mighty domain knight single-handedly." All eyes turned toward List. List, with his glass in hand, showed no change in expression, as if what was being said was of no relation to him. List Tulip, second son of Marquis Bulltail, Viscount of Black Horse Island, 18 years old this year, personally led the Knight Order to capture the iron mines of Trap Dragon Mountain. Such outstanding military achievements deserve a toast. A mere trifle, hardly worth mentioning. List replied calmly, finishing the fresh flower brew in his glass. The first prince set down his empty glass and laughed heartily. "Well said, List. I look forward to you achieving even more for the Sapphire Nation." The other major nobles echoed in agreement, truly worthy of being the second strongest person in the Sapphire Nation, possessing a composure far superior to ours. Marquis Bulltail has fathered an excellent son. The rise of the Tulip family is imminent. List has a promising future. At Novelbinit I would love to witness firsthand how you fought against Marquis Nuta. I have a granddaughter, as beautiful as a flower, gentle and virtuous. I shall introduce her to you. I believe you young people will have much in common. List maintained his smile but engaged little in conversation, focusing more on eating and drinking. After responding to a round of flattery, these major nobles finally stopped focusing on the aloof and distant List and turned their compliments to Marquis Bulltail. Marquis Bulltail, whose smile had been slightly stiff due to being upstaged by List, finally showed a genuinely joyful expression. Chapter 687, Big News. After the banquet, there were usually some entertainment arrangements. On Coral Island, other forms of entertainment besides hunting were to enjoy songs, dances, and theatrical plays. Ever since List had created theatrical plays, and with the promotion of new dramatic performers like Avril Mask, stage plays had evolved into operas, dance dramas, and theatrical plays. At Novelbinit, together with the long-standing slapstick plays, theatrical performances were becoming increasingly diverse and beloved by both the nobles and commoners on Coral Island. These stage plays had already reached beyond Coral Island, beginning to spread to outer islands, though the scale was still relatively small for the time being. Without a doubt, Marquis of Bulltail had arranged several stage plays in the castle's hall, attracting the attention of many nobles. Ak, sitting with List, watched with great interest. The dramatic conflicts, coincidental developments, and exaggerated performances were all deeply impressive. During the intermission, List asked Ak, "How was the luncheon?" The L'Oreal were nice, Lady Penelope was also nice, but Ak didn't like those noble ladies. Ak ignored them, they seemed somewhat insincere. That's how nobles are, living with a mask of pretense. "Brother, when are we going back? Don't you like Tulip Castle?" Ak wants to go back to Fresh Flower Town, or even to the Black Horse Island. Mage Tower is fine. Staying here doesn't feel very comfortable. Besides, Ak is in a critical phase of researching magic for organizing clothes. List knew that trying to make Ak immediately adapt to the life of human nobility was indeed difficult, and he was not willing to force a sea serpent to live like a human, so he nodded and said, "Well, after we meet with my father and chat for a bit, I'll send you back to Fresh Flower Town." After the stage play concluded, during the brief interval when nobles were resting and having tea, List found the Marquis of Bulltail and said, "Father, if you're not too busy, let's have a chat." Marquis of Bulltail instructed butler Louis to take good care of the guests and followed List to a corner of the living room. First, he looked over at, who bore a nobility greater than that of the noble girls, with a teasing glint in his eyes. He asked, "List, is this the sister you mentioned?" Clearly, like most people, he too was guessing the relationship between Ak and List. List wasn't particularly moved by such gazes. It was natural for Ak to belong to him personally, albeit with some different thoughts. But more than that, Ak, like little fire dragon Leo and greater elf Pike, belonged to the category of magical creatures. The difference was, Leo displayed intelligence close to that of humans but showed more of his animal instincts. Elves were attuned to human nature, but needed a bit more refinement. At least those below the level of greater elf were lacking. Only Ak, as a sea spirit, exhibited behaviors and an intelligence akin to humans. "Father, let's talk in the study," said List, pulling Ak along in response. As soon as he heard these words, Marquis of Bulltail subconsciously felt uncomfortable, always sensing that some big news was about to be disclosed. He took a deep breath and said tentatively, "Shall we just talk here in the corner? It needs to be kept secret." Phew. The Marquis glanced at the calm List and the expressionless Ak, feeling an increasing premonition that big news was on the horizon. Suppressing his discomfort, he said, "I'll go greet the first prince. You two go to the study and wait for me." A moment later. In the study, List, Ak, and the Marquis each took a seat. The Marquis, holding a cup of tea, asked somewhat uncomfortably, "Is there something you wanted to say to me?" "Father must be very curious about Ak's identity. I'm prepared to reveal a bit to you, to facilitate your arrangements henceforth," said List. The Marquis looked at Ak, who was attentively flipping through a book with no intention of joining the conversation, and patiently waited for List to continue. "Ak's identity is very special, and I must keep it a secret for now, but I can tell you, Father, that Ak and I are indeed as close as siblings," List said. "I have no intention of meddling in the matters of you young people," the Marquis sighed in relief, thinking List was going to discuss something related to marriage. He relaxed and sank comfortably into his chair, picking up a cup of tea and taking a satisfying sip. He had grown increasingly fond of green tea, with its bitterness followed by sweetness, much like life itself, a flavor unmatched by any other beverage. Seeing his reaction, List smiled slightly and went straight to the point. What I want to say is, Ak is not an ordinary grand magician, she is an archmage. The Marquis failed to react for a moment. List emphasized, yes, Ak is an archmage, a pinnacle of power on par with a dragon knight, and he awaited the Marquis's response. The Marquis, however, merely frowned. After staring at Ak for a few seconds, he nodded slowly. Are you certain that this young lady is the legendary archmage, the sort that hasn't appeared for many years and has fallen into myth? His gaze held doubt and mistrust, but he seemed not too shocked, remaining very calm. This was not the reaction List had anticipated. He patted Ak's shoulder. Let my father witness the might of an archmage. Yes. Ak closed the knight's novel that List had taken off the shelf for her, and without any grand gesture, simply lifted her arm. Instantly, countless water arrows lined up densely around the study, then with coordinated movements, they circled around. Finally, the arrows converged to form a giant water sword. The water sword hovered silently, blade pointing down, in front of the Marquis. Its tangible light emitted a heartbeat-provoking aura of magic. The Marquis's mouth fell open as he finally showed the shocked expression that List had been expecting. However, this look of astonishment didn't last long before he recovered, looking at Ak in amazement. Such powerful magic control, such lifelike magic effects. Although I don't know exactly what an archmage is, it certainly isn't something a grand magician could achieve. Naturally. Father, I am a dragon knight, and Ak is an archmage. You can proceed confidently in your dealings with the Grand Duke, and patiently await the moment I establish the nation. I understand. Don't worry, I know what to do. The Marquis nodded seriously. As for you in overall command, you're clearer on what to do than I am. I shall no longer worry unnecessarily. Go ahead and act. The glory of the Tulip family rests on your shoulders. Alright then, I'll take Ak home for now. She doesn't enjoy these noble social occasions. The Marquis nodded indifferently. Go ahead. Leaving the study, List frowned slightly. The Marquis's reaction indeed had shock, but it was far from the impact he had imagined. It shouldn't be like this. The reaction to having an archmage standing before him should not be this. He was somewhat puzzled. From Chris's reaction alone, it was evident that the shock of an archmage was even greater than that of a dragon knight. Powerful as they may be, dragon knights were known entities, with everyone aware that the Continental Kingdom had them. Yet, an archmage had become a legend, and the shock of a legend turning into reality was imaginable. Forget it, no use thinking about it anymore. Putting aside his unease, List called for the servants to bring over the landwalker bird Loki, preparing to take Ak back to Freshflower Town. What he didn't know was that as he left the study and began descending the stairs, the Marquis of Bulltail spilled his tea on his clothes once again. Archmage. He's conjured up an archmage for me again. This can't be real, this can't be real, it's definitely not true. An illusion, an illusion. He paid no mind to the spilled tea, just kept taking deep breaths, trying to calm himself, yet his heart rate refused to slow. I knew it. I knew he'd drop a bombshell when he asked me to talk in the study. I knew it. Good thing I held back. Chapter 688, Rings on 10 Fingers. Setting down the teacup that was already half emptied, Marquis Lee William Tulip did not immediately leave his study but took out a piece of thick paper and dipped his quill in ink. He first wrote down the words Dragon Knight, followed by Archmage. Staring at the two terms, he unwittingly fell into a reverie and it took him quite a while to snap back to reality. He then took out a flint and steel, lit the thick paper on fire, and watched as it turned to ash in the ashtray on his desk. It was only after a deep exhale that he finally stood up from his desk with a beaming smile. Descending the stairs, he mingled back into the lively conversation among the nobles. Yet his mindset was different from before. A lone dragon knight still had to be on edge to avoid becoming the target of a dragon-slaying war launched by the Continental Kingdoms. However, with just one more archmage as an ally, unless the Continental Kingdom dispatched 2 dragon knights, there was no chance they could defeat the combination of a dragon knight and an archmage. As List's father, seeing the relationship between List and Ak, he understood all too well that this corner was not one that just anyone could prize away. So, once his own son founded a kingdom, it would be home to both dragon knights and archmages, the 2 pinnacle forces of power. It would undoubtedly be more stable from the outset than the initial founding of the Duchy of Sapphire, and the Tulip family could take this opportunity to flourish and spread in this new nation, ensuring the continuity of their lineage. The glory of the family would reach its zenith. Now everything is ready, it's just a matter of when List decides to found his kingdom. With boundless pride in his heart, Lee William felt while conversing with these nobles that he wasn't just a cut above the rest, he was 2 cuts above, and even the first prince was nothing but a child in comparison. Of course, nobles are adept at disguising their true feelings, and he still played the part of the Marquis of Bulltail very well. The guests laughed merrily, and Tulip Castle knew not a single moment of silence from the bustling atmosphere. Elsewhere. After returning Ak to Fresh Flower Town, Ak didn't linger and went directly to Black Horse Island to continue researching the magic of clothing storage with Mary and the other vampires. Now that she had grown legs, she never felt bored and always had endless things to do every day. Immersing herself in the ocean of knowledge and tirelessly pursuing truth, she was full of enthusiasm. As for List, after dawdling over some administrative work in Fresh Flower Town and giving Butler Carter some instructions to take note of, he prepared to leave Fresh Flower Town to return to Tulip Castle. He planned to accompany Mia tomorrow to visit Marquis Merlin on Red Crab Island, whose days were numbered. Biwa. Jayla flew over and landed on List's shoulder. The Thorn Minor Elf was a bit unhappy. List picked her up and asked, "What's wrong?" "At Novelban at Biwa. Did you have a disagreement with the Coptus Minor Elf?" List, sensing Jayla's emotions, understood she was annoyed with that particular Coptus Minor Elf. At the mention of the Coptus Minor Elf, Jayla suddenly shouted, "Biwa!" Her emotions growing agitated. List could clearly feel the story behind this surge of emotions. It turned out that Jayla was quite discontented with the Coptus Minor Elf. In the previous major fray, although it was Jayla who had initiated the fight, the Coptus Minor Elf did not show weakness, rallying other minor elves to join the melee and successfully stealing the spotlight from Jayla. Now the minor elves recognized both the Coptus Minor Elf and Jayla as the bullies of Nameless Castle, ones not to be trifled with easily. What should have been the exclusive title of Bully of Nameless Castle for Jayla alone had been snatched away by the Coptus Minor Elf, so how could Jayla be happy? Especially since the Coptus Minor Elf was not weak in combat and was pugnacious, Jayla felt she might not be able to handle the rival on her own. Felt even more unhappy. So she complained to List. However, he wouldn't bother with such listless behavior, so he simply comforted and admonished her as usual, telling Jayla to sleep soundly and not to fight or cause trouble. Then he sent Jayla back to her own room, took the opportunity to inspect the worm room, and warned every little minor elf. Feeling that he had quelled the restless little minor elves, he finally left the castle, riding the landwalker bird Loki to Tulip Castle to continue the noble social interactions. Inside the worm room, Jayla pushed open the lid of the box above her and lay on the edge of the box, a pair of shiny black eyes on that small head looking at the glass window of the worm room and the apple trees swaying outside, deep in thought. Autumn was approaching, and many of the apple tree leaves were turning yellow and falling. A fallen leaf drifted along the path of the wind, landing on the glass of the window. Jayla darted over in a flash, pressing her face against the glass to watch the leaf, which curled slightly showing the faint outline of its veins amidst the yellowing. She made a sound that seemed curious and happy at the same time, woo-wah. Riding Loki. Charging through the sky, every time she touched the ground lightly, Loki would soar again, running much faster in the air than flying. Following Loki's ups and downs, List suddenly felt a surge of pride swell in his heart. "I am the leaf in the wind, watch how I fly." Although he was riding a landwalker bird, which was barely considered an intermediate dragon breed magical beast, in his heart, he was actually dragon riding. A dragon knight should ride a dragon. Moreover, he wasn't just any dragon knight. In the gemstone space, he still had 2 bewildering dragon mind fruits, indicating that he had 2 dragons. At least one formless dragon was confirmed, and the other, an immortal dragon, still without a clue. If his smoke mission also implied a dragon, he would have 4 dragons. Besides the fire dragon being a formidable elemental dragon, the remaining formless dragon, immortal dragon, and smoke dragon were all sacred dragons. If I could find 2 more bewildering dragon mind fruits, maybe in the future I could be known as a holy dragon knight with a collection of 5 sacred dragons, he mused. The smoke dragon representing fate, the immortal dragon representing life, the formless dragon representing space, the twilight dragon representing time, and the jade dragon representing dreams. Each sacred dragon represented a magical power, but he didn't know where to find them. List hoped for the power of destiny to guide him. Just like the smoke mission led him to ride the little fire dragon Leo and coax the formless dragon into becoming an old friend, perhaps one day the smoke mission would lead the other 3 sacred dragons into his path. Just as elves are independent beings, dragons are also independent entities, capable of tricking each other. No problem there. Touching the 3 space gems hanging on his chest, his thoughts jumped erratically. There's no need to hide anymore. I'll have Alvin make 3 mithril rings, set the space gems into them and create space rings for easier use. The gemstone space was positioned on the chest, requiring a reach every time he wanted to use it. If he simply wore them on his fingers, a thought would suffice to take or place items at will, quick and efficient. Once I ride a formless dragon, I must wear a space ring on each of my 10 fingers, filling them with all the essentials of life. One day, riding with the dragons on adventures, I'll explore every secret of this world. Chapter 689, Livira's Spring. October 26th, the weather was clear and sunny. The gentle breeze swept the fallen leaves, and the trees around Tulip Castle created a pleasant atmosphere. Thanks to the Tulip cordyceps, the castles surrounding Tulip Gardens were still thriving, colorful and vibrant. Nobles who attended the celebration banquet embarked on their journeys home. When the first prince left, all nobles naturally went to the port to see him off, with the Marquis of Bulltail making customary farewell speeches with the prince and others. Liszt, however, rode a landwalker bird by himself, standing at a distance, with no interest in participating. Behind him stood Yevich Water Peanut and Alvin Eagle Sword, a sword saint and an iron knight, respectively. He planned to take these two followers with him to Red Crab Island. A sword saint and iron knight as followers would certainly enhance the prestige of his travel entourage. Levi's and Aloria couple were instructing servants to load gifts onto the Changyu family's court fast sailing ship. They didn't plan to accompany Liszt, so they entrusted him with the task of presenting the gifts to Marquis Merlin. Please send my regards to grandfather. There are many matters to handle in the Bulltail domain, and I truly can't spare the time to go to Red Crab Island. I hope grandfather can understand our situation. I'll explain to grandfather. Liszt nodded, then asked, is Livira certain she's not going? Her? Levi's gestured to not far away where they saw Livira intimately conversing with a male noble, who even helped neaten her slightly disheveled hair. Livira stayed in Grape Manor last night with the son of the Earl of Long White Island, Hubert Rollo. Grape Manor? Liszt remembered the manor, full of different varieties of grapes, belonging to Tulip Castle, and there a minor elf cordyceps grew. The Tulip family's specialty, Crescent Moon wine, came from this manor. What did they go to the Grape Manor for? Levi's laughed. You're pretending to ask. Well, I wasn't sure. Liszt understood Levi's implication. It was simply about men and women hooking up, then taking advantage of the long night roll in the sheets. For the nobility, such matters were common. He himself had done the same, so he wasn't surprised. Livira had a strong personality, and over the years, Liszt had heard plenty of rumors about this sister, but none had came to fruition. This time it was probably just a one-night affair. Do you think there's hope between Livira and Hubert? He asked casually, not particularly interested in Livira's life. Although siblings by blood, his relationship with his sister was generally weak. He remembered Livira getting along well with Levi's. In fact, of all the relatives, he admired Marquis Merlin the most and was closest to his cousin Maibo. After them, likely Lady Penelope and Lee William, and he even found looking at his uncle Maziro more pleasing than his own brothers and sisters. However, despite their differences, Levi's and Livira were still the closest siblings and trustworthy family members. If all went well, the family would eventually move to the nation he intended to establish, continuing to thrive as nobles. He probably should intervene in Livira's choice of spouse. I don't know, Livira has her own thoughts. Maybe she's taken a liking to Hubert, maybe not. However, Hubert is good-looking and comes from a good family. His approach to Livira must have ulterior motives. But it doesn't matter. As long as Livira is happy, that's what counts. True love among the nobility is rare. It's usually about combining interests, including Levi's and Aloria couple, whose marital life was good, but initially based more on interests than affection. I won't worry about my sister's affairs then. You and Loria take more notice, as it seems she'll continue to associate with Hubert. I'll go join uncle and aunt first. The arrival of the uncle's family meant the aunt's family would naturally follow. Aunt Melinda Taro and her husband Roland Pinecone came along. Cousin Russell with his wife Cassie Broccoli and daughter Rossi, as well as cousin Riley, all came to attend the celebration banquet. On the return trip, the whole family gathering together should be quite lively. At Novel Binat. After joining up, the Long Taro family's fleet sailed out of the harbor. Watching the court fast sailing ship cutting through the waves, Liszt thought about his previous idea. Uncle, I wonder if I could purchase a court fast sailing ship from the Long Taro family? I hope to refer to some shipbuilding technology to help develop the shipyard in my domain. You're planning to study shipbuilding technology? This is not a simple technology. The Long Taro family researched the court fast sailing ship for many years and still do not understand how it's constructed, Maziro said. I'm not copying the technology, just referencing it. My shipyard has its own technology direction, Liszt said with no small amount of pride. Firstly, the powerful effect of rubber water can well replace the mortise and tenon structure, reducing many technological barriers. Secondly, the rapid growth of the rapid growth iron thorns ensures a continuous supply of raw materials for shipbuilding. Apart from a small amount of primary dragon bone-like materials that require century-old rockwood or stone wood, other planks can be replaced with thorn ironwood. Thirdly, he possessed the complete dragon bone stabilizer technique, lacking only the dragon beast bone material. Although dragon beast bone material is quite expensive, it's still possible to buy it. Last of all, he had shipbuilding technology from Earth, the ramming technique and the square sail technique. Once these technologies are integrated with the technology referenced from the court fast-sailing ship, combined with the water-calming pearl and calming wind pearl, it would be enough to create a top-tier sailing ship that would dominate the seas. By then, the curtain of the age of exploration would slowly open. Even crossing the Devil Sea wouldn't be impossible. Since that's the case, when you go back, take this court fast-sailing ship with you. Thank you, Uncle. I'll pay the price of a new ship on the market. It's just an old ship. Half price will do. Lys did not bargain. The Long Taro family was not short of money but short of people. In the future, he would just need to give more support to the Long Taro family. With a Dragon Knight as their support, the Long Taro family's status within the Sapphires should be quite stable. Even if it wasn't stable, if the Long Taro family was willing to go to his country, they could still enjoy the treatment of an earl. The day and a half journey passed quickly. After another half a day's journey on land, the fluttering flags of Long Taro Castle came into view. Due to the shortage of people, there were no formalities, and he headed straight to the bedroom to visit the bedridden Marquis Merlin. Grandfather. List, you've arrived. Marquis Merlin propped himself up in bed, his face already sallow and his spirit not very good, as he could leave this world at any moment. You wrote that you would come but never did. I thought I would never see you again and was prepared to curse you out in my will. I'm very sorry, Grandfather. I was delayed by some matters. Never mind, it's good that you came. Where are Levi's and Levira? They couldn't leave. Father has just been promoted to an earl and the family is busy taking over the Bulltail domain. As for Levira, she's probably preoccupied with her marriage. That makes sense. With your help, Lee William has been promoted to an earl. He must be so proud he's wagging his tail. Levi's doesn't need to struggle and will inherit the earldom, surely smiling every day. Has Levira found a satisfactory partner yet? This old maid is going to be 22 soon. She'll be 22 after the holiday season. 22, it's time to find a noble to marry, or else when she gets older, she'll only be able to settle for a good-for-nothing pretty boy. Marquis Merlin prattled on, chatting with List about family matters. After a while, the family chat was nearly finished, and Marquis Merlin regarded List with the eyes of an elder, suddenly with a burst of emotions. You look so much like Melissa. All the good traits of Melissa and that youngster Lee William, all combined in you. List maintained a smile. Chapter 690, Flame Mountain. When I was young, I fought in countless battles and sustained numerous injuries, yet I never knew how to take care of myself. It wasn't until I got old that I realized how important one's health really is. Compared to those established marquis families, us emerging Marquis families still have a long way to go, Marquis Merlin said, taking a sip of his medicine and mustering his energy. List asked with concern, Grandfather, do you need to rest for a bit? No need, lying in bed all day, I have had more than enough rest. I've been looking forward to your visit because there's a lot I want to discuss with you. You are the inheritor of the Ghost Swordsman legacy. I don't understand it, but since it bestows such formidable strength, it means that you have a bright future ahead. The Grand Duke has suggested to my father that I be promoted to Marquis of Ironhoof City, but I have no interest in the nobles of the Blue Blood Alliance, so I declined, List replied. You refused the position of Marquis just like that? Yes, I declined. At Novel Bennett, haha, you have personality, truly my grandson, Marquis Merlin laughed heartily, only to be swiftly interrupted by a severe bout of coughing. The butler at the bedside immediately set to patting his back and massaging his chest, while a servant held a spittoon for Marquis Merlin to cough into. After coughing, he took a brief moment to catch his breath. Marquis Merlin continued, it indeed is unsatisfactory for the nobles of the Blue Blood Alliance, but being a feudal noble is much more comfortable, and you are right in your thinking. Besides, with your strength, it's only a matter of time before you snatch one of the other two feudal marquis titles on Ironhoof Island. Perhaps one day your father's and your domains will be right next to each other. Perhaps, List agreed noncommittally. Thinking of it like this, in the future the Tulip family, your family, the Long Taro family, and the Golden Weed Sheaf family could all support each other, forming a significant power. I'm afraid the Grand Duke does not wish for the Marquises to be too closely connected, List commented. The Grand Duke has his thoughts, and we have ours. The best way to get along is to find a mutual understanding. The potion formula you sent to me Iabao, he should already be using it. I wonder how effective it will be. The Long Taro family still need your help, Marquis Merlin sighed. He had been deeply troubled by Iyabao's issues. The noble system does not allow for the adoption of heirs. Once a noble loses a direct male descendant to inherit the title, the fief would be directly reclaimed by the landlord. Of course, it's also possible to choose a daughter as the heir, and then have her son inherit. However, doing so is no different from handing over the family domain to others. In any case, inheriting the title always happens among male descendants. Passing it to a daughter means the extinction of the family. Naturally, Marquis Merlin did not wish to see the Long Taro family extinct. Please rest assured, grandfather, within my abilities, I will do everything I can to help the Long Taro family, List assured. You are a mature and steady child. Sometimes, I find myself quite envious of that lad Liam. He has 3 sons. Levi's may not be the best, but he is more than capable of maintaining what has been accomplished, and that boy named Lidun, I've heard he's quite talented too. What's most surprising is your talent, it's beyond everyone's expectations, said Marquis Merlin. List spoke modestly, I've only worked harder than others. Whether it's hard work or talent, you've grown to a height unreachable by anyone else in Sapphire, defeating a domain knight head-on. That achievement might well be unprecedented. Marquis Merlin referred to a level below that of dragon knights. However, List felt ashamed. If he were to be without his dragon, he wouldn't perform much better than any other knight. Without the dragon, he would probably have been at the pinnacle of being a completion-level Sky Knight in his lifetime, but there are no ifs in the world, and he does have a dragon. Starting as an ordinary Sky Knight, he began training with the Fire Dragon, creating a legend of his own in Sapphire. After confirming that he would help the Long Taro family, Marquis Merlin and List did not dwell further on the topic. List began to seek advice from Marquis Merlin on the training of a completion-level Sky Knight. As a seasoned completion-level knight with a wealth of insights and experiences, Marquis Merlin naturally did not hold back his teachings. They talked for over an hour, which gave List a profound understanding of what it meant to be at the completion level. The Sky Chronicle of List now has enough basic material to be completed at any time. After the noon banquet came the afternoon rest. List summoned a smoke mission, and at this moment, the mission finally changed. Complete the mission, reward, clues to the Subdragon Phoenix. He suspected the clues were in the hands of Marquis Merlin and prepared to inquire further in the afternoon. A new mission was also released immediately. Mission: although you no longer care about elf bugs since you have dragons, the elf bugs are still silently toiling away, producing materials for the Black Horse Island domain. Among them, the rubber bugs are becoming more valuable. The use of Triphase Force seems to have addicted them. Please use it more frequently. Reward: mutated rubber tree species. A mission rewarding a new plant species. It's been a long time since I received a similar mission. The use of Triphase Force is addictive for rubber bugs. It seems I need to use Triphase Force frequently when I get back, to train the rubber bug's mutation abilities. He did not use the Triphase Force often, because after each use, the rubber bug triplets would be listless, looking as if they had suffered a great loss of energy. But with the guidance of the smoke mission, it indicated that not only was the Triphase Force harmless, but it actually stimulated the rubber bug triplets and thus should be used more often. However, coming back to it, ever since I shifted my focus to becoming a Dragon Knight, the domain's elves have indeed fallen into a stagnant state of development. Does this mean the power of destiny represented by the smoke mission is actually limited? After the shift of focus, the influence on other areas began to weaken? It seemed to make sense. List felt it was necessary to learn how to control his subconscious to guide the smoke mission to issue more practical tasks, like dragon riding. Elves are important, but no matter how valuable they are, they can't compare to dragons. With a dragon, one could snatch many more elves. Give me an immortal dragon. He quickly identified the dragon he wanted most, trying to hypnotize himself continuously, looking forward to the performance of the smoke mission. In the afternoon, after Marquis Merlin had rested and refreshed, List went to his bedroom again for a chat and soon started to ask about the phoenix feather. He had written a letter before asking about it, and Marquis Merlin had replied that it was seized from the battlefield and he didn't know its origin. This time, however, Marquis Merlin gave a new answer. Since your letter, I have been attentive and asked the rats of the family to follow the trade caravan to the continent to inquire about the phoenix feathers. Indeed, they extracted quite a few valuable clues from that captive knight. What clues? List's spirits were uplifted, knowing the reward for the smoke mission had arrived. Indeed. Marquis Merlin said, according to that captive knight, his uncle was a mercenary who had once taken on a secret mission for a noble to investigate an uncharted primeval forest. They found a large tree, which was said to shelter a phoenix, and obtained several phoenix feathers. As a result of uneven loot sharing, or perhaps crisis situations, the mercenary corps fell apart. The uncle of the captive knight managed to escape with one of the phoenix feathers and handed it to the knight before dying shortly afterwards. And because the knight had the earth attribute, he couldn't make use of the phoenix feather and didn't dare to display it openly. The knight knew that his uncle had obtained the phoenix feather through shameful means. So after being captured on the battlefield, he offered the phoenix feather as ransom to Marquis Merlin. List inquired, "Grandfather, where on the continent is that captive knight, and where is the forest his uncle explored?" "Around the dense corridor area, there is a flame mountain, and the phoenix feather was obtained from the primeval forest of Flame Mountain." Chapter 691, G armament. Having noted the name Flame Mountain and remembered the captive knight's name and identity, List successfully received the rewards for the smoke mission and prepared to go on an adventure to Flame Mountain when time allowed. To find the possible existence of a sub-dragon phoenix. Whether it was to slaughter for its meat or to tame as a mount, it would be of immense value. As for the phoenix being within the territory of the Eagle Kingdom, that was not a problem. As a dragon knight with an archmage as an assistant, List felt there was nowhere in the wide world he couldn't go. After all, it wasn't as if dragon knights were a common sight. Once he had completed the phoenix hunt and simply left, not even 100 dragon knights could catch up to him. He rested for a night in Long Taro Castle. Then List bid his farewell. "Grandfather, I am busy with territory affairs and don't have time to accompany you further. During the festival, I will bring the newly decorated sunset, which is extremely luxurious and remains untroubled by storms. Then I will pick you up and take you to celebrate the festival on Black Horse Island, staying at my Thorn Castle." "Good, I must live to see the festival," he replied. "Your health will definitely recover," List encouraged. "No need to comfort me, I see things clearer than you young people. You have many things to do, so hurry back," said Marquis Merlin. Though he was old, he still had a hearty spirit. After List said his goodbyes, the Marquis did not try to keep him but urged him to return home, as carefree as in his youth. After bidding farewell to his uncle's family and arranging a time to go hunting in Bull-Tail Domain with Mi'Iabao, he boarded a court-fast sailing ship named Giant Crab and set off for Coral Island. This giant crab was sold to List for 3,000 gold coins for his research and use. The skilled sailors and the captain of the ship were also sold directly to List. It must be said that the Long Taro family was always very generous. 2 days later, November came and the weather began to cool. List returned to the port of Fresh Flower Town and handed over the giant crab to the territory officer, directing them to take it to the dockyard of New Harbor for research. He then took the rubber bug triplets with him to Black Horse Island to unleash the Triphase Force. Ak was not in Fresh Flower Town, and Rainbow Whale Rose was nowhere to be found, so he had no choice but to ride Loki across the sea at full speed. Loki had 2 wind system magic abilities, light body skill and levitation spell, which made him as light as a feather with the aid of magic, allowing him to run freely on the surface of the sea with truly swift speed. Moreover, the sensation of rushing over the water's surface was incredibly stylish. The only downside was the higher risk factor. If he stumbled and fell into the water or encountered a sea monster, it would be very troublesome. However, the risks were all within manageable limits. If Loki were to fall into the water, he could call out Little Fire Dragon Leo to ride and then grab Loki to bring him back to shore. In short, he rode this colorful big bird swiftly across the sea. In about an hour and a half, he arrived at Black Horse Port, then went straight to the rubber plantation. He took out the rubber bug triplets and released the Triphase Force. Magic radiance flashed continuously, cutting down a round of rubber trees before they quickly recovered to health. "Continue harvesting," List instructed the steward of the rubber plantation after putting away the rubber bugs. "Lord Landlord, would this harm the rubber trees and your rubber bugs?" "It will not." "Understood, Lord Landlord. I will arrange for the serfs to come and harvest the rubber right away." Leaving the rubber plantation, List watched the lethargic rubber bugs and felt their emotions, finding apart from fatigue, there were no other emotions. The smoke mission depicted them as addicted to releasing the Triphase Force, but this List truly had not noticed. Either way, as soon as the rubber bug triplets had recovered a bit, he would immediately carry out the second round. After nearly 136 smoke missions, he had came to fully trust the smoke mission. Formerly, there had been some thoughts of challenging the smoke mission's advice, wondering why one couldn't go right when the smoke mission directed left. Now, understanding the principles behind the smoke mission, he followed its guidance and reaped the greatest benefits. Among countless changes of fate, the smoke mission, in all likelihood, offered the best solution, bringing the clearest path to the forefront for him. Before long, he arrived at the Mage Tower. Undoubtedly, if Ak wasn't in Fresh Flower Town, he would be at the Mage Tower, conducting experiments. Indeed, this turned out to be true. Not only did he find Ak, but Ak also brought good news. "Brother, after collaborating with Mary and the others, we've cracked the spell for storing clothes. Tell me about it." "It's a kind of magic that deals with the transformation between matter and magic power, storing matter in a magical form. After casting the spell in reverse, the magic reverts back to matter. However, there are requirements for the material composition. It must be comprised of materials that possess magic power." At Novel Benedict sounds very interesting. "So, besides releasing magic, can it release G?" List was equally intrigued by this method of changing clothes at any time. Ak smiled. "It can. The working principle isn't difficult, and with your control over G, you'll easily learn it." At this point, Mary Dawnbreak interrupted. Lord Acreloides has not yet named the magic." Perhaps you could name it. Brother is very good at naming, Ak nodded seriously, clearly agreeing. List stroked his chin, not rejecting the idea. Then to which system does this magic belong? The magic power used belongs to chaotic magic power, similar to the druid's natural magic. In the classification of magicians, there are ancient records referring to it as neutral magic. Grand magicians like Chris have presided over discussions, and we refer to these types of magic as neutral magic. Neutral magic, huh? Not bad. List immediately showcased his creativity, although it involves the storage of items, and belongs to a highly applicable category of neutral magic. The essential nature of the original magic was designed to facilitate dressing. So why not call it magic armament, and when released with chi, call it G armament. Magic armament, G armament. Once it was named, everyone, including Ak and Mary, clapped and cheered. It was indeed a vivid and appropriate name. Subsequently, Ak began to explain to List the technical applications of G armament, as well as the details involved. G armament was not simply a G move, but rather a more systematic G system that included the selection of equipment materials, G corroding materials, methods of retrieving and storing materials, and so on. Materials from magical beasts are the most suitable for magic armament and G armament. Clothing made from magical beast materials, due to their inherent magic power, readily integrates with magic and G, completing the G armament. The fusion process with other materials is time-consuming and prone to damaging the material structure. So my Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword can't be stored with G armament? Brother, the materials of the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword are too special. G armament cannot merge it with G without damaging the material. What about gemstones? Can they not be merged either? It would destroy the stability of the gemstone structure. Ak had given careful thought to List's equipment. The equipment you can use G armament on includes mithril armor, the red-faced, black-faced, gold-edged tricolor cloak, and snakeskin inner armor because the materials themselves are simple or possess magic power. I see. Then let's start with the snakeskin inner armor. List declared, then suddenly remembered something. Right, Ak, I haven't made you a few sets of clothes from magical beast materials. Perfect, let's make a few sets together. No more worrying about getting our clothes wet when we head out to sea. Ak was delighted, yes. Chapter 692, Complete Library in 4 sections. Magic armament and G armament have many restrictions, but it's undeniable that they represent a method of magic and G cultivation with considerable potential for development. Vampires initially relied on magic armament to carry clothes, weapons, and other items with them while transformed into bats. List immediately decided to make a batch of clothes compatible with magic armament and G armament. For himself, he prepared a set of undergarments, a set of leather armor, and a set of plate armor. For Ak, a set of undergarments, a mage robe and cloak, as well as a set of leather armor. As for weapons, neither List nor Ak needed to use G armament to store their weapons since they had space rings. In fact, the use of magic armament and G armament was not significant, at least not for daily life on land where it wasn't needed at all. Nor was there any need to store clothes through magic when not transforming, especially on land. Only when going into the sea and coming ashore was the use of G armament necessary. The process basically involved wet clothes being stored as G and dried off, then promptly released from within, effectively drying both the body and the garments. What seemed like a sophisticated approach, in the eyes of List and Ak, served merely the purpose of a drying machine. But regardless, List spent the past few days practicing the G armament, continuously fusing his clothes with G. Similar to Dragon Knight Resonance, but more streamlined and easier than his initial treatment of Paris. Once a piece of leather armor was completely fused with G, with a mere thought, the leather armor would be absorbed into List's body. It's a strange feeling, like there's a special kind of Chi in my meridians that's dramatically different from my surging fire attribute Dragon Chi. Very inactive, like stagnant water, and even more rigid than primary Chi. When he released this kind of Chi, it instantly transformed into leather armor on his body. It was released through the skin, so the clothes appeared on the very inside layer. If multiple garments were layered, the armor should be released first, followed by the leather armor, and finally the undergarment. It's interesting, but keeping it inside my body feels awkward. It's better to just throw it into the space ring and put it on when I need to go to sea. Besides being busy with the cultivation of G armament, List also took the time to complete the Sky Chronicle of List, a cultivation journal. The white paper workshop had gone through several improvements and finally produced clean, neat white paper, not quite top quality writing paper yet, but very close. He immediately commanded the paper craftsman to use the List paper to bind standard notebooks. Then he had his servants meticulously transcribe the notes he had recorded on thick parchment into these notebooks. After examining for any omissions, they were adorned with exquisite covers. Flipping through the neatly written black characters page by page, List was very satisfied with the white paper. The papermaking industry can definitely support a significant portion of the financial revenue. With exclusive control over the technology, as long as I do not divulge it, I believe no one can steal it. The technological content of papermaking isn't high, but as long as the window remains unbroken, others won't know how white paper is made. The same goes for glass. Without revealing the secrets, no one else would be able to produce it. His thoughts drifted for a moment, then returned to the journal. The handwritten text is still a bit of an eyesore. I should use printing to publish all my works, to be admired by future generations. He flipped the Sky Chronicle of List to the first blank page. He had originally planned to write a preface on this page, but after pondering for a while, he still hadn't decided what to write. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he penned in bold font, "I dedicate this book to Marquis Merlin Taro, in gratitude for the help my grandfather provided on my path of cultivation." After writing, he put his pen down with satisfaction. His serpent script was becoming more and more attractive. I wonder if the Marquis of Bulltail will have some thoughts when he sees this dedication. He too has provided me with much assistance on the path of a Sky Knight. But it doesn't matter now, this book is written for him. He should be satisfied with it, for it's a genuine token of filial piety. After closing the journal, he handed it to Butler Carter to be packed, wrap it securely and arrange for a message knight to deliver it to Tulip Castle, to my father. "As you wish, my lord." After delivering the manual, List did not rest. He immediately set out to realize his idea. He wanted to build a printing workshop on his territory and explore the art of printing on his own. The development of heavy-duty paper had long since promoted the advancement of printing technology, so all he needed to do was to improve on the existing printing techniques to suit the white paper he produced. In doing so, he could package the papermaking, printing, and packaging business together, creating a complete industrial system. Beyond that, he also planned to organize a team to proofread and compile the collection of books, striving to create a work like the Yongle Encyclopedia, just as Emperor Zhuge had. The format would be divided according to the complete library in 4 sections. He had even decided which 4 sections they would be: magic, records, and stories. It would consist of Chi cultivation manuscripts, Chi secret techniques, notebooks, and so on. Magic would include specialized magic books, spellcasting schemes, alchemy experiments, magic theory, and so on. Records would consist of various recorded articles, including geography, astronomy, ghosts, customs, legends, history, and so on. Stories referred to literary works, all sorts of interesting night novels, folk poetry, piano scores. Compiling such a complete library in 4 sections was no easy task. But List had a good attitude. He would collect materials when possible, and compile less if not. In any case, he was pioneering this work in the world. The most crucial point was that he was cultivating magicians to transition into scholars, who could eventually take over this work. All he needed to do was to hang his name like Emperor Yongle, and then await his fame to last through the ages. After all, he had more important tasks to do, visiting Dodo Island every half a month, harnessing the Triphase Force every 5 days, and daily dragon riding and cultivation. Essentially, that was all of List's work in November. His strength was steadily increasing. By the end of the month, he used the Triphase Force for the 7th time, restoring the rubber trees in the rubber garden to good health. Although the triplet rubber bugs experienced high-intensity releases of the Triphase Force that left them languid each time, they were quite content with no complaints. He summoned the smoke mission. At Novel Bennett complete the task, sap mutation variant of the rubber tree. The task is already complete, but what is this sap mutation variant of the rubber tree? Sap mutation should refer to rubber mutation. Could it produce a completely different kind of rubber? List looked at the lush rubber garden, dismissing his eye of magic. The rubber tree had a sap mutation, not a magic potion mutation, meaning no magic potion had been born. Currently, besides the ordinary rubber tree, 2 mutant varieties of rubber had emerged, fruit rubber and fan rubber. The fruit rubber's fruit was rich in rubber, making it easier to harvest than tapping rubber. The fan rubber could also be tapped, but its leaves were perfect planks. The soft green leaves of the fan rubber could be folded into any shape and, once dried, the rubber within would solidify quickly into sturdy planks. Pots, pans, ladles, all could be made from fan rubber leaves, but the territory gathered them mostly to make knight armor plates. A fan rubber leaf folded multiple times would become laminated planks, light in weight yet strong in defense. Particularly, its resistance to magic could greatly reduce the damage from Chi, making it an excellent material for knight's armor. I'm afraid I'll not find the sap mutation variant of the rubber tree right now. I have to wait until this batch of rubber tree saplings grows before I can discover what sap mutation is. No sooner had he thought this than one of the triplet rubber bugs became rapidly agitated. Without List's guidance, the bug consumed its normal cordyceps, shrinking it into a seed, which it then swallowed. Moments later, it spat the cordyceps back out, planting it in its original spot. However, the cordyceps had changed. Thicker and fuller, List seemed to understand something and made a small cut on the trunk of the cordyceps. Whoosh! Immediately, a large amount of milky white rubber sprayed out from the cut, like a fountain sprouting from the tree. As the fountain gushed forth, the thick and full trunk began to slowly shrink, as if a balloon were deflating. Startled, List quickly reached out to cover the cut to stop the flowing fountain. Is this the sap mutation? Rubber production from the rubber tree is like water injection. But the key is, can cordyceps also mutate? He wondered somewhat blankly. The triplet rubber bugs brought him too many questions about elves. Chapter 693, Territory Range. Although List covered the cut on the rubber tree cordyceps, the rubber would burst forth again as soon as he let go. Wrapping the wound in cloth, the surging rubber was still able to stretch the fabric, continuing to gush out. He had no choice but to instruct the serfs to bring buckets to collect the rubber. Then he washed his hands with water. Rubber doesn't stick to your hands when it's not solidified, so a little water rinse is enough to clean it off. When the rubber stopped spurting from the cut, the serfs had collected 3 large buckets of high-quality rubber produced by the cordyceps. And yet, the rubber tree cordyceps didn't appear as wilted as expected. The leaves were still green, just not as thick and full, and the cut was slowly healing. From the restless rubber bug, there was no sense of the cordyceps being damaged. Could this be the harvesting method for the sap-variant rubber trees? Poke a hole and directly extract all the rubber? Perhaps it really is like this. As for what these rubber trees should be called now, sap, fountain, let's call it fountain rubber. List swiftly completed the naming. Henceforth, under the rubber tree branch, there were 3 varieties: fruit rubber, fan rubber, and fountain rubber. Each one was quite magical. Fountain rubber evidently had a rich yield, fan rubber belonged to directly produced finished products, while fruit rubber was easy to store and transport. The only pity was that the triplet rubber bugs were merely elf bugs, and could only affect a limited range of rubber trees. Otherwise, with continuous expansion of cultivation, the rubber tree industry would be absolutely lucrative. Currently, they could only rely on artificial planting of rubber trees through fertilization to expand the plantation area. He washed his hands and dried them. List left the rubber plantation and went to the Mage Tower to find Nook and told him about the variations of the rubber tree cordyceps. This should be a very significant discovery, Ak. If you have the time, you could delve into this research and try to unravel the secrets of the elves. Ak will study it carefully, Ak responded. In a month plus after being promoted to Archmage, Ak hadn't made many research breakthroughs apart from inventing magic armament and chi armament. She was more focused on understanding all aspects of being an Archmage, as well as exploring the magic web. There were no magic books about Archmages in circulation, and no living Archmages in the vicinity, so everything had to be explored by Ak on her own. List couldn't be of much help either, as his own Dragon Knight cultivation methods were resolved with Ak's assistance. Leaving the triplet rubber bugs for Ak to study, he hurried off to complete the next smoke mission. The territory is about to enter winter, and most plants will stop growing during winter. However, that doesn't mean winter is a silent time without hope. Perhaps at the turn of a corner, there lies throbbing life. Please personally inspect every plantation in your territory once. Reward, unknown number of elf bugs. After a long time, there finally was a new mission for the birth of elf bugs. It seems like recently I've shifted my attention back to the elves, so the power of destiny represented by the smoke mission has started to stir the threads of destiny for me again. It's a pity that even though I hypnotize myself every night before sleeping, the smoke mission does not seem to respond, not giving me any tasks related to the immortal dragon. Maybe my subconscious is not deep enough yet. Riding the landwalker bird Loki, List followed the map of Black Horse Island, inspecting each plantation one by one. He used the Eye of Magic in every plantation to carefully observe the magic feedback light with insight. Now that his territory was large in both family and industry, this was indeed not an easy task. Fortunately, with Loki's quick pace and the strong observational power of the Eye of Magic, he managed to inspect a large number of plantations each day. The first day yielded nothing. But the second day brought good news. Within the influence area of the corn miner elf Mickey's cordyceps, at the corn plantation, a stick corn that belonged to the third growth found magic feedback light. After confirmation, this piece of stick corn was nurturing an elf bug. This invigorated his spirit, and he continued his inspections with mounting excitement. The third day brought 2 pieces of good news. One was that a cutting of green tea in the plantation had already nurtured an elf bug in its seedling stage. The other was that during the inspection on Mangrove Island, a small arboreal sea helleborine was found to be nurturing an elf bug. Sea helleborines belong to mangrove plants and are quite common in the mangrove forest, although they are of little use. On the 4th day, All plantations on Black Horse Island and those in Fresh Flower Town were inspected, with no further elf bugs discovered. The excitement of the past 2 days dissipated, and List began to mutter to himself, could there be only 2 elf bugs? He summoned a smoke mission and found that nothing had changed. The content of the smoke serpent script remained the same. It showed that he had not yet completed the inspection of all the plantations in his territory. How could this be? I have clearly inspected all the plantations on land, even the several affiliated islands meticulously. Oh right, there's one place I haven't checked. List suddenly realized that he had only inspected the plantations on land and had not yet inspected those in the sea. So, he mounted Rainbow Whale Rose and began to inspect the surrounding sea areas of his territory. Indeed, in the giant algae forest, a new giant algae elf bug was discovered that had nurtured itself, and List contracted it directly. Other than that, no further elf bugs or bugs in the process of nurturing were found. Still, the smoke mission remained incomplete. What could be the reason for this? Could it be that during the inspection of the magic potions, because there was too much light from the magic feedback, something was overlooked? List analyzed seriously but could essentially rule out this possibility. His eye of magic had evolved through many Dragon Knight resonances with Leo. His sensitivity to the light from magic feedback had increased to a higher level, and the light from magic potions and nurturing elf bugs were fundamentally different, something he would not overlook. Regardless, he still spent 3 days to re-examine everything carefully. At Novelban, but the smoke mission still remained incomplete. Impossible, the mission can't be incomplete, either I misunderstood it. List looked closely at the content of the smoke mission. The mission required him to inspect all the plantations in his territory personally, that's it. The focus of the mission is on inspection, not necessarily on finding elf bugs. According to the consistent principle of missions, as long as List completed the inspection of the territory, the smoke mission would directly inform him of all the varieties of elf bugs. There was no need for him to make an effort to search. So, I haven't completed the inspection? He pondered deeply, still not understanding where he may have failed to inspect. The territory in total was so small that even a cursory glance should have been enough to finish inspecting. Oh ho! At that moment, Leo, who was asleep on his chest, woke up and notified List through their mental connection that it was time to go to Dodo Island volcano crater to enjoy the superior magic, Dragon's Intent, condensed from the volcano. List was suddenly struck by a realization, thinking of a possibility. I haven't inspected Dodo Island yet, the smoke mission must also include Dodo Island as part of my territory. Essentially, the smoke mission projected according to his subconscious, and whether subconsciously or consciously, he considered Dodo Island part of his territory. After clearing things up, he laughed heartily. Let's go to Dodo Island. Chapter 694, Unique Task Completed, Reward, 1 each of Hemp Rope Vine Elf Bug, Human Skull Elf Bug, Giant Algae Elf Bug, Sea Lotus Elf Bug, Green Tea Elf Bug, and Corn Elf Bug. Having spent a day completing his training, List also finished inspecting Dodo Island and found 2 pregnant elf bugs, one of which was a Hemp Rope Vine Elf Bug and the other a Human Skull Elf Bug, both close to hatching. He took out the packaged fertilizer from his space ring and carefully fertilized the 2 cordyceps. The task consequently concluded. It took 2 weeks in total, although it was a bit of a long time. The harvest was bountiful, 6 elf bugs. It was a cause for celebration to harvest 6 elf bugs at the end of autumn and the onset of winter. Moreover, the bountiful gains clearly hadn't ended yet, as the new smoke mission was again about elves. Task: a fallen leaf gave Jayla countless inspirations. She is a unique little minor elf, struggling and breaking free from the shackles of fate. Though not quite perfect, she always manages to touch your heart. It's love and impatience that let her keep growing. Please let her understand her own uniqueness. Reward: mutated thorn variety. Easy points. List approached the task with ease. Through the heart-to-heart connection of the elf contract, he could easily make Jayla feel that way. And in his mind, Jayla indeed was unique. This could be seen from the name of Thorn Castle. Just in time, Thorn Castle is almost finished, with only some room decorations remaining. I can already move into Thorn Castle. Let Jayla be the first to move into the new worm room of Thorn Castle, to enjoy a spacious and bright private room. Return to Black Horse Island. After confirming with Jamaya Bangta that Thorn Castle was habitable and wouldn't be disturbed by the remaining construction, List quickly began the relocation. As a landlord, he had no need to worry about the moving process. Galtai took charge of organizing manpower, bustling between Fresh Flower Town and Black Horse Island. Leaving some basic living supplies in the nameless castle of Fresh Flower Town, most of the materials were continuously transported to Thorn Castle. List stood in front of the grand entrance of Thorn Castle with his hands behind his back, and to say he wasn't thrilled would be a lie, given that this would be his new home for the coming years. The main body of Thorn Castle could be divided into the main building, the left guard tower, and the right guard tower, all connected, but with intervals between each floor that could be blocked by heavy doors at any time. The castle rose 5 stories high, each floor 6 meters, topped by a 10-meter watchtower, totaling 40 meters high. The guard towers on both wings were 6 stories and 30 meters tall, with a 5-meter-tall water tower on the left guard tower and a 5-meter-tall middle building on the right. Below ground level, there was a first basement floor, and under the main building's basement, there was a second basement. Thus, Thorn Castle could be considered 9 stories tall, each floor with a specific use planned. 7th floor, only the upper half of the main building's watchtower was dedicated to vigilance. 6th floor, the lower half of the main building's watchtower for storing guard materials, the left guard tower's water tower, the right guard tower's bell tower, as well as a small garden of lithops on the rooftop and a simple observatory with long telescopes. 5th floor, the experiment lab for AC on the main building and left guard tower, List's indoor training room on the right guard tower. 4th floor, bedrooms, bathrooms, study, and toilet, and other master living rooms for List and AC on the main building, worm rooms on both the left and right guard towers. 3rd floor, guest rooms, bathrooms, toilets, and other guest living quarters on the main building, left guard tower, and right guard tower. 2nd floor, the main building houses a dining room and living room, the left guard tower contains an entertainment room, the right guard tower has meeting and duty rooms and other administrative spaces. 1st floor, lobby, exhibition room in the main building, kitchen, boiler room, and other servant workspaces in the left guard tower, servant quarters in the right guard tower. Basement floor, storage rooms in the main building, left guard tower, and right guard tower. Basement level 2, comprising only the main building's underwater worm room, the rose swimming pool, and the underwater passage, which directly connects to the Tonghai Canal in front of Thorn Castle. Jayla stood on List's shoulder, curiously observing the tall white castle in front of her. She let out a meaningless cry, "Yuah! Jayla, this castle is our new home, and it's called Thorn Castle," List said, turning his head to speak to Jayla on his shoulder. "From today on, you and I will live here. Do you understand?" "Yuah!" Jayla expressed her excitement. "You are the first little minor elf to move into Thorn Castle. The entire castle is even named after you. Do you know that, Jayla, you are a unique sprite in my eyes?" Jayla was even more thrilled. "Yuah! Come on, I'll take you to the worm room to see your new home." "Yuah!" Although the castle claimed to have 9 floors, it only had a main structure of 5 floors, and there wasn't any elevator. Climbing the broad staircase made it easy to reach the 4th floor. The left and right wing guard towers on the 4th floor were divided into very small compartments, each serving as a private worm room for a single little minor elf. The room with Jayla's nameplate was right by the passage of the main building, the very first one. "Go and enjoy your new home," said List as he opened the door to the compartment, and Jayla immediately rushed in, fluttering about the room haphazardly. The compartment, about 25 square meters, was quite spacious. Aside from the jade box, there were many small toys, mostly wooden carvings that could be thrown around or smashed, designed to relieve the little minor elf's boredom. True to form, Jayla brazenly grabbed a wooden carved elf bug and casually threw it to the floor. "Yuah!" She excitedly darted around, showing satisfaction with her new home. When she grew tired of playing, Jayla returned to List's shoulder, and he once again declared affectionately, "Jayla, do you like your new home? I live right next door to you. Remember this, my favorite little minor elf is you because you're a unique sprite." "Yuah!" "Good, make sure to remember that firmly." "Yuah!" After settling the overexcited Jayla, List called forth the smoke mission and discovered that the task had changed without notice. Complete the mission, reward auxiliary magic medicine of a mutated thorn variant. Auxiliary medicine quality? Immediately, List thought of the most important magic potion in his territory, the Dragon Ku auxiliary medicine. The Dragon Ku auxiliary medicine had almost no effect when taken alone, but when combined with other magic potions, it could multiply their effects significantly. Its value was immeasurable, even though the only drawback was its somewhat low production. Because there were only 2 Dragon Ku bugs. I didn't expect the thorn to mutate into an auxiliary medicine quality magic potion. Good, very good. List understood the value of auxiliary medicine. It was essentially doubling the effect of the territory's magic potions. With the thorn output Jayla could influence, planting most of it as thorn auxiliary medicine would be enough for all the magic potions in the territory to be used in combination. When the time came, List could be more generous with taking potions, and his training with Leo would progress even more swiftly. The digestive power of Leo was such that he could probably handle eating magic potions by the ton. Haha, truly worthy of being my unique sprite, Jayla, this achievement is all thanks to you. Yuah! At Novelban at Chapter 695, Unknown Reward. Following the precedent set by Dragon Ku Auxiliary Medicine and Auxiliary Medicine Dragon Mallow, the Thorn Mutation's Auxiliary Medicine shall be called Auxiliary Medicine Thorn, and the magic potion created from it shall be called Thorn Auxiliary Medicine. List quickly decided that within the area affected by Thorn Cordyceps, more than 90% should be planted with Auxiliary Medicine Thorns. The remaining 10% would be planted with Rapid Growth Magic Thorns and Rapid Growth Fire Thorns, two types of magic potions. Using Thorn Auxiliary Medicine in combination with Giant Algae Magic Potion would be the future go-to method for potion consumption in his domain. As of now, the domain's magic potion plants included Black Tulip, Rapid Growth Magic Thorn, Auxiliary Medicine Dragon Mallow, Magic Medicine Kelp, Rapid Growth Fire Thorn, Erect Centipeda, Cactus, and Auxiliary Medicine Thorn, totaling 8 varieties. Magic potions from Abandoned Cordyceps included Flame Mushroom, Ice Snow Flame Mushroom, Blue Pine Mushroom, Black Truffle, Golden Cordyceps, Monkey Head Mushroom, and Horse Bladder Fungus, 7 varieties in total. One could say that the magic potion industry was booming, far exceeding the output of many Earl Nobles' domains, but magic potions were still not enough. His and the little fire dragon Leo's daily consumption was a bottomless pit. Lesser quantities could mean a lesser frequency of consumption, but more magic potions could be gone in a day. However, there was still a night order to sustain, and although the elite Earth Knights did not count on consuming potions to break through, they still needed to be regularly distributed some magic potions to ensure their chi did not wane. The talented Emily had become an elite Earth Knight, and her daily potion consumption was not insubstantial in order to cultivate her talent. Yevich Water Peanut, as a sword saint without personal wealth to sustain himself, also required a regular provision of magic potions to ensure his chi did not deteriorate. Becoming a landlord did not solely mean enjoying power, it also came with the obligation to provide support. The knights following him were like the vibrant social organization underboss's lackeys. To get the lackeys to follow orders, the underboss certainly had to offer benefits, and without benefits, how could he attract the loyalty of lackeys? Of course, List had not yet encountered any demanding lackeys. His 2 pioneer mandates and 1 iron hoof island suppression campaign all resulted in a great harvest, with his knights basking in the benefits, reaping rewards to their heart's content. Now, the majority of the rudderless knights in the Sapphire domain probably wished to follow List, including those from the great noble's younger sons. Because following List meant gold coins and titles of nobility. With his strength, he would at least need the title of Marquis in the future to match his stature, and one could imagine how many military exploits it would take during the process of advancing ranks. In short, the birth of Auxiliary Medicine Thorn was great news, but the demand for magic potions was endless, and the domain needed continual development and accumulation to support List in raising dragons and establishing a kingdom. Speaking of which, he could not yet really be considered raising dragons, as fire dragons were elemental dragons and could grow by relying on volcanoes. At Novelban for a sacred dragon like the Formless Dragon, he had no idea how to raise them, but certainly, they couldn't be thrown near a volcano and be expected to grow indefinitely. Only thing is, raising a fire dragon is good for me right now, since the Dodo Island volcano can meet most of Leo's needs. Raising a gemstone dragon or metal dragon, apart from providing flesh and food, would likely require a vast amount of other resources. A formless dragon could also be seen as a gemstone dragon. His train of thought was somewhat erratic. For some reason, he had jumped from Auxiliary Medicine Thorn to dragon raising, but List timely brought his thoughts back, refocusing on the content of the new smoke mission. Winter's arrival is imminent, meaning that all things in the domain will enter 2 months of dormancy, affecting both production and daily life significantly. However, all these impacts are not as profound as the lurking crisis, which you may need to prepare for and decisively choose your stance. Reward: unknown rewards. A lurking crisis? Choose a stance? Unknown rewards? List's gaze sharpened, contemplative. Disregarding this mission reward, he had already received 5 instances of unknown rewards, always after the New Year and Wars. The first New Year's unknown reward was the Sea Sprite Take. The unknown reward from the Ironhoof Island campaign was the revival of Dragon Bones. The reward for the first Pioneer Mandate was the rebirth of Chi, promotion to Sky Knight. The second New Year's unknown reward was the Little Fire Dragon in its form of fire. The reward for the second Pioneer Mandate was 3 bewildering Dragon Mind Fruits. From this, it can be seen that every unknown reward was quite substantial. However, this was neither a festival nor a war, just an ordinary daily task, yet it offered an unknown reward. This truly sparked List's curiosity. Could it be because the task itself is somewhat horrifying? The task was not very clear, but the lurking dangers and the choices of standpoints indicated that this would be a significant conflict. What could it mean? He instinctively felt that it might have something to do with the Grand Duke, because the task involved taking a stand, Could it be that the Grand Duke has learned of my dragon, thus forcing me to choose between surrendering it willingly or waiting for him to come and plunder? But what exactly does a lurking danger represent? Could it be the remnants of the Goat Assembly? Aside from the very likely Grand Duke who could become the Dragon Domain landlord, the only others who could threaten him were the few missing Grand Magicians of the Goat Assembly. After all, they had once severely wounded an adult sapphire dragon, and with the strength to slay a dragon, they were a threat. However, if I carefully analyze it, whether it's the Grand Duke or the Goat Assembly, could they withstand the combined strength of me and Ache? It wasn't that he was arrogant, but rather that it was a fact. A Dragon Knight and an Archmage working together were virtually unchallenged across these sea islands, and even if they were to gallop across the continent, there weren't many threats. No nation would be foolish enough to casually attack a Dragon Knight and an Archmage, as it could easily result in mutual destruction. Having dismissed the Grand Duke and the Goat Assembly as the lurking threats, he immediately thought that the danger might not originate from within the country. It's also possible that it comes from abroad, with Eagle Kingdom being the most likely suspect. Perhaps the Smoke Mission's threat is the dragon-slaying battle. But what does the choice of standpoint mean? He didn't believe that this choice of standpoint was about whether to surrender or resist in the dragon-slaying battle. Forget it, Ache and I will both be cautious. At the slightest signs of trouble, we'll jump into the sea to escape and reconvene. Then, we can plan our second move. The identities of Dragon Knight and Archmage gave him tremendous confidence, and his ability to survive in the sea was an exceptional escape skill. Thus, no matter how ominous the Smoke Mission might sound, he was undaunted. He shook off the shadow of the Smoke Mission and continued to dedicate himself to the development of his territory. The birth of Thorn Magic Potion had greatly increased his interest in magic potions, and he thought of another opportunity to expand the field. I had previously come across two kinds of abandoned cordyceps, flame mushrooms and ice snow flame mushrooms. Although both come from the same source, there are some differences in nature. I wonder if the limitations of the magic web will be shared. Winter was coming, and the ice snow flame mushrooms could be planted. He needed to test the planting results of the iced snow flame mushrooms to see if they would affect the flame mushrooms, leading to a decline in the quality of both types of abandoned cordyceps. If the restrictions of the magic web were not shared, then the iced snow flame mushrooms could be traded for new abandoned cordyceps. This work required him to merely give the order, and then it could be handed over to Chris Truth for research. Serving so many magicians and grand magicians was not just about refining magic potions or creating a few temperature calming wind, or calming water pearls, or even making some ordinary magic equipment. Any magic-related work could be arranged by Chris. Viscount, please rest assured, I will send someone to follow up on the planting of the ice snow flame mushrooms and strictly control the quality of both the flame mushrooms and ice snow flame mushrooms. I'm very confident in your work, List said indifferently. In the past, when dealing with his female subordinates, he used to habitually flash a charming smile to enhance his personal charm. However, ever since Ache appeared, Chris had been wholeheartedly following Ache to study magic, showing a perfunctory attitude towards him, their extremely handsome lord. Therefore, he had become too lazy to maintain any charming smile and would issue orders directly. After all, with Ache's powerful allure, the magicians would only regard Black Horse Island as a holy land. After Chris left, he called for Merry Dawnbreak. My lord, what are your orders? Lately, I have an uneasy feeling, as if someone is secretly spying on Black Horse Island, or other places. Dispatch the blood servants to investigate the islands of Sapphire, especially the information on Iron Hoof Island. If there is news from abroad, that would be even better. Mary bowed and saluted. As you wish, my lord. Chapter 696, Underwater Castle. After dispatching blood servants to gather information, List spent the following 2 days busy with the castle relocation. All the elves were transferred to Thorn Castle and moved into the new worm rooms. The elf bugs had nothing to say about the move. Wherever they were placed, they'd crawl about contentedly. With their low intelligence, they didn't exhibit any special behavior. At Novelban, however, the minor elves were a bit more troublesome. Calm minor elves like Mickey, the corn minor elf, just needed a handful of corn kernels and they could spend half a day leisurely counting them in the room. Occasionally, List would ask Mickey how many kernels there were, to which Mickey would show a blank expression. Sorry, but it couldn't count. Nami, the busy mangrove minor elf who worked all day, also got a worm room, personally arranged by Ek, since it was a minor elf contracted with Ek. Nami felt indifferent about the new room, but the peanut nougat candies filling the small cabinet indicated great excitement. After gnawing on a peanut nougat candy, it let Ek take her back to Mangrove Island to continue looking after her little duck business and didn't stay overnight in the worm room. List always felt that Nami's personality was greatly influenced by Ek. They both had independent character traits. While Nami did show some of the mangrove minor elf's bossiness, it still preferred to wander alone outside and wasn't clingy. Minor elves like wheat, sword grass, green soybean, sorghum, apple, white flip grass, pine, and tobacco moved into their rooms without making any fuss. The two Coptus minor elves contracted with Yevich were even quiet. Without the care of their master, they seemed rather pitiful. Therefore, List generously had Yevich come to the castle to comfort the two minor elves before sending Yevich off to the dock. The adventure fleet was being organized, and besides becoming familiar with water, Yevich had to learn about sailing, get to know the structure of ships so he could face dangers at sea. Settling these minor elves went quite smoothly. However, there was inevitably some commotion after the Coptus minor elf moved into the worm room, mainly because Jayla was unhappy to see the Coptus minor elf also having its own fancy worm room. The two minor elves, one crying Wawa and the other Eula, quarreled across the hallway for half a day. Ultimately, List settled them down with a flick of finger flick magic, and they went back into the jade box to sleep obediently. The placement of the terrestrial minor elves concluded, and soon the aquatic minor elves were settled as well, with the elf bugs dutifully staying in the ponds. The three giant algae minor elves also had their own ponds, blissfully enjoying the pond bottom sprinkled with jade powder. However, giant algae greater elf Pike threw a temper tantrum. The standards are too low, the lighting is insufficient here, this place is uncomfortable to live in. Even though there's water, it's not flowing smoothly, no. The handsome Pike cannot endure such an environment, I demand a change of location. This place is quite nice. If you feel oppressed, you can swim along the water channels to Tonghai Canal. The canal is managed by people, and there are gates at the sea entrance that close, so you won't encounter any danger. List, I thought you understood me. The handsome Pike needs light and freedom. Help me build a castle underwater in the sea, I like underwater castles. Haha. That attitude isn't good. A comfortable environment can stimulate an elf's desire to work. Build me an underwater castle, and I guarantee a 10% increase in the production of magic medicine kelp from the giant algae forest. Although Pike's thinking was a bit off and its behavior unreliable, its words weren't entirely false. If the elves are willing to work on their own, the yield of the crops can indeed increase significantly, at least in terms of farming, reducing a great deal of labor costs. With just a casual sowing from Pike, it could probably plant several acres of giant algae, although it couldn't guarantee whether the result would be magic medicine kelp or just ordinary giant algae. Since Pike couldn't guarantee the variety of magic medicine, List naturally wouldn't let Pike meddle with the planting of giant algae at will. However, feeling a kind of mental connection, he did sense Pike's dissatisfaction. Compared to the undemanding giant algae minor elves, Pike was a greater elf who understood refined pleasures. Let's do this, I will arrange for Virginia the Necrofish Ugly to build you a simple underwater castle at the mouth of the Tonghai Canal. If you like it, you can live there. But don't run around recklessly, the sea is not safe, and if you encounter any danger, hide in Thorn Castle. Pike grinned, showing his sharp teeth, hurry up and find that Necrofish Ugly. The handsome Pike can hardly wait. Virginia Truth had completely adapted to her identity as a Necrofish Ugly. She usually stayed within the tier staff, resting, and would come out to work once she had enough rest, dredging the depth and breadth of the harbor. Now, not only had Black Horse Port and New Harbor become deepwater harbors, but Fresh Flower Port had also completed the construction of its deepwater harbor. She then lingered around the mouth of the Tonghai Canal, preparing to widen it to match List's future plans of developing the canal's mouth into a harbor. After getting accustomed to the power of the Necrofish Ugly and undergoing a period of training, she could now stay outside for a continuous hour. Working for 1 hour each day and sleeping for the rest of the time. Don't worry, my lord. Building a small castle underwater is as easy as constructing a toy castle. As long as you prepare the materials and the design plans, I can start building underwater anytime. Thank you very much, List responded courteously. He always treated his followers and other subordinates with gentlemanly manners. He did not like to put on airs or to act needlessly profound. Following the completion of Thorn Castle by Jame Yabangtu's team of architects, there wasn't much work scheduled for them, so they could immediately start on the underwater castle, for what was called a castle might more accurately be described as a small underwater villa, just enough for Pike to live in without needing luxury. And so it was. Thorn Castle officially commenced operation, without directing the magicians to move one experimental device after another to the 5th floor laboratory. Butler Carter, on the other hand, directed the servants to decorate each room, seeking to reveal a sense of luxury amid simplicity, fitting with List's personal taste. As for List himself, there wasn't much for him to do, except suggesting some ideas for the arrangement of the study and the bedroom. After that, he went out to find a place to continue his chi cultivation with Leo, regardless of what hidden dangers the smoke mission hinted at. Only by becoming stronger could he better face these crises. If he was strong enough, even a myriad of conspiracies would be futile, A single show of strength would solve everything. Not far from the castle's entrance, patrol leader Paris was leading a team of knights on patrol. Upon seeing her, Liszt signaled one of his retainer knights to call Paris over. "My lord. How is your recovery coming along?" "I have fully recovered, and I feel better than at any time before," Paris said with a beaming smile, having finally laid to rest the health issues caused by the Black Dragon child. She felt buoyant, radiating the joy of a young girl. Liszt nodded and asked, "How about your cultivation?" Upon hearing this, Paris's smile grew even brighter. "I can now cast light system magic again, although light and shadow tug is still a bit of a struggle and might need more attempts. The cultivation of my light attribute chi is progressing quickly. I feel that I will soon complete my apprentice chi cultivation and be ready to attempt to become an Earth Knight." "Good. If you're lacking any resources, just ask me. You are a very special light magic swordsman, and your cultivation system represents a new direction," Liszt said with concern. He was keen on mass-producing fire paladins, eager to discover the effects of cultivating both magic and chi. Chapter 697, Blood Shadow at the Port. This chapter is a from today onwards, reward for additional updates. Paris' light magic swordsman cultivation system is worth following, but her strength has been greatly reduced for the time being as she's just starting on this path, so there isn't much we can discern yet. She is already 21 years old and will turn 22 after New Year's festival. Her body isn't as young as when she was 17 or 18, moreover, as a woman who experiences bleeding monthly, it's hard to guarantee how high she can reach on the path of a light magic swordsman. Her journey is more pioneering in nature. Having just finished talking with Paris, several magicians now approached the castle's front path, followed by a few horse carts. Chris led the team and quickly came to pay respects upon seeing Liszt. "Viscount, are you preparing to go out?" "I'm looking for a quiet place to practice." "Are you here to set up a magic array?" "Yes. It's possible to set up a magic array around the perimeter of the castle. Generally, a magic array uses a magic barrier to protect the castle's safety. This kind of magic array requires precious materials and uses the magic power inherent in those materials to form the barrier. While effective, they are not very cost-effective, and most castles are reluctant to set them up. Liszt encountered such a magic array during the siege of Juniper Castle on Ironhoof Island, where it was clear that the Marquis of Bull was quite the spendthrift. Liszt wasn't that extravagant and lived quite a tight life, but he also didn't plan to set up a magic array like Juniper Castle's. The magic array being prepared by Ak was a modified version, and its purpose wasn't to protect the castle but to secure the safety of the fifth-floor laboratory. When magicians experiment with magic, it's inevitable that magic power sometimes gets out of control and may explode accidentally. Even as an archmage, Ak didn't dare to be careless, especially since the worm room was directly below, and Liszt would be devastated if any harm came to the elves. Therefore, a magic array was needed to protect the laboratory. The walls and floors had already been reinforced during its construction. Not even a grand magician's magic could destroy the outer walls of the laboratory. For magic with a higher degree of danger, Ak wouldn't conduct experiments in the laboratory of Thorn Castle. This magic array was more about providing a double layer of protection. With Ak and Chris overseeing these matters, Liszt didn't need to worry. After exchanging greetings, he left Thorn Castle for the wilderness of Black Horse Island and summoned Little Fire Dragon Leo to begin Dragon Knight Resonance. Every time he entered Dragon Rider mode and observed the world through Leo's eyes, he felt the incredible magic and seemed to understand the essence of things on a deeper level. All trajectories of magic power could not escape from the vision of the Eye of Magic under these circumstances. He dubbed the state Dragon Eye trajectory and included it in Liszt's complete Dragon Knight training manual as the seventh method of cultivation. Dragon Eye trajectory wasn't focused on practice but on uncovering the secrets of things, constantly observing the world, elves, magical beasts, gemstones, magic, and anything else observable. Even Ak was observed under this state. Within Dragon Knight trajectory, Ak's stationary form was just a highly concentrated blue and white magic human figure, but when Ak casted spells, her body resembled a glowing sphere, extending countless dense threads as if drawing high-energy magic power from the void. Liszt didn't know whether this was akin to seeing the magic web, but at least he saw how Ak drew high magic from it. With Dragon Knight trajectory, Liszt was preparing to find all the magic power nodes and could cause chain damage with a slight exertion of force on these nodes. This was one of his important trump cards. Without the Eye of Magic to help identify such nodes through Dragon Knight trajectory, other Dragon Knights would not be able to find and exploit these weaknesses. Leo. Full Sun Wheel. Holding the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword and riding Little Fire Dragon Leo, he executed a charge move fiercely. The erupting fire attribute Dragon Chi burst forth like a full sun, exploding in the air ahead, filling the sky with unextinguishable flames. If there were a Sky Knight in front of him, the explosive shockwave might have torn the opponent apart. Yet Liszt was not entirely satisfied. As a weapon of the greater elf warrior, the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword is indeed very powerful, but it is more suited for sword combat between two Sky Knights, and not for fighting while riding a dragon, he commented, looking at the azure sword in his hand and sighing slightly. I need a very long Knight's Spear, at least 10 meters long to unleash the strongest attack methods of a Dragon Knight. And if I want to attack flexibly and freely, it could be a bit shorter, around 7 meters would suffice. At Novelban the Knight's Spear used for dragon riding could be called a Dragon Lance. List needed a high-quality Dragon Lance, but neither he nor the entire Duchy of Sapphire possessed the technology to make one. A 7-meter or 10-meter Dragon Lance, sturdy enough to avoid easy breaking or swaying, presents a significant technical challenge. It would likely require the indestructible magic metal, mountain copper, to forge a handle that can be grasped firmly to maintain the stability of the spear shaft. Otherwise, a dragon lance made of wood or ordinary metal would keep shaking during use, affecting its effectiveness. I wonder if those dragon knights trained by the kingdoms have dragon lances as their weapons. If they do, I should steal one to bring back, he thought for some reason. Whenever he lacked something, his first thought was to go out and take it, yet he had always been a person who loved peace. Without a dragon lance, a regular knight's spear was not very useful, so he continued to practice with the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword. It was dusk by the time he returned to Thorn Castle. Unexpectedly, Mary Dawn, whom he had just sent away not long before, had returned at some point and was now waiting in the castle. My lord, I have important news to report. Speak. Our blood servants have discovered traces of vampires on Coral Island. Vampires? List's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes flickered slightly. Where were they discovered? What did you do about it, and did they notice you? They were discovered at the Coral Island port. Hamel was about to board a ship to set sail when he suddenly recognized a familiar face, his former colleague Brutus the Black Knight, nicknamed Crazy Ghost Haven. Hamel reported to me, and I immediately arranged for him and you so to monitor Crazy Ghost Haven without alerting him. Is there any other vampire besides him? I don't know, but I have asked Phoebe to investigate inns and other places near Coral City, and Vansa to start investigations in the Black Horse Island domain. If any vampires have infiltrated, we will have them firmly locked down. Just keep watch for now and report their activities to me at any time. Be careful not to be discovered. Moreover, we need to send people to investigate on Ironhoof Island as well. Peggy and Wimbledon have gone to Ironhoof Island, and Seth to Blue Dragon Island. I have not asked them to return. Be more careful. I will have Captain Marcus cooperate closely, and I will also notify Tool Up Castle to be fully prepared for defense on both Coral Island and Black Horse Island. List indicated to Mary to continue monitoring the new vampire while he enjoyed his dinner as usual. However, his mind was racing. Vampires have come to Coral Island. What does this mean? It means that the Black Knight family is investigating the deaths of Chuobert and Famur, the two purebloods. However, a more likely possibility is that it has something to do with Alonzo Xiankli. The smoke mission hinted at a looming crisis of great impact. If it was just a few vampires who dared not expose themselves, it would hardly count as a crisis. Moreover, since the mission involves choosing a stance, the target is clear. The lurking crisis is Alonzo Xiankli, the Bronze Dragon Knight from the Eagle Kingdom, the master of Trapped Dragon Mountain Iron Mine. It's certain that Alonzo is behind the Marquis of Bull and the Goat Assembly, and now I've also snatched his iron mine and captured 2 of his Sky Knight followers. Wisdom sparkled in List's gaze, so he set his sights on me? Chapter 698, Battle between the Dragon Knight and the Magic Conductor. Regardless of whether he was being watched, List went about his business as usual, not letting the presence of Alonzo Xiankli faze him. All are Dragon Knights here, none need frighten the others. However, paying close attention to news was essential. Mary Dawn had been arranging for close surveillance of Crazy Ghost Haven for 3 consecutive days. It was almost certain that Haven, the only vampire, had came to Coral Island and, disguised as a merchant, settled in Freshflower Town. Unfortunately, he didn't have an ID card, so he couldn't go to Black Horse Island. List's territory had long ago implemented a real name system. All ships coming to and from Freshflower Town and Black Horse Island had to have an identity card issued by the office and a temporary pass card. Temporary pass cards were only issued to nobles invited by List. Each person had an identity card bearing their basic information, complete with special magic runes. A piece of detection equipment using magic power was used to verify these identity cards, ensuring their authenticity. This project was completed by Chris's Mage Tower under the guidance of List. Identity cards weren't difficult to produce. In fact, forging one wasn't hard either, as long as one could decipher the magic runes on the identity card. The materials needed to create a forged card could be easily found. Of course, The identity card was merely a simple method to distinguish between residents and non-residents. The true distinction relied on the mutual monitoring and reporting among the residents themselves. If anyone of dubious identity managed to infiltrate, they would be immediately reported to the patrol team. At Novelban, those who reported successfully would receive a monetary reward. Hence, the residents valued this extra income highly and often roamed near their living areas to look for strangers. Crazy Gusthaben had been reported once before due to his sneaky behavior. Fortunately, he managed to cover it up with his merchant identity. Of course, if he truly wanted to go to Black Horse Island, it would be very easy, simply transform into a bat and follow the departing ship. Although there were time constraints on his bat form, if he just waited a few hours in a cargo hold, it would be easy. His goal seemed to be to investigate Black Horse Island over the long term, so he needed a legitimate identity. Unfortunately, Haben was unaware that his every move was being monitored by his peers, who regularly reported his whereabouts to List. Is this guy really targeting me, dawdling around as if he's on vacation? Looking at the report that explained how almost every day Crazy Gusthaben spent most of his time eating and consuming a lot of food, List had his doubts about the man's professional dedication. It was completely like a junket with food and drink on the public dime. Continue monitoring. He could only give such an order before he asked about the vampires sent to Ironhoof Island and Blue Dragon Island if there were any messages back. The answer was no, the sea route was too long, and the message transmission was very inconvenient. This had him lamenting, it would be great if we could dig up the magic array technology from the era of the Moon Empire. Even if we cannot transport people, sending some letters or such would be good. Suddenly, an idea sparked. Ak has already touched the magic web, and I've shared with her some basic knowledge about electromagnetic waves and communication signals. I wonder if Ak could rely on the magic web to create a corresponding magic array? I don't ask for it to transport material objects, just transmitting some signals would be enough. With this thought, he immediately went upstairs to Ak's laboratory, where Ak was engrossed in an experiment while Chris and the twin magic apprentices Lucy and Ruth assisted her. Brother. Ak, Chris, I have an idea, see if you can make it happen. List immediately shared his concept of a message transmission magic circle. You are all aware of the limitations imposed by the abandoned cordyceps on the magic web and have researched a lot of materials. You should understand that the magic web can have a long-distance association. The abandoned cordyceps in the million square kilometer area is restricted by the magic web, with a limit to the magic power it can draw. From this alone, it can be surmised that the magic web is a whole entity. According to Ak's observation after touching it, the magic web is both a net and a field. Electromagnetic waves are also a field. Since electromagnetic waves can transmit electromagnetic signals, there's no reason to believe the magic web can't transmit magic power signals. Brother, your idea is very imaginative, but it requires a lot of research and verification. Ak can't guarantee successful research on a message transmission magic circle, Ak replied. List was open-minded, there's no strict requirement, if research is feasible, then we'll conduct it. If not, we'll abandon it. Ak remained calm, already immune to List's endless stream of ideas, but Chris exclaimed in admiration, Viscount, you truly are the knowledgeable scholar Lord Dacreloides has praised. Your breadth of thought is impressive, and the message transmission magic circle is a brilliantly creative concept. It's just so-so. There are many similar small inspirations, I simply choose some that can be put to good use, List said calmly. He had become indifferent to minor flattery. He had Ak hand over the remaining work in the laboratory to Chris and her apprentice, then pulled Ak away from the castle. Ak, there might be a real dragon knight lurking in the dark looking to harm me, so we might encounter a dragon-slaying battle sooner than expected. We must be ready at all times. Ak will protect brother. The little sea monster said seriously, clenching her fist. We need to fight side by side, but before that, I must get you familiar with how to battle. Let's go to Dodo Island and have a real combat practice session. Okay. Fighting Ak had always been something List wanted to do, after all. No amount of solitary practice could rival the profound experience of actual combat. Ak was an archmage, he was a dragon knight, both represented the pinnacle of power in this world, but neither of them had much real combat experience. Now, with Alonzo Zyankli looming in the shadows, List had to quickly get used to fighting between dragon knights and archmages. And to help Ak grow quickly. The beach on Dodo Island. List, riding Leo, drifted leisurely in the sky, while by the seaside a 100-meter high water tornado loomed. Ak stood on a white scallop shell, focusing in preparation. Are you ready? List, controlling Leo, flew past the water tornado and asked. Ak nodded calmly, I'm ready, come on, brother. Then let's start. As List spoke, his mind quickly merged with Leo's, synchronizing thoughts and body at great speed, entering Dragon Rider mode in an instant. Man and dragon became one, indistinguishable from one another, sharing sight, hearing, taste, touch, thought, and even the flow of chi and magic power within their bodies. Dragonite trajectory activated, the world began to exist in a different way. He raised the Iced Soul Dragon slaying sword in his hand and swiftly lunged attack with Leo, the dragon chi surging violently. His first attack was a powerful accumulated move. Scorching Sun Sting. The egg outlined in magic power, blue and white, was surrounded by countless glowing blue and white threads leading into the void, continuously drawing magic power from the magic web. In an instant, a magic power ring appeared around her body, an advanced water system magic, the water wave's shield, but cast by an archmage. Its defensive power was many times stronger. The sea beneath the shell began to churn, as numerous thick magic power lines outlined seawater that shot out like rocket artillery, each one targeting List and Leo. List, with Dragonite trajectory activated, couldn't be deceived by any magic trajectory. Leo nimbly dodged the countless water cannons. However, those water cannons were faint, and as the seawater brought up by the cannons surrounded Leo, Ak cast another spell, and all the seawater instantly wrapped around Leo like serpents, quickly forming a ring and beginning to tear at Leo's body. This was the magic water ring rupture, learned from Necrofish Ugly. Leo did not fear at all, the dragon chi changing from surging to boiling, flames burning on his body as he quickly broke through the restraints of the water ring rupture, approaching Ak above the water tornado. List, meanwhile, brandished the Iced Soul Dragon slaying sword and delivered a powerful attack with all his might. Chapter 699, Missing Legacy Boom. List's attack struck the position where Ak was located, but Ak took advantage of the momentum to sink into the sea, disappearing from the view of the Dragonite trajectory. The dragon chi slowly dissipated above the sea, and everything returned to calm. Only List remained, riding the fire dragon, patrolling the surface of the sea. Although the Dragonite trajectory had strong observation capabilities, it did not have the ability to see through objects. Therefore, once Ak sank into the sea, she successfully escaped his field of vision. What does Ak want to do? Drag out the time because she knows my Dragon Rider mode has a time limit? That's unlikely. The purpose of our combat exercise is to hone our fighting skills. There can be no improvement without engagement. Moreover, I can end the Dragon Knight resonance early and return to normal, he pondered. Dragon Knight resonance was now so adept for List that he and Leo could enter Dragon Rider mode anytime and anywhere without suffering from any time limit drawbacks. However, just as he considered whether to deactivate Dragon Rider mode, the sea began to surge again. Numerous streams of water formed giant blades that rose from the sea, creating a net-like formation that slashed towards Leo with an unmatched momentum, fiercely and rapidly like a violent storm. High-level water system magic, Blade of Water. Riding on Leo, List deftly maneuvered through the air among the massive water blades, searching for Ak's figure. His responsive and judgmental abilities greatly enhanced while in Dragon Rider mode. The Dragonite trajectory now offered a dynamic view, with a clear insight into the trajectory of magic power. Suddenly, within the massive, ascending water blades, a thick, solid column of water shot up with lightning speed. Advanced water system magic, strong water column. This high-level magic, usually reserved for grand magicians, was cast by Ak as easily as the most basic water arrow spell, at will and without any concern for the consumption of magic power. And after touching the magic web, her deep understanding of dynamic magic arrays elevated her mastery of magic to a higher plane. All aspects of the magic's power and properties underwent a qualitative leap and enhancement. Had a Sky Knight, even a Domain Knight, faced such formidable magic, they wouldn't have been able to break through it, and a single round of magic might have sent them off in pursuit of knightly glory. But the target of the magical attack was a Dragon Knight. Very strong, but still not enough to defeat me. There wasn't a ripple in List's heart as his gaze continually swept over the churning sea, using the trajectory of the released magic to lock onto Ak's figure. Ak moves very fast in the water, nearly reaching the degree of instant movement, which is a bit troublesome. If it were a human archmage, no matter how proficient in water magic, they wouldn't be able to swim through the sea so effortlessly. At Novelbanet, but water control was Ak's racial talent. The sea was her true home turf, where she was virtually invincible. And Ak made good use of her talent, hiding in the sea and not showing herself, relying on magic for sneak attacks on List. To be strict about it, Ak was not just a theoretical flower nurtured in a greenhouse, she had hunted many sea monsters in the sea. From a very young age, she was able to avoid the pursuit of intermediate-level sea monsters like the six-headed king serpent, so it can't be said that she lacked combat experience. Still not good enough. With keen observation through the Dragonite trajectory, it didn't take long for List to capture Ak's underwater route, analyze their respective positions and travel lines, and find the optimal attack position. Then, in perfect harmony of heart and mind, Leo folded his wings and plummeted like a weightless rocket, piercing through the layers of water blades. Just as he was about to crash into the sea, Leo suddenly rolled to the side, spreading his wings wide and fiercely flapping them, While List raised his eyes, Soul Dragon Slaying soared high, sending a chi attack pouring into the sea. The fire attribute Dragon Chi could still transform and burn underwater, accurately striking Ak, who was rapidly changing positions. When the Dragon Chi came into contact with the water wave's shield, it exploded into a violent collision. The collision shattered the water wave's shield like glass and forcefully slammed Ak further into the depths of the sea. The moment the water wave's shield broke, Ak took advantage of the impact force and swiftly retreated. Even as she fell back, she did not forget to raise her hand and released one after another advanced water system magic, whirlpool convergence, causing the surrounding seawater to explode tumultuously. Countless streams of magic power erupted chaotically, tearing everything in the vicinity to shreds and successfully blocking List, the Dragon Knight, who already surged back again. Their vision was obscured by the shattered spray, losing track of Ak. With a thought from List, Leo spread his wings and flew high into the sky, just as a thick and solid water column burst through the waves, aiming at where Leo had just been. Just like that. Ak kept releasing magic, but either missed Leo or failed to inflict significant damage when hitting him. List could find opportunities to attack Ak, but similarly, the seawater reduced the impact of his attacks, proving no major threat to Ak. They were at an impasse. About half an hour later, List signaled that the live combat training was over and joined Ak on the beach. With a roar, Leo flew towards the mouth of the Dodo Island volcano to enjoy the fire attribute's superior magic he had just condensed. List and Ak stayed in the small cabin by the sea to carefully review the gains and losses of the live combat training. Big brother, the combat power of magicians is clearly weaker than that of a Dragon Knight, not by just a small margin. Ak's magic caused too little damage to the Dragon Knight. If not for the help of the sea, Ak would not stand a chance against you, and in the upcoming dragon-slaying battle with Alonzo Xiang, Ak will probably only be able to play a supporting role. What she said was true. Through this live combat training, List also realized that despite the magician's attacks appearing ferocious, often sweeping across a large area, they were not of much significance to the robust physique of the Dragon Knight. Even if Leo took a few spells head-on, he wouldn't be grievously wounded, at most breaking a couple of bones. The attack power of a Dragon Knight, however, could easily tear apart magic, reaching the magician himself directly. If this battle had not been at sea, but on land, Ak would likely have been overwhelmed and defeated by List after just a few attacks. I also think there's a problem with the combat power of magicians. The magic books mentioned the ancient magicians who could fight dragons one-on-one. Their attack power shouldn't be so weak. There must be a break in the succession of knowledge. Ak, you have only mastered advanced magic, which grand magicians should be able to wield. List made his own judgment. Magicians should possess higher-level magic, otherwise they wouldn't have left such a resounding legacy. Ak thinks so too, but there's no clue about higher-level magic. Perhaps soul research is a good direction. The magicians of the Goat Assembly relied on soul research to severely wound the Sapphire Dragon. List sighed. After thinking for a moment, he made a decision he wasn't sure he should, pulling out several magic books about the soul from his space ring and handing them to Ak. All these books are collections I've gradually made concerning the soul. Originally, I didn't want you to know about them because soul research is too wicked. He hoped that Ak could always remain as pure and untainted as she was now, rather than become a crazed magician delving into souls and defiling life and death. According to legend, many of the ancient magicians reportedly became wizards or even transformed themselves into liches after studying the soul. List did not like wizards and liches, always feeling it was a desecration of life. Perhaps he was actually worried that magicians through soul research could harm himself. After all, the Sapphire Dragon was a lesson from the past. Just a group of grand magicians had nearly succeeded in slaying a dragon, showing the lethal power of the soul. Seeing List's concern, Ak solemnly took the books, giggled, and said, "Big brother, Ak will always be your little sea monster." List looked distracted. Ak had never spoken in such a coquettish tone before, but then he laughed out loud. "That's right, Ak will always be Ak, and I will always be Ak's big brother." List. Chapter 700, Making Acquaintance with the Great One. The Archmage's magic inheritance is incomplete, which can't be resolved overnight, but luckily Ak is still very young. The aged sea monster Yizzy, who is over 400 years old and still in good health, is only 43 years old. Her lifespan is obviously very long. However, the urgent task at hand is to enhance the combat power for the upcoming dragon-slaying battle. After serious analysis, List said, "Even though the Archmage's inheritance is missing and your combat power cannot be improved in a short time, also unable to pose a significant threat to the Dragon Knights, focusing on support is a good choice. During the dragon-slaying battle, you will be responsible for containment, and I will stand firm against the Dragon Knights." Understood. Ak listens to you. The two of them immediately discussed various cooperative attack methods. If the main battlefield is at sea, the combined strength of List and Ak fighting side by side would be very formidable. Ak, unbeatable on his home ground, could deftly dodge the Dragon Knight's attacks and freely cast water magic while standing above the sea. If the main battlefield is on land, Ak needs to cast water magic to assist List while ensuring his own safety. It would be best to ensure the battlefield is at sea, only then can we maximize our joint combat power and ensure the outcome of the dragon-slaying battle. There should still be a bit of time. After this we need to practice coordination extensively, striving to achieve an unspoken level of cooperation. Yes. List thought there was still time, as the lurking crisis was, after all, just lurking and not yet directly in front of them. But when he and Ak returned to their territory the next day, they were immediately met with a report from Mary Dawnbreak. "Lord, there's been a serious incident." As she spoke, the pure blood vampire's face was etched with a worried expression. "What serious incident?" "Peggy and Wimbledon have returned from Ironhoof Island. They detected numerous familiar vampire presences there, and those vampires also detected their presences. According to their assessment, it's very likely that the Black Knight family has mobilized the higher ranks, or even all their vampires. Including pure bloods and mixed bloods, the Black Knight family has a total of 54 vampires. There are 12 pure bloods and 42 mixed bloods. Currently, with the pure bloods Chuobert and Famur dead, and Mary among the 7 mixed bloods who have defected to List, this means the Black Knight family is left with 10 pure bloods and 35 mixed bloods. "Summon Peggy and Wimbledon here," List ordered calmly. A moment later, Peggy and Wimbledon appeared, recounting in detail what they had witnessed on Ironhoof Island. Soon after they arrived at Bullhorn City by ship, they sensed the presence of pure blood vampires in the city. A pure blood's heart can amplify the influence of blood magic power, using this feedback of blood magic power to scout the locations of mixed blood vampires, although the influence is mutual, and the mixed bloods can also detect the positions of pure blood vampires, Mary explained. So when Peggy and Wimbledon sensed the pure bloods, the enemy sensed Peggy and Wimbledon too? "Yes, my lord." "How many pure bloods did you sense?" "We detected the presence of 3 pure bloods. It's rare for 3 mixed bloods to act together in the Black Knight family. And just being in Bullhorn City, we felt the presence of 3. It's imaginable that there are likely pure bloods spread across other cities on Bullhoof Island as well," Peggy replied. Wimbledon added, "It's also possible these 3 pure bloods wanted to take a ship out of Bullhorn City to other islands. However, after Peggy and I were discovered, we didn't dare to stay in Bullhorn City. We snuck into a large ship departing to the outer islands, holding our blood flow still, and thus evaded the pure blood's tracking." List nodded slightly and inquired, "Do you think it's possible that the Black Knight family came for Chuobert and Famur?" "Lord, it's very possible the Black Knight family is targeting us." List could not confirm or deny this. But his feeling was different. The Black Knight family should be aware of his strength. After all, he had defeated the formidable Domain Knights and bore the ancient warrior inheritance. It would be difficult for the pure bloods of the Black Knight family to seek any advantage from List, especially since this is in the Duchy of Sapphire. He instructed, "Keep a close eye on Coral Island and Black Horse Island, especially you, Mary. You must constantly have the influence of blood magic power active. As soon as you detect any new vampires arriving, report to me immediately. As for that crazy Ghost Haben, don't bother to keep an eye on him, bring him directly to me." "As you wish, my lord." The capture of Crazy Ghost Haben went smoothly. As a mixed blood, he stood no chance of escaping in the net woven by Mary and the other blood servants. His heart was not in his body. But he couldn't withstand Mary's interrogation and spilled everything he knew. "I did indeed intend to infiltrate Black Horse Island to investigate Lord List, but I came without malice, Lady Mary. I was unaware that you had already pledged allegiance to Lord List. Believe me, this is a misunderstanding." Crazy Ghost Haben, sensing the pure blood aura on Mary, expressed his confusion and alarm. "You came without malice, so you mean to say you came with goodwill?" "To be precise, it is a kind of goodwill. My original task was to contact several family vampires, that is to say, your former superior Lord Chuobert. It was only along the way that I received orders from my superior, Lord Posito, to survey Black Horse Island. He hadn't known about Chuobert's death until now. But seeing Mary becoming a pure blood, he must have guessed it. The 2 pure blood vampires killed by List, only stationed at the trapped Dragon Mountain iron mine, Famur, and the Black Knight family should be aware of their demise. As for Chuobert, who went to Ironhoof Island to investigate the goat assembly, the Black Knight family knew nothing of his life or death, for from pure bloods to mixed bloods, all had been swept up by List with no information leaked. Mary continued the interrogation, "And slipping into Black Horse Island is also considered goodwill? You may not be aware, my lady, but the family never entertained thoughts of avenging Lord Famur, not even Famur's sister. I don't know the reason, but I've heard that if possible, The family patriarch wishes to forge ties with this Lord List. Forge ties? Yes. You must have been keeping watch over me, so you've seen that I was not urgent about my task. I've always been indulging in gourmet food. To me, going to Black Horse Island was not a mission, but merely a trip. Crazy Ghost Haben spoke with seeming truthfulness. A flicker of puzzlement crossed Mary's eyes, but it did not interrupt her steady and quiet interrogation. Then what is the purpose behind the Black Knight family's major deployment? I don't know. As you're aware, many of our missions are simply errands we run, with secrets held by the Pura Bloodlords, he explained. Then how many from your family have come? Fatty Pick and I followed Lord Posito here in the first wave. How many more from the family arrived afterward? I'm not sure of that either. With the interrogation concluded, they detained Crazy Ghost Haben. Mary then hastily reported back to List. After hearing the report, List frowned. The Black Knight family patriarch wants to forge ties with me? They know I've killed the original Pura Blood Famur yet don't seek revenge, but instead want to forge ties with me? It sounded like a joke and made little sense. My lord, Crazy Ghost Haben probably didn't lie, but he also heard about the Black Knight family patriarch's intentions to forge ties with you, so we cannot be sure of its truth, she said. But why would the Black Knight family patriarch want to forge ties with me? If I'm not misremembering, this patriarch named Rommel Black Knight is a powerful vampire whose strength rivals that of a top knight, List said, shaking his head in disbelief, but then an idea suddenly struck him. This time, the smoke mission presented a choice of allegiance. At first, he thought he would be forced to make a choice under the pressure of the Grand Duke, but now it seemed to involve Alonzo Zianglai unexpectedly. Could the meaning of the smoke mission be for me to make a stance between Alonzo and the Grand Duke? He pondered in silence. It seemed from the onset that Alonzo had been positioned as an enemy in the fight against the dragons because List had killed his vampire servants and seized his iron mines. However, what was overlooked was that both vampires and iron ore were part of the war, and losses on the battlefield were inevitable. For a dragon knight, such losses might not seem too severe, especially when compared to gaining the allegiance of a foremost ancient warrior inheritor. These losses were within acceptable bounds. Could it be that Alonzo may wish to recruit me as a follower? He speculated. Based on his habits, it does indeed seem possible. Didn't he hoodwink the Marquis of the Bull into being crippled? Chapter 701, Eagle Spreads Its Wings. List was puzzled. He didn't know what Alonzo Zianglai was thinking, and was even more uncertain what the lurking crisis meant. It was true that Alonzo might have designs on the Duchy of Sapphire, but what could he rely on to lay hands on it? The Duchy of Sapphire had dominated the seas for over 150 years and was certainly not a small nation that could be manipulated by just anyone. For the moment, no one could provide an answer. In Black Horse Island, Fresh Flower Town, only Ak knew about List's identity as a Dragon Knight. However, Ak didn't really understand politics and couldn't provide List with any reference opinions. There was another person on Coral Island who knew his identity, so the perplexed List prepared to have a good talk with Marquis Lee William of Bulltail. But when he arrived at Tulip Castle, he found out that the Marquis had gone to the Bulltail domain of Ironhoof Island to take over his newly awarded estate. Then let Ak take me to Ironhoof Island, List decided without any hesitation, asking Ak to take him to Ironhoof Island directly. It was a 4-day voyage from Coral Island to Ironhoof Island, but for Ak, it was only an hour's journey. The clam served as a submarine. List and Ak lay down side by side inside it, chatting and resting for a while, and before long they had already reached Ironhoof Island, hundreds of kilometers away. Bulltail City was the main city of the Bulltail Domain, a large coastal city that boasted a castle that had once belonged to the Bull family, Bulltail Fort. The Bull family was quite brutish when it came to naming things. The island was called Ironhoof Island, and due to a particular fondness for bulls, all the cities were named after parts of the bull: horn, hoof, tail, sinew, spine, hair, rump, rib, and so on. Each city had its own castle, though of course, none could compare to the grandeur of Bull Castle in Ironhoof City. The cities and castles not given to followers mainly served as vacation residences for the Bull family, so Bulltail Fort was even more Spartan than Tulip Castle. Of course. Even though Bulltail Fort was Spartan, in addition to the main city of Bulltail City, the Bulltail Domain also included 2 other large cities, Bullrump City and Bullrib City, as well as 10 smaller cities. Thus, the Tulip family suddenly gained 3 large castles with names and 10 smaller city castles of varying sizes. At this moment, the flag raised atop Bulltail Fort was the red flag of the Tulip family, signifying that the place now belonged to the Tulip family. The guards of Bulltail Fort were very lax. It wasn't until List and Ek approached the main gate that a pair of patrolling knights noticed them. Seeing List, the knights hurried over to salute and welcome the two into the castle. Butler Zaire rushed over, anxious and apologetic. "I'm so sorry, Young Master List, Miss Acroloids, I wasn't aware of your visit today. The castle is a mess and not yet properly arranged, and no servants have been assigned to guard the door. This is a severe oversight. Where is my father? List did not care for these details. The master and lady have gone to Bulltail City to inspect the transfer of workshops and shops. Please wait a moment, young master and miss, I will send a servant to Bulltail City to find the master immediately. List nodded, wandering around Bulltail Fort with Ack to take a look at the castle. It was his first time coming to Bulltail City, his first time seeing Bulltail Fort. Speaking of which, it was somewhat cold. Ack had the technology for fast travel, and he hadn't thought to visit the Bulltail domain for a tour. Perhaps subconsciously, he didn't consider anything outside of Black Horse Island as his territory. To retreat for 3 to 5 years and then build a nation overseas, he wouldn't have much involvement here, so he didn't bother to invest emotionally. Just as he finished looking around Bulltail Fort, the Marquis had already returned. List, Ack, when did you come over? Why didn't you give a heads up? It was a spur-of-the-moment decision. I came to discuss something with you, father, List replied. Lady Marie smiled and said, you two go and talk in the study. I'll prepare lunch for you. Generally, whenever it came to matters involving List and his father, she was conscious not to be in the way and found an excuse to leave. The study was nicely furnished, and the Marquis somehow acquired a large batch of new books, filling the shelves. List had not seen these new books before, and he suddenly felt an itch in his hands, wanting to take a knife to slice through the cover, to see if he could find any more secret techniques. Of course. He restrained himself, gesturing to Ack to flip through the books as he liked and directly began discussing with the Marquis. My blood servant has discovered a large number of vampires from the Black Knight family sneaking into Ironhoof Island, and it seems their arrival bodes ill. Vampires sneaking in? The Marquis frowned. What is their purpose? I'm not clear on that, but they didn't come for me. After I killed a pureblood, they not only did not seek revenge, but Chieftain Rommel of the Black Knight family even wished to make my acquaintance. I suspect the Black Knight family's action this time is on the instructions of Alonso. That's possible. Famur died because of the Pioneer Mandate. This is warfare between kingdoms. Moreover, I have already sent 2 letters requesting ransom for the Sky Knights, and there has been no response whatsoever from Alonso's side, which is not normal. Indeed, Garcia and Fox, although both just average Sky Knights, are still young and have the potential to advance to Sword Saint. It doesn't make sense to just abandon them. After listening to List's explanation, the Marquis fell into deep thought. For Alonso to be ready to recruit you does indeed fit the logic. But what makes him confident that I would abandon my status with the Sapphire and follow him? Even if he is a Dragon Knight, he's still only a Viscount. If Alonso were a Duke and had founded his own kingdom, then he would have been worthy to recruit List. But he was just a Dragon Knight fostered by the Eagle Kingdom. If he dies, the dragon must be returned, and he has no qualifications to recruit a powerful ancient warrior inheritance like List. How could he possibly give List a status comparable to that in the Sapphire? The Grand Duke was ready to attract him with the title of Marquis. Just a nod, and the title of Marquis of Ironhoof Island would be his for the taking. Alonso Xianclai, as a Bronze Dragon Knight, might sound mighty, yet his title was only that of Summit Marquis plus Lotus Hill Count. Since the Black Knight family isn't targeting you, and Alonso is showing signs of wanting to recruit you, does this mean his target is the Sapphire itself? I have had my suspicions too, but with what would he conquer the Sapphire? The dragon-slaying battle? The Marquis said, as ever since List started dragon riding, the thought of the dragon-slaying battle had lingered for a long time. Could it be that Alonso is preparing to fight the Grand Duke? Coming alone to a distant land, isn't he afraid of being trapped here? Even if a Dragon Knight is powerful, the Sapphire family could easily flee and hide. Making a comeback after avoiding the assault seems not difficult. What if he's not coming alone, but with a plethora of knight orders? The Marquis suddenly thought, initially, you said the descendants of the Marquis of Bull had defected to the Continental Kingdom, and surmised that Alonso was their backer. With the Bull family's legacy, they could certainly help the Eagle Kingdom build a fleet. This List wanted to counter, for he'd always felt quite secure being isolated overseas, but what the Marquis said made sense. Since the escape of the Marquis of Bull, shipbuilding technology was no longer exclusive to the Sapphire. The Bull family had been preparing to slay dragons for more than a day or two, which meant they had defected to the Eagle Kingdom long ago, and over the years the Eagle Kingdom frantically built ships and trained sailors, amassing a large fleet of ships, in the thousands. As if to confirm the Marquis's conjecture. After the midday banquet, a knight riding a falcon magical beast descended from the sky, landing at Bulltail Fort, a knight from the directly subordinated Ashen Hawk Knights of the Grand Duke. This knight came from Bullhoof City and was currently affiliated with the Quicksand City Marquis Nesta Big Flower Hydrangea, Stationed in Bullhoof City, he brought explosive news. Marquis of Bulltail, Viscount List, we have received a report from Rat. The Eagle Kingdom has mobilized a large fleet to invade our Sapphire. Chapter 702, Benefits of the Fisherman. As expected, it just as I predicted. When the Ashen Hawk Knight who delivered the message had left, the Marquis's face darkened as he looked up at the gloomy sky through the window at a 45-degree angle. It was now December, and the days until the winter snow were drawing near, with temperatures dropping day by day. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He was not shaken by the news, on the contrary, there was even a hint of satisfaction within him as he reclaimed the dignity of his forebears. The cunning of age outmatched the inexperience of youth. Li Ct hadn't foreseen the outcome, but he had predicted it accurately. This was experience, this was the way of life, this was why he was able to establish the Tulip family. The Marquis turned his head, looking at List with eyes that seemed to sparkle with the confidence of your dad will always be your dad. The Eagle Kingdom's ambition for Sapphire has been long-standing, and it's finally reached the point of eruption. The only question is whether the invaders who followed the fleet were led by Alonso. Alonso is a certainty. List did not meet the Marquis's gaze, nor did he show any look of admiration. From the moment Marquis of Bull defected, he was involved in this plan. Without a doubt, he will be the leader of this war. What does the Grand Duke plan to do? To see a part and understand the whole. When the Eagle Kingdom's fleet began to reveal their whereabouts, many clues merged together in List's mind, forming a picture that was much clearer than what Li William could see. Many years ago, the royal family of the Eagle Kingdom, harassed by Sapphire, decided to resolve this barbaric little country overseas once and for all. But Sapphire's geographical location is unique, with layered seas acting as a barrier, making it impossible to conquer. As for the dragon-slaying battle, the initial battle before the founding of Sapphire failed and it was just as unlikely to succeed afterward. Especially at sea, and with the protection of the Steel Ridge Kingdom, the Dragon Knights of the Eagle Kingdom wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Dragon Knights don't guarantee victory over dragons. Therefore, the Eagle Kingdom got in touch with the Bull family and even earlier with the Magic Goat family, who were also being maneuvered by the Eagle Kingdom in the background. In any case, the Bull family was enticed by the Lich Clan. By the time of Marquis Bull, it's very likely he was already heavily involved with the Eagle Kingdom, preparing for dragon slaying and transformation into a lich, while also aiding the Eagle Kingdom in shipbuilding. Alonso was the executor of this plan. Only, the dragon slaying did not go smoothly, the Sapphire Dragon didn't perish, and the Grand Duke made a stylish entrance by capturing Marquis Bull, so Alonso did not dare to make a move. He sent vampires to Ironhoof Island to find the missing Goat Assembly's Grand Magician, to ascertain the Grand Duke's situation. Until today. It was probably because he knew about the Grand Duke's situation, or maybe because their Knight Order was strong enough to conquer Sapphire, or perhaps Dragon Knights of Steel Ridge were preoccupied with something else. In any case, Alonso began the invasion of Sapphire, and the problem brought by List was just a minor nuisance. Garcia and Fox, as captives, needn't pay ransom. If they conquer Sapphire, there will be no more captive issues. As for the Black Knight family, it might be because Alonso expressed appreciation for List, which led Chieftain Rommel to abandon his desire for revenge, wanting to befriend List instead. And so, the Smoke Mission issued had tasks of lurking crises and choosing allegiances. What do you think? The Marquis was a bit displeased, not seeing the look of admiration in List's eyes, but rather a nonchalant demeanor as if he were the one who had guessed the Eagle Kingdom's attack strategies. List indeed thought this way. He disregarded the Marquis's previous conjectures outright, summing up all the clues to form a clear picture, everything under control. What I think is not important, what matters is how the Grand Duke is going to respond. How does Marquis Nesta expect us to gather the Knight Order to defend Ironhoof Island? I think we can play along. Not take a more proactive stance? How to take the initiative? The Marquis said, sooner or later you will need to establish a nation, but a Grand Duchy lacks the support of a kingdom and will find it difficult to develop stability. Should the more dangerous dragon-slaying war arise, the situation would be unpredictable. As a Dragon Knight, and being an Archmage, you could choose to seek refuge with the Eagle Kingdom, or with the Steel Ridge Kingdom. What about the Grand Duke? Ah, the Marquis sighed, I serve the Grand Princess, and the Grand Duke has not mistreated me, but the crisis of the Sapphire is not mine to decide. As a Marquis, I hope to fulfill the duties of a follower for the Sapphire family as much as possible, but as of today, ordinary knights are no longer able to determine the outcome of wars. The Marquis could not determine the outcome of wars. Once the Knight Order of the Eagle Kingdom swarmed into the Sapphire, then the Knight Order of the Sapphire would lose its advantage at sea. Moreover, the Marquis was well aware of why he was able to be promoted to Marquis, it was because of his son's strong performance. But List could. He gradually understood what choice meant, honestly, Father, I do not like to rely on others, whether it's the Eagle Kingdom or the Steel Ridge Kingdom, neither is worth my allegiance. If I were to establish a nation, I even want to name it a kingdom right from the start and become the king myself. The Marquis looked at List in silence. List, a kingdom needs to have at least 2 dragons. List's expression was unreadable. I know. Seeing this, the Marquis did not dwell on whether it should be a kingdom or a Grand Duchy, but said, by your words, you would be willing to help the Grand Duke at a crucial moment? I am not one who likes change. I quite like the current position of the Duchy of Sapphire. It is suitable for me to lie low and develop slowly. However, it still depends on how the war progresses. Perhaps if the Grand Duke and Alonso inflicting mutual harm on one another, that would be the best opportunity for my entrance. The Smoke Mission provided a stance to choose, but did not specify whether to aid the Grand Duke of Sapphire or to side with the Eagle Kingdom. Consequently, List had a third option. When the fisherman benefits from the fight between the Snipe and the Clam, he could take Sapphire for his own while the Grand Duke and Alonso are both weakened. To extract the maximum benefit. Do not be too confident, you are still young, you can afford to work steadily and securely. I understand, Father. The Eagle Kingdom is invading, and soon Ironhoof Island will become the battleground. Be careful here. I will return to my domain with Act 2, organize the Night Order and head to Bulltail Domain for support. Then we'll see how the situation develops and how the Grand Duke responds. There was no delay. List immediately had Act transport him back, made brief preparations, and notified the Tulip family, organizing the Coral Island Knights and the Black Horse Island Knights order to be ready to march. Then, along with Act, he returned to the Bulltail Domain to wait for the war's arrival. And they waited 3 days. When the first prince leading the large troop of the Blue Blood Knight Order arrived at Bullhoof City, the fast-sailing ships scattered at sea belonging to the Sapphire finally spotted the fleet of the Eagle Kingdom. A sight too massive to quantify, at least thousands of double-masted sailing ships, along with a few scattered triple-masted sailing ships. When the news reached Bullhoof City, the first prince immediately convened a meeting. More than 30 nobles, including marquises and earls, stood ready for battle, waiting for the first prince's further instructions. The first prince, with a grave expression, surveyed the audience and slowly began, My father, the Grand Duke of Sapphire, is already en route on the back of the Sapphire Dragon. This is a major crisis concerning the safety of Sapphire's territories, but do not panic, gentlemen. The sea is Sapphire's turf, the invaders of the Eagle Kingdom are destined to meet their end in the azure seawater. Your Highness, what should we do? We shall mount an offensive and engage in naval battle, intercepting the Eagle Kingdom's fleet at sea, ensuring they cannot set foot on any Sapphire Island. Chapter 703, Old Rival. As the ship set sail from Bullhoof Island port, List understood that war had become inevitable. Moreover, naval battles are brutal. For knights, the cramped space on the ships hardly allows for charging. All they can do is exchange blows from a distance or leap about inboard in combat. List, accompanied by Riding Tulip family's flagship, the Tulip, chose not to engage in the fight but to watch as the battle spread over the sea. Once he had decided in his heart to reap the spoils of the fisherman's benefit, war became like a movie to him, where all he had to do was buy a good ticket and find his seat. We have an advantage in naval battles. The Sapphire Knights have had no shortage of skirmishes with pirates, and their experience in water combat is something the Knights of the Eagle Kingdom, trained in haste, simply cannot match. After all, they haven't been through the baptism of the sea and don't know how to manipulate the surges. Lee William stood at the bow, holding a telescope and surveying the entire seascape of battle. The Dragon Knights had not yet appeared on the battlefield, so at the moment it was just a naval battle between ordinary knights. The Sapphire's Knight Order and fleet were still arriving in succession, and the current number of ships was not large. The Eagle Kingdom, however, had mobilized en masse, with countless sailboats covering the entire sea. However, their ships were noticeably slow and stiff in maneuvering, especially in front of the Sapphire's numerous fast sailboats, which made them appear clumsy. 2 fast sailboats, working in tandem, approached from left and right. In an instant, a large group of knights leaped from their respective decks and commenced a boarding battle. 2 against 1, they easily annihilated a sailboat from the Eagle Kingdom. Then the Sapphire fast sailboats quickly moved away and charged towards the next Eagle Kingdom sailboat. The fleets of the 2 kingdoms had only just encountered each other for a short time, and already dozens of sailboats had been wiped out, 70% of which belonged to the Eagle Kingdom. The huge disparity in naval battle strength was not only evident in the ships but also in the knights. The rocking decks had no effect on the Sapphire Knights but were extremely challenging for the knights of the Eagle Kingdom. With their combat skills deformed and their bodies unstable, their combat power was directly weakened by 30 to 40%. How could they compete with the agile Sapphire Knights? Therefore, even though the Sapphire's ships were fewer in number, they far exceeded the Eagle Kingdom in combat effectiveness. All of this was seen clearly by List through his telescope. The demeanor of the Eagle Kingdom is magnificent, but their naval battle strength does not match up with their spirit. At this rate, they probably won't make it to shore before meeting their end in this sea area. But it probably won't be that simple. The Eagle Kingdom wouldn't invade so rashly. It's the magicians, Ak, also holding a telescope, suddenly said. Li William and List both exclaimed in surprise. Ak put down the telescope and pointed towards the sea ahead. I feel magic power converging. There are many magicians hidden on the Eagle Kingdom's ships. No further hints were needed from Ak. The second wave of boarding combat unfolded quickly, and it was then that everyone realized the invaders from the Eagle Kingdom included not only knights but also a large number of magicians. In an instant, countless spells erupted over the sea surface, with huge water pillars shooting up, meteorites shooting from the sky, numerous ice lances weaving back and forth, lightning cleaving through the sea waves, and a massive dark mist devouring everything in sight. Water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, ice, and darkness, 8 types of magic spells were released in a chaotic mix. The Sapphire's lead-fast sailboats were quickly overwhelmed by the magic. However, on the Sapphire's fast sailboats, there were also a group of magicians. While the ships maneuvered to avoid magic attacks, these magicians counterattacked the opposing side, especially the ships of the Blue Blood Alliance, where nearly every fast sailboat had a few magicians casting spells in retaliation. I thought that starting with the Magic Goat family, the Sapphire family no longer put much effort into nurturing magicians, especially after the Goat Assembly and the Marquis of Bull's dragon-slaying incident, List said, somewhat puzzled. Magicians are indeed declining, but no matter what, our combat and daily life can't do without magicians. The Grand Duke wouldn't hold a bias against magicians because of 1 or 2 magic incidents. As Li William spoke, he turned to Ak and instructed, our fleet also needs to enter the combat zone. Ak, protect the fleet well. He issued the order as an elder. However, Ak did not answer him, simply looking toward List. Only when List nodded did she reply, Ak will protect the fleet well. As a sea monster magician, perhaps due to her race or maybe because of List's teachings, she had little enthusiasm for humans. Even though the man was List's father, she only treated him with indifference. This brought a touch of faint sorrow to Li William's heart, but he quickly coughed to conceal it. Please continue to watch the battle. As a follower of the Grand Duke, I will personally join in this maritime warfare. It is the duty of a follower, and I will not choose to flee. Having said this, he left the bow with long strides, ready to command the family fleet to fight. His heart was not flustered in the least, fully displaying the noble qualities of a knight and establishing the towering image of a father, landlord, and elder. After all, with a dragon knight and an archmage standing behind him, what was there to fear? Magic ascended. Qi surged forth. The sea battle quickly escalated to a fervent pitch, with innumerable ships sinking to the ocean's surface. List's own Knight Order and fleet had not yet arrived at Ironhoof Island, half of the Coral Island Knight Order had not reached either. According to normal message relay and support, it took 7 days to travel to and from Coral Island, and only 3 days had passed, so he was only following half of the family fleet stationed at Bulltail Domain. There was no need for his own knights to wear themselves out in the naval battle. Even he himself had not made a move. However, the Marquis of Bulltail showed valiant bravery, repeatedly soaring and capturing ships, defeating several sailboats with his own power. Whenever there was peril, there would always be a fiery arrow to free him from tight spots, or a water tornado to block deadly moves for him. This made him even more reckless, killing joyously in all directions. Now, with the ships on the sea incessantly releasing surging Qi, the ambient magic power around the battlefield had become unstable, and magic began to decay, turning into Sky Knights soaring through the air. These flying Sky Knights were undoubtedly the main force in the boarding combat. The Marquis's Qi is nearing completion. I didn't expect that just a few days after I gave him the Sky Manual, he would be on the verge of perfecting his advanced Qi. List, employing the Eye of Magic, was tracking Li William's movements and could naturally see the gradual solidification of his Qi's radiance. This was a sign of complete advanced level Qi. But it's also normal, the Marquis has been famous for his sword for more than a decade, his Qi should have reached a certain point long ago. With the aid of the Sky Manual, breaking through the final barrier is just a matter of course. He was observing Li William's combat, when Ak spoke up to remind him, brother, there's a Sky Knight over there who looks very powerful, he can hover in midair. Is he what brother described as a domain knight? Taking up a telescope, List looked in the direction Ak pointed and saw a familiar figure of a knight charging toward a sapphire sailboat. His way of flying was radically different from that of a typical Sky Knight. The usual Sky Knight appeared more like jumping, diving, and gliding, but he was truly flying. The sort of flying synonymous with Sun Wukong riding on his somersault cloud. The Eye of Magic could see a cloud of Qi beneath his feet. List suddenly laughed. If it isn't my old rival Marquis Nuta. I didn't expect him to be one of the invaders. How I have missed him these many days. Chapter 704, Easy Capture Signal. The Tulip fleet to sail to the right front. When the Marquis decided to personally hunt monsters and level up, List became the Tulip's highest commander, instantly ordering the fleet to change its direction of attack. I want to catch up with Demaria US Stone. The fleet swiftly turned the rudder toward Marquis Nuta's ships, and with the protection of List and Ek, the Tulip fleet hadn't lost a single ship so far and still maintained a full crew. Especially during boarding combat, Ek often released a few spells that easily destroyed the opponent's vessels. The sea was her territory, whoever she wanted to be subdued had to be thoroughly subdued. Dozens of Tulip sailboats continued to advance, rushing towards Marquis Nuta, who was brutally destroying ships, and the distance closed so rapidly that there was no need for telescopes to observe. At this time, the Marquis of Bulltail, who was slaughtering in all directions, noticed the change in direction of his own fleet and immediately returned to the deck of the Tulip. List, what's happening? Why has the sailing route changed? Father, look over there. Li William looked up and immediately spotted Marquis Nuta, that is. Demaria US Stone, the Domain Knight. Yes, that's him. List took hold of the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword's hilt with one hand, his expression slightly excited. As a powerful Domain Knight, not only does he possess the Chi Domain manual but also his family's Chi secret technique. As long as I capture him, all of that will be mine. The Marquis asked, can you take him down without revealing the dragon? List raised his head proudly. Father, you know too little about dragon knights. With his current strength, his physique was strong, his dragon chi surged, and he could unleash the dragon's intent with the help of Fire Dragon Leo inside his body. His combat power was so formidable that it was beyond the imagination of ordinary knights. Then, I'll go lure Demaria. The Marquis was eager to try, he had never crossed swords with a Domain Knight before. Whatever. Good. When the two fleets drew close enough to see the expression on Marquis Nuta's face, the Marquis of Bulltail suddenly stood up and soared, charging towards the unmatched Marquis Nuta. The distance was closing in. Marquis Nuta naturally saw the Marquis of Bulltail as well, recognizing him as the father of the one who had made him a laughingstock in the Eagle Kingdom. A Domain Knight, a Marquis with high status in the kingdom, defeated by a youth from the insignificant Sapphire country, was for him a humiliation beyond measure. His gaze swept around but did not find List. Marquis Nuta smirked coldly and flew towards the Marquis of Bulltail. This time, he would rule the Duchy of Sapphire and wipe away his previous shame. The soaring Marquis of Bulltail was also brimming with confidence. So, moments later, the two collided abruptly, their water attribute G clashing like two giant waves, scattering raindrops all over the sky. Then, a scream seemed to be heard. The Marquis of Bulltail plummeted at a speed even faster than his charge. Ak, save the Marquis, List ordered, immediately stirring up his fire attribute Dragon Chi, streaking toward Marquis Nuta like an arrow. Marquis Nuta, having just routed the Marquis of Bulltail and ready to pursue Li William to capture him, suddenly noticed a ball of flames rushing towards him. The ball of flames rapidly merged with the figure in his memory, awakening the rage etched deeply in his mind. It's him. List. The ancient warrior inheritor. You relied on archery to launch a sneak attack and were lucky to win once before, now you want to use the same old tricks? Do you really think I, the surging wave sword saint, am without merit? Marquis Nuta gripped an ordinary-looking greatsword tightly, his gaze fixed on the azure greatsword in the hands of the figure of flames, and my Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword, give it back to me. In an instant, numerous thoughts flickered. Marquis Nuta commanded all his chi to gather on himself, preparing for a frontal assault to prove his strength. However, the fiery figure in his vision quickly began to dim, and soon the flames extinguished. Instead, a cold icy aura started to gather around him. Boom! Furious chi clashed with the cold ice energy. But the earth-shattering collision that had been expected did not occur. Instead, List casually waved the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword, releasing countless water attribute chi in a special way, which upon touching the chi domain, quickly crystallized the mixed chi into ice, segregating it. Through the vision of the Eye of Magic, the previously surging chi domain of Marquis Nuta visibly collapsed at an observable rate. Clang! The mediocre greatsword clashed with the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword, radiating even more bone-chilling cold, sending ripples outward in waves, sweeping away more of the chi domain. How can this be? Marquis Nuta sensed something was amiss, his power waning like the tide. Moreover, the most important thing was that List, standing before him, was not pushed back by his power. Instead, he displayed even more overbearing strength, hovering in midair, battling him. This left him utterly shocked. How can you also hover in midair? Without a chi domain, you can't fly at all, you can only jump. You guess. List revealed a smile, not immediately switching back to fire attribute chi but continuing to use the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword's innate ice rotation and ice seal skills to deal with Markinuta. He did not want to immediately crush Markinuta and reveal his tremendous strength, plus it was a good opportunity to familiarize himself with the ice seal skills of the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword. Impossible. Why is my chi domain collapsing? Because I have the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword, which inherently has the effect of an ice-sealed chi domain. This. The innate attribute of the greater elf warrior, beyond the comprehension of your intellect. Naturally you don't know the ice seal skills, List said leisurely. The sky battle was like a walk in the park for him, chatting and fighting simultaneously without any hindrance to his performance. Countless water attribute chi overflowed, continuously annihilating the chi domain, and within a few exchanges of dialogue, the chi domain of Markinuta was on the verge of collapse, leaving him too frightened to speak and get distracted. Although humiliated, he began to contemplate retreat. List. If it weren't for the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword, you would never be able to face me head-on. Enjoy your arrogance for now, for it won't be long before the Duchy of Sapphire falls, and I will have you savor the taste of the Great River Heart Fortress prison food. Having said this, he fiercely inflated his remaining chi domain, propelling himself away at high speed in a desperate escape. His gaze sharpened. List quickly abandoned the ice rotation skill, reactivating the fire attribute Dragon Chi, rocketing after the fleeing Markinuta like a jet. A distant visitor is a guest, Marquis de Maria. Why not first savor the prison food of the Thorn Castle? I assure you, the flavor is unforgettable. Get lost. Markinuta slashed with his sword, cutting through the waves as if cleaving a path of light. List wielded the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword with one hand, his flames bursting forth to shatter all the light and waves, striking Markinuta on the back. Splat. Markinuta spurted blood instantaneously, plummeting down. But not faster than List's speed. He grabbed hold of his armor, wrapping the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword around his neck with the hot flames swirling around, forcing the internally wounded Markinuta not to make a move. Carrying him like this, List flew towards the tulip, while his followers could only watch their landlord get captured helplessly. The battle may sound complicated, but in reality, it took only a moment to determine the victor. With the capture of Markinuta, the fight came to a swift conclusion. When a Dragon Knight takes the field, capture is assured. Had it not been for a bit of pretense, a mere glance would have been enough to capture Markinuta. The gap in strength was too wide. After tossing Markinuta to the ground, leaving the knights to tie him up with thick iron chains, List greeted them with a gentleman's smile. Welcome to be our guest aboard the Tulip. Chapter 705, Grand Dukes entrance. The Markinuta, still dizzy and with traces of blood on the corner of his mouth, had just a moment ago been full of spirited pride, eager to redeem his previous disgrace. The next moment, he found himself bound in iron chains, hands and feet alike, reduced to a prisoner at the foot of his captor's throne. How can your strength possibly be this formidable? Having regained his composure, he saw the handsome smiling face before him and couldn't help but express his panicked disbelief. List glanced at the ongoing sea battle and said with ease, my strength improves every day. With the formidable power of the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword, and you merely treading water, it's only natural that I would capture you. The chaos of the boarding battle continued unabated despite Markinuta's slip-up. Actually, aside from Markinuta, several other outstanding Sky Knights from the Eagle Kingdom had begun to take control of the battle. If it were not for the Sapphire's Knights' familiarity with naval combat, the situation would have likely been completely one-sided by now. The Eagle Kingdom had been planning this surprise attack for a long time, amassing a large number of elite knights. The Sky Knights alone outnumbered the rows of elite knight orders, all of them chaotically flitting through the sky. The advantages of the swift sailboats and expertise in aquatic warfare were fading, and signs of a rout began to appear within the Sapphire fleet. I don't know how you've been training, whether the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword comes with its formidable power, or if some ancient warrior inheritance has erupted within you. Markinuta steadied himself again, but even if you capture me, you cannot change the fate of the Sapphire family. Is that so? Just wait, the Sapphire will be completely overtaken by the Eagle Kingdom. The Sapphire family and all you followers will become prisoners of the Eagle Kingdom. I don't think so. The Grand Duke hasn't made his move yet. Once the Sapphire Dragon arrives, you all will be sent scurrying. List feigned youthful arrogance, attempting to draw out more information. Besides, the sea is the Sapphire's racecourse. Once the Sapphire's Knight Order is fully assembled, we won't even need the Sapphire Dragon to annihilate the likes of you. Ignorant and arrogant. Markinuta wanted to look down on List, but suddenly remembering his current status as a prisoner, he choked on his words and could only turn his head and close his eyes, refusing to speak further. List continued to bluff, get ready for your ransom. As a domain knight, your ransom won't be a small sum. Marquis Nuta smiled calmly. Hey. Do you really think you'll be rescued soon? Demaria, with my strength, I can race across these seas unimpeded. No one can stop me, meaning no one can rescue you. Only a ransom can secure your freedom. Don't waste your breath, soon you will understand how this sea war will end. I am just a small fish in this conflict, and regardless of your strength, you are no different. Are you trying to scare me? No. After calming his anger, Marquis Nuta became impenetrable, unwilling to reveal anything, merely repeating platitudes about the Sapphire family's doom. As a domain knight, Marquis Nuta was not hot-headed to fall for simple provocations. At that moment, Marquis of Bulltail, who had just been fished out of the sea and changed into clean clothes, walked over. Looking at Marquis Nuta securely bound, he was filled with various emotions. He thought he was close to perfection, capable of withstanding a few blows from a domain knight. He had not expected to be blasted into the sea upon their first meeting, truly losing face. Luckily, List had retrieved his dignity for him. Demaria, I didn't expect us to meet so soon again. On a different battlefield, you would undoubtedly be a force to be reckoned with, but unfortunately, you're out of your element here. Lee William, you've just fathered a good son. You can't even catch a single blow of my sword. I've said before, if it were under different circumstances, your words would make me feel ashamed, but now, as you're bound on my ship, such words hold no power. They will soon. I understand your thoughts. You believe the Eagle Kingdom is destined to win this war, so you don't care that you've been captured. But, sadly, captured is captured. The Tulip family has a multitude of options, but for you, there's only one, Lee William said with his hands behind his back, absolutely certain of his approach towards Demaria. His implication was straightforward. The Sapphire Duke may be annihilated, but as long as the Tulip family pledges their allegiance in time, I believe they could quickly become nobles of the Eagle Kingdom. By then, even if Marquis Nuta holds a high position, he would still need to pay a ransom to the Tulip family to obtain his freedom, because that is what the Tulip family is entitled to. Unless the Tulip family perishes with the Sapphire family, or becomes captives, Marquis Nuta would be able to regain his freedom. No matter what, the disgrace of defeat and captivity had already clung to Marquis Nuta and could only be washed away with time. There was no other way. Seeing Marquis Nuta's face change from pale to flushed with anger, Lee William finally let out a breath of spite. Regardless of whether it looked glorious or not, he was standing in the winner's position, thanks to having a son who was a dragon knight. They locked the panting Marquis Nuta in the bottom of the ship's cabin. Lee William and List began to slow down their offensive momentum, preparing to idle and be insignificant bystanders. No matter if it was Lee William's previous high-flying axe or List's capture of Marquis Nuta, both had sufficiently demonstrated their valor on the battlefield, repaying the Grand Duke's trust. Now, List could use the excuse of being exhausted after a great battle, while Lee William could claim he was seriously injured by Marquis Nuta, no longer needing to fight. It's time to retreat. The Blue Blood Knight Order's fleet can't withstand a bombardment from the Eagle Kingdom's Sky Knights, and the First Prince's flagship has been hit several times, Lee William observed through his telescope and said. List was just about to agree with the Marquis's opinion when suddenly he felt a sensation in his chest. Little Fire Dragon Leo had sent him a message through their mental link. This made his eyebrows twitch, and he couldn't help but exclaim with excitement, Father, the fleet probably won't be retreating after all. The Grand Duke is coming. The Grand Duke? I sense the presence of the Sapphire Dragon. It's not far from us. Is that so? It looks like I still have to keep giving orders for this charade to leave a good impression on the Grand Duke. Lee William immediately started directing the fleet to find new opponents to engage with. List and X stood shoulder to shoulder at the bow of the ship. He hadn't expected the Sapphire Duke to join the battle so soon, as in most knightly wars, the boss typically appears in the final act. Regardless, he still held enthusiastic anticipation for the appearance of the Sapphire Dragon. Every dragon was a synonym for power and beauty. Amid such expectant emotions, the originally chaotic battlefield suddenly quieted down, all knights ceasing their present battles. They turned their heads one after another, looking towards the northern horizon. The dragon's roar rolled like thunder, and from within a cluster of clouds, a blue dragon suddenly burst forth, its crystalline blue glinting in the sunlight. Descending from the clouds like this, its very presence sent shockwaves through the entire scene. Roar. The Sapphire Dragon continued to roar mournfully as it descended over the battlefield. One could faintly make out a figure in blue armor standing on the dragon-tooth platform at its neck and shoulders. As for the Sapphire Dragon itself, it was still as tattered as the last time it was seen, missing a forelimb and with half its scales decayed. Its magic power was still dense and vigorous, yet its body showed no signs of healing. Is it unwilling to heal, or unable to heal? List used his eye of magic to closely observe this powerful adult dragon. At the same time, he clutched his chest. He tried hard to suppress the burning heat at that spot. There, little fire dragon Leo was acting very excited, without any emotion of fear, only thoughts of eagerness to try his strength and tear the opponent to shreds. Chapter 706, Battle of the Dragon Knight. Among the elemental dragons often confused with evil dragons was the fire dragon, Leo. List found that Leo's nature was proud, domineering, and inclined towards wicked thoughts. Had it not been for the power of the bewildering dragon mind fruit, List might never have been able to mount its back to this day. Moreover, as evil continued to gestate, there was a chance that Leo might end up inflicting some form of backlash against List, who had hatched and nurtured it. Although now in harmony with List, routinely purged of its malignant thoughts by him, its pride remained, as undiminished as ever. It did not even consider a crippled sapphire dragon worthy of its attention, let alone tolerate such a dragon upstaging itself. List had to soothe it, coaxing it back to calm. To prevent it from recklessly bursting forth and revealing its true form to clash with the sapphire dragon, thereby ruining the plan of extracting advantage from the situation. Brother, the sapphire dragon looks disfigured as if it's been mutilated. Given a dragon's strong regenerative powers, why has it yet to heal itself? Ak queried, her eyes sparkling with numerous thoughts as she gazed at the sapphire dragon in the sky. Is it deliberate, leaving the scar as a reminder, or is it a wound that can't be healed? She shared the same doubt as List. It doesn't quite resemble deliberate preservation. If the intention was to keep the scars as a reminder of suffered hardships, then it should have done so before the founding of the nation, List could only analyze thusly. Before the nation's founding, during the battle to slay dragons, the sapphire dragon had nearly been killed by the white maw iron dragon. That was a memory worth etching in its mind. Could it be that the soul was damaged, hence the wounds cannot heal? Ak continued with her questions, but List was unable to provide an answer. While everyone expected that the Grand Duke arrived atop the Sapphire Dragon to deal with invaders from the Eagle Kingdom, the Sapphire Dragon circled in the sky without showing any intent to descend or drive away the invaders. List, what's the situation? The Marquis of Bulltail came over again. He had been ready to take advantage of the Sapphire Dragon's appearance to perform a bit of theater, but with the Sapphire Dragon not descending, the naval battle had also come to a standstill. List glanced at the silhouette of the Sapphire Dragon and the Grand Duke, then looked out to the distant ocean horizon. He had roughly guessed, the Grand Duke likely isn't here because of the fleet. The ships of the Eagle Kingdom will be dealt with by the Sapphire Fleet. His target must be Alonzo Xiancli. Alonzo is here? I didn't sense him. My senses are not particularly sharp when I'm not riding a dragon. I can't detect other dragon knights from farther away. So he could only wait. The Grand Duke, too, waited high above the battlefield, riding the Sapphire Dragon. At that moment, the waves in the Great Sea were still raging, but the battlefield fell into an eerie stillness, with none of the ships daring to move about under the watchful eye of the dragon overhead. With the Grand Duke not issuing commands, the first prince, steering the Sapphire Fleet, also made no move. Time ticked away by the minute and the second. Restlessness rose in everyone's hearts, even List began to grow impatient. The arrival of the Sapphire Dragon prevented Leo from resting peacefully, unable to ignore the insolent presence of the ugly Sapphire Dragon flying above, which made him soak through his undershirt with agitation. Whether to fight or retreat, just what is the Grand Duke trying to do? He griped, taking hold of the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword and employing the Ice Rotation skill to release Ice Attribute G to cool himself down, soothing Leo's restlessness. The effect of the Ice Attribute G was good. It quieted Leo for a bit. But before 5 minutes had passed, Leo grew excited once more, conveying its sensation to List. Another dragon was approaching. Roar. The Sapphire Dragon let out a resounding dragon's roar, its head aimed at the southern sky, its eyes emitting dazzling blue light. Following Leo's psychic prompt, List also looked toward the southern horizon. The blue sky and white cloud seemed no different, but when he picked up his telescope, he quickly spotted a dragon flitting in and out of visibility among the clouds. In a moment, the dragon burst through the cloud layer and flew toward the battlefield. Its form was now fully exposed to all. It was a mature dragon of a greenish hue, shimmering with a distinct luster of metal. Compared to the 50-meter wingspan of the Sapphire Dragon, its wingspan seemed a tad smaller, around 30 meters or so. Its frame was more slender than the Sapphire's, and its body not as long, but atop its dragon tooth platform sat a knight in black armor. Without a doubt, this was a true dragon knight, a knight united in spirit with a dragon. In his hand he held a lance about 5 meters in length, matching the greenish hue of his bronze dragon mound. The spearhead, unlike the typical knight's spear, was like a folded, old-fashioned umbrella. 1/3 of the entire lance was the spearhead, structured as a cone, with the thickest part as big as a knight's round shield. It inexplicably reminded List of Athena's golden lance in honor of kings. A 5-meter dragon lance, just about right for a bronze dragon of that size. I'd love to snatch it and use it in conjunction with Leo. Once Leo reaches adulthood with a 100-meter wingspan, a 10-meter dragon lance would be ideal, but 5 meters could be passable. There's nothing better for the juvenile Leo now. He wasn't amazed by the Dragon Knight's presence, rather, like Leo's first impulse to charge out and fight, his first thought was to grab some equipment. Of course. The thought was quickly suppressed, and he continued to watch, as a spectator, the standoff between the two dragons and knights in the sky. Alonzo, think carefully about this. To invade our Sapphire territory does come at a price. Grand Duke Andrew Sapphire's voice boomed. The expression of the Bronze Dragon Knight, Alonzo Ziankli, from across was indiscernible, his knight's helmet equipped with a mask, yet his voice, deep and hoarse, carried authority. Do you think I went to all the trouble of drawing away Steel Ridge's Dragon Knights just to come and listen to your threats? So, no chance of a discussion? You never had the right to discuss matters. A crippled sapphire dragon and an old man who can't ride a dragon. I'm going to take action now, Duke Andrew. Alonzo seemed ready to mock, but ultimately refrained, calmly making his choice and swinging the Green Knight's long sword. In an instant, man and dragon charged toward the sapphire dragon. Grand Duke Andrew didn't have a dragon lance, he wasn't a dragon knight, just a man standing on the dragon tooth platform, maneuvering the sapphire dragon. Yet he didn't panic facing the dragon knight. He calmly drew his own blue greatsword from his waist. The sword was 2 meters long. The blade burst out with a rippling blue flame, like flowing water. This was a knight's longsword never mentioned in descriptions before, unlike the whaling cage sword that Grand Duke Andrew was known to wield, a greater elf warrior weapon of similar grade to the Ice Soul dragon slaying sword, which was roughly 1.5 meters long and did not emit blue flames. Instead, it was the greatsword of the Marquis of Bull that List had seen before, the one he jokingly called the Pleasure of Flame, that emanated blue flames. And it was speculated to possibly be forged from a forelimb of the sapphire dragon. Regardless of the sword's origin, as soon as the greatsword was drawn, the sapphire dragon's body was suffused with a bright blue light, its presence growing even mightier. Then, at that moment, the Grand Duke unexpectedly sat down on the dragon tooth platform. Man and dragon quickly united their souls, and with List's eye of magic vision, their chi and magic power merged into one. Roar! Wielding the greatsword, he charged toward Bronze Dragon Knight Alonzo. In that instant, only a few, including List, could understand, Grand Duke Andrew was also truly a dragon knight. Chapter 707, My Name Sly Old Bastard. List cursed impolitely in his mind. The Sapphire Duke truly was a cunning old fox, keeping hidden whether he was a dragon knight or a dragon domain landlord. In the end, List had concluded he must be a dragon domain landlord. Yet, at the moment of battle, he mounted the Sapphire Dragon, becoming a true dragon knight. This is entrapment. List felt a bit unsettled. He was once full of confidence that as long as he succeeded in dragon riding, he could easily beat the Duke. Now, he realized that he was still too young, unaware of the dangers of the world. Perhaps after the dragon-slaying incident, the Duke already had the idea of entrapment, otherwise, he wouldn't have always posed as a dragon domain landlord. Knowing the ambitions of the Eagle Kingdom, he would naturally take precautions. Although guessing after the fact might seem like an afterthought, it wasn't too late. At least he still had the chance to benefit like a fisherman waiting to reap the rewards. The Sapphire Dragon Knight would ultimately have to battle with the Bronze Dragon Knight. Boom! Earth Attribute Dragon Chi collided with Ice Attribute Dragon Chi, and the Bronze Dragon also clashed with the Sapphire Dragon. The giant bodies collided starkly, emitting a dull clatter sound. The light green dragon lance struck against the blue flame sword, creating sparks flying with lightning. Rocks transformed by dragon chi and hail rained down chaotically, splashing the sea below with surging waves. The first prince had no choice but to command the fleet to retreat, while someone from the Eagle Kingdom began instructing to sail to another area of the sea, still hoping to land ashore. Boom! The Bronze Dragon and Sapphire Dragon collided frenetically. Alonzo and Andrew kept unleashing combat skills, and in a flash, the entire sky was filled with half a heavy earthy yellow and half a chilling blue-white. Rocks scattered, hail pelted down, and the battlefield stretched from east to west without pause, seemingly evenly matched. The Tulip family's fleet was also quietly withdrawing, only lagging a bit behind, constantly paying attention to the battlefield in the sky. Marquis Li William, protected by dragon knights and archmages, was not in the least bit frightened as he watched the rare dragon-slaying battle, exclaiming repeatedly, "Who would have thought the Duke was also a dragon knight? I never expected it either, that the Duke deceived us all." He probably had no choice, for the pressure in his position is hardly less than that on us ordinary knights. Li William seemed to understand the Duke's actions quite well, but his allegiance was no longer with a Duke. List, We must now reevaluate our next moves. I know, List said, his expression serious. He wasn't worried at all, for whatever happened, he and Ek together would not be intimidated by Dragon Knights. However, the Duke's Dragon Knight identity brought much uncertainty to the battle situation, and he might not be able to enjoy the benefits of a bystander's advantage after all. One Dragon Knight was more than enough to protect a Grand Duchy. If before Alonso had a 90% probability to defeat the Duke, now at best it was 60-40. With the forces so evenly matched, it was likely that neither side would escalate the battle to the extreme. They'd have a fight, then find an excuse to retreat, each returning to their own homes. However, the battle escalated in an instant. All of a sudden, the Bronze Dragon bit into the Sapphire Dragon's neck, and the Sapphire Dragon retaliated by biting the Bronze Dragon's wing, dragon blood spraying into the sea in bubbling torrents. Alonso wielded the light green dragon lance, continuously thrusting to kill the Duke, who in turn swung the blue flame sword in response and roared, "Alonso, we're both Dragon Knights, continuing this standoff benefits no one. Why not stop here? Otherwise, when the Dragon Knights of Steel Ridge return, you will perish here." Enough talk. Alonso persisted, not stopping for a moment. "Though this old fox deceived me once, you think I'm new to this? Today is destined to be the day Sapphire meets its doom, and no one can stop it. I said it." The light green dragon lance overflowed with earthy yellow dragon chi, each strike as if lifting a mountain to smash upon the foe. Boom. Boom. The Duke resisted strenuously, grinding his teeth. "Are you mad? I'm just fulfilling the plan to destroy Sapphire." "Madman." Boom. Boom. The battle had reached a fever pitch. Both dragons teetered in the sky, bleeding, with no intention to retreat. List's pupils spun like galaxies, his eye of magic tirelessly following the trajectories of both men and both dragons. He could clearly see that neither Alonso nor the Duke were using mere advanced Chi manuals or Chi secret techniques. They were attacking with moves complemented by Dragon Chi. This was the Dragon Chi manual he hoped to innovate. Brutal, wild, yet when combined with Dragon Chi, it could unleash tremendous attacking power, a clear step above ordinary Chi in combat strength. Just then, Ak suddenly said, "Brother, I want to collect that dragon blood." List nodded. "Be careful." Collecting dragon blood in the sea didn't pose much danger to Ak, and the spilled dragon blood was a treasure of immense value, too precious to be wasted carelessly. On land, the blood could merge with the earth to form ores, but in the sea, it was likely a different story. List was reluctant to use Leo's blood for Ak's experiments. Moreover, Leo's blood would directly boil into flames, so the blood of the Bronze Dragons and the Sapphire Dragons was the best material for research. Ak locked onto the direction of the dragon-slaying battle in the sky and quickly dived into the sea to collect the dragon blood. List was still observing the way Dragon Knights fought. Being a new dragon rider and a poor one at that, he had to figure everything out on his own. Now that two teachers were displaying their skills in a real fight, providing him with rich experience, he naturally didn't want to miss any detail of the battle. Roar! Roar! The dragon's roars echoed between heaven and sea, carried by the surging waves, as almost all of the ships had retreated from, or more accurately, stayed away from the battlefield. This was because the two Dragon Knights seemed to be deliberately avoiding the fleet to prevent accidental injuries. Their battle was so ferocious that even the aftermath could easily destroy ships and kill ordinary knights. The winter sun was setting in the west. In a blink, it was already the afternoon, and the two Dragon Knights had been fighting with their powerful sustained combat abilities for a full hour and a half. The two dragons were covered in wounds, bloodied and still, there was no victory in sight. The condition of the two riders on the Dragon's Tooth platform was also starting to deteriorate, their attack moves becoming increasingly disorganized. The Grand Duke once again roared in anger, "Alonso, do you intend to be buried with me in this sea?" "You're wrong." Alonso suddenly let out a cheerful laugh. "Do you really think I'm fighting to the death with you? Old man, you guard against the Eagle Kingdom at every turn, but did you think I haven't considered this? You can disguise yourself as a Dragon Domain landlord with Dragon Knight status, and naturally, I can also feign a lone attack on Sapphire." The Grand Duke was suddenly shaken, as if he had discovered something incredible. You have another Dragon Knight following you?" With the Grand Duke's shock, a distant figure swiftly emerged from the clouds on the horizon, speeding towards the still entangled pair of Dragon Knights, and upon drawing closer, it was indeed another dragon. A dragon just slightly smaller than the Sapphire Dragon, with a light green hue. On the Dragon's Tooth platform on its back, sat a knight in silver armor and helmet, holding a 5-meter-long silver dragon lance in hand. Upon seeing this Dragon Knight, the Grand Duke bit his teeth and bellowed in anger, "Light green Sapphire Dragon Knight, Carla Violet, very well. Marquis Alonso, I've arrived, and my dragon lance is already eager for dragon blood, unable to wait to slay a dragon." The light green Sapphire Dragon Knight, Carla Violet, joined the fray with lightning speed, attempting to assassinate the Sapphire Dragon. Roar! The Sapphire Dragon let out a wail of pain. The Grand Duke, already struggling against Alonso alone, was now being overwhelmed 2 against 1. Escape was impossible as previous exhaustion left no chance to avoid the newly arrived light green Sapphire Dragon Knight's entanglement, leaving no choice but to continuously fend off the lethal attacks of the 2 Dragon Knights. Dragon blood dyed the sky red. The Sapphire Dragon was on the brink of a grievous defeat, and perhaps even on the verge of being slain. The battle gripped the hearts of all those watching from afar. The Knights of the Eagle Kingdom cheered and rejoiced, while the hearts of the Knights of the Duchy of Sapphire sank to the depths. But standing on the foredeck of the Tulip, Liszt felt his blood surge, and his entire body seemed to ignite. The situation truly changes in the blink of an eye. I assumed the Grand Duke was bound for defeat, a perfect opportunity for me to take over. Little did I expect the Grand Duke was merely fishing for the law, having secretly achieved dragon riding, but now the Eagle Kingdom has dispatched 2 Dragon Knights, determined to annihilate Sapphire. He raised his head, his eyes ablaze. The smoke mission calls for me to make a choice of stance, and the time is now. It is time to let the world know a new dragon rider has been born upon these seas. It's me, Fire Dragon Knight Liszt Tulip. The red-faced, black-faced, gold-edged tricolor cloak fluttered in the wind, and the iced soul dragon slaying sword trembled ceaselessly. Oh ho! A domineering dragon roar resounded in his soul. The magic form of little fire dragon Leo burst forth from his body in an instant, exploding into a ball of fire in midair, which then outlined a 20-meter wingspan fire dragon amidst the flames. As the fire slowly extinguished, the red and black scales were fully revealed to the astonished gaze of all around. Disregarding the astonished eyes from the ships around, Liszt leaped up, mounted Leo's back, and entered Dragon Rider mode in a flash. The world became clearer and brighter. Oh ho! Leo let out an even more domineering and majestic roar, charging straight towards the entangled trio of Dragon Knights. Chapter 708, You can roll out now the tearing bites of 3 dragons. The frenzied attacks of 3 Dragon Knights. The spectacle of dragon blood spraying and chi erupting mingled together, shocking the hearts of all who witnessed it. Regardless of whether they were ordinary knights from the Eagle Kingdom's fleet or those from the Duchy of Sapphire, everyone stood at the railings, straining to see the dragon-slaying battle unfolding in the distance. Many saw a real dragon for the first time. That suffocatingly beautiful posture, that powerful and agile form, all declared the dragon as the noble and unattainable pinnacle of the food chain. But today, a dragon-slaying war had come early, so bloodily before the eyes of all. The Bronze Dragon Knight, Alonso Xianclai, and the Light Green Sapphire Dragon Knight, Carla Violet, joined forces to slaughter the Sapphire Dragon Knight, Andrew Sapphire. Blood scattered across the sky. The Sapphire, it's time to take a bow, many nobles from the fleet of the Eagle Kingdom exclaimed at the bow of their ships. Some showed a frantic expression. It should have been this way a long time ago. The flies of Sapphire finally have their day. The Duchy of Sapphire, with more than 150 years since its founding, had issued the pioneer mandates for nearly half of that time, pestering the hinterlands of the Eagle Kingdom's coastline like flies and locusts, looting and pillaging. One could say that because of the Duchy of Sapphire, vast fertile lands along the coastal areas of the Eagle Kingdom had become lands of wickedness. Mercenaries were seen everywhere burning, killing, and looting. Serf trade was rampant. Many landlords had suffered great losses or were forced to take part in these evil deeds, and they could only take blows without returning them. But now, at last, the time for revenge had come. After this dragon-slaying war, it would be the moment for the Knight Order of the Eagle Kingdom to blood-wash every single island of Sapphire. The Sapphire Dragon is about to fall, witnessing the death of a dragon. That is the grace of a knight's glory. Andrew Sapphire, such a resounding name, claimed to be the lord of the boundless seas. He too has this day. Ha ha. Blood wash the Sapphire. My spear is already starving for blood. The knights of the Eagle Kingdom were ecstatic, mocking, waiting. Everyone was fantasizing about the upcoming bloody banquet of Sapphire, determined to feast to their heart's content. In contrast, were the ships of Sapphire. The knights aboard the ships were pale-faced, with bitterness in their hearts, watching the ongoing dragon-slaying battle in the sky, the increasing wounds of the Sapphire Dragon, and the Grand Duke's angry roars. Their beliefs were crumbling bit by bit. The reason the Knights of Sapphire had been able to develop steadily these years was first and foremost due to the advantage of their ships, and secondly, the protection of the Sapphire Dragon. But now the advantage of ships had been offset. The Eagle Kingdom had actually built such an enormous fleet. Even more so, the pillar of the Grand Duchy, the Sapphire Dragon, was about to be slain before their very eyes. Crown Prince Anthony Sapphire felt a chill in his hands and feet. He stood at the prow of the ship, looking towards the horizon, his voice beginning to tremble. How could this happen? How could this happen? How could Steel Ridge let the Dragon Knights of the Eagle Kingdom break away from the standoff? What on earth are they doing? He knew his father's plan. Ever since the Marquis of Bull defected and planned the dragon slaying, the Sapphire family had anticipated that it was all a conspiracy of the Eagle Kingdom, so they had to make a plan. After paying a sufficient price, they finally made the Grand Duke a Dragon Knight who could once again protect the security of the Grand Duchy. But they had never imagined that the Eagle Kingdom would make such a bold move. 2 Dragon Knights. Aren't they afraid of turmoil at the border? Steel Ridge, Blast Furnace Fortress, as well as the 2 kingdoms to the south, they all border the Eagle Kingdom, and need Dragon Knights to defend the frontiers. How could they possibly dispatch 2 Dragon Knights to a dragon-slaying battle? How dare they do this? Alonso is stationed at the northern border of the Eagle Kingdom, confronting the Steel Ridge Kingdom. Carlo is stationed at the western border, confronting the Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom. Anthony, I don't know how they managed to get these 2 Dragon Knights to withdraw from the front, but it's already a done deal. What we need to do now is to discuss what to do next, said Nesta Big Flower Hydrangea, walking over and placing a hand on the Crown Prince's shoulder, patting it firmly. The Crown Prince took a deep breath, trying to compose himself. Uncle, my father will be alright. Nesta remained silent for a moment before speaking determinedly. We are utterly unable to intervene in the dragon-slaying battle, no matter what, the outcome is already clear. As the heir to the Sapphire family, you need to shoulder the responsibilities that belong to you. This is not the time to be weak. Once the dragon-slaying battle ends, the misfortune of the Sapphires will come upon us. The glory of the Knights no longer favors us. Anthony struggled to say, then what should I do? You must be prepared to make a painful decision. Make your decision, the fleet is about to dock. I believe that no matter what you decide, the Grand Duke will not blame you, because you now bear the life and death of the Sapphire family. Nesta looked at the Crown Prince with a stern gaze. The Grand Duke's downfall was a foregone conclusion. The Crown Prince tried to speak several times, but could not bring himself to voice his thoughts. However, under Nesta's intense gaze, he finally gave the difficult order, send the message to all fleets, scatter and retreat, abandon Iron Hoof Island. But before his words could take effect, suddenly, a loud and majestic dragon roar interrupted him. The Crown Prince, Nesta, and the others all turned their heads towards the source of the sound and saw a burst of flames in the distance above a certain fleet, which then outlined the figure of a dragon. A knight whose form wasn't clear leapt onto the back of that red and black dragon. Suddenly it soared into the sky, heading towards the scene of the 2-on-1 dragon-slaying battle. That is another dragon. My god, another Dragon Knight. The 4th Dragon Knight. It looks like a fire dragon. Inconceivable, how did this dragon appear? The knights on the ships shouted in surprise, some in astonishment, some in disbelief, some anxious, and some excited. The Crown Prince clenched his fist, his heart a swirl of emotions. Who is that? Who is this Dragon Knight? Is he from the Eagle Kingdom or the Steel Ridge Kingdom? Is he here to support us? Who can tell me? Nesta's mouth was agape, rendered speechless. He could only, like the ordinary knights, crane his neck to watch the not-too-large fire dragon, carrying an unidentified knight, quickly rush into the battlefield. Suddenly, someone said, that Dragon Knight seems to have emerged from the Tulip family's fleet. But this voice was quickly drowned out by the cries of the crowd. As the Dragon Knight joined the battle, the Bronze Dragon Knight and the light green Sapphire Dragon Knight, who had been slaughtering the Sapphire Dragon Knight, were all taken aback. The dragon-slaying battle they had meticulously planned did not account for the appearance of a 4th Dragon Knight in such a short time at sea. Nor was it a Fire Dragon Knight who had never before appeared in any records. Andrew Sapphire, however, had no time to be stunned and urgently called out in a hoarse voice, Fire Dragon Knight, please save me. Riding on the back of Fire Dragon Leo, activating the Dragon Knight resonance, List had calmed his agitated emotions, feeling both collected and triumphant. As a Dragon Knight, one needed to make an entry in such a grand scene under the watchful eyes of all. He gripped the Ice Soul Dragon-slaying sword tightly, surveyed the 3 Dragon Knights, and then slowly spoke, Dragon Knights of the Eagle Kingdom, you can leave now. Chapter 709, The Might of the Fire Dragon Roar. It was dripping with overbearing power. This was not originally List's style, but after his mind harmonized and became one, it incorporated some of Leo's nature. Being an evil dragon is the nature of an elemental dragon, and this evil mainly manifests as malevolence, tyranny, and arrogance. Fortunately, List's values as an adult were only slightly influenced by Leo's nature. Leo also let out a domineering roar. It was directed at the Bronze Dragon and Light Green Gemstone Dragon, as well as at the Sapphire Dragon, which even as a young dragon had the boldness to challenge 3 dragons at once. Under its red-black scales burnt perpetual sparks, changing like breath in the light and darkness, adding to Leo's formidable presence. Although its wingspan was only 20 meters, making it the smallest among the 4 dragons, its fierce appearance was far more overbearing than the other 3. Whether they were metal dragons or gemstone dragons, all were extremely beautiful dragons. Leo's beauty did not lie in being pretty, but in the explosive power of beauty etched out by its scales, lines, and sharp angles. Facing this unexpected fire dragon knight, Andrew Sapphire breathed a sigh of relief. From the other party's words, he understood that this was a dragon knight here to support him. The expressions of Alonzo Ziancli and Carlo Violet, however, quickly darkened. The Sapphire Duke's transformation from Dragon Domain Landlord to Dragon Knight did not surprise them much, as it was all within their expectations. But the sudden appearance of the Fire Dragon Knight had the potential to play the role of a spoiler and change the tide of the war. Furthermore, from the moment the word scram was uttered, there was no room for easing tensions. Marquis Alonzo, engage Andrew and make sure the Sapphire Dragon dies. Carlo gave up continuing to slaughter the Sapphire Dragon and immediately rode the light green gemstone dragon to confront List head-on, saying, "An adult fire dragon is indeed the most powerful among evil dragons and possesses great deterrence, but you are merely riding a young dragon. This is not about creating trouble, this is courting death. Are you taking my warning as a joke?" List's eyes twinkled with the vortex-like vastness of the universe, profound and serene as if piercing through everything. Within the vision of Dragon Knight trajectory, the states of the 3 dragons and 3 knights were particularly clear. The magic power and chi pathways of each one could not escape his detection. The Sapphire Dragon was too heavily injured to continue, and the Bronze Dragon was not faring much better. Only the Praying Mantis light green gemstone dragon still possessed abundant magic power, and its rider Carlo Violet, similarly, flowed with abundant purple chi. He was a Thunder Attribute Dragon Knight whose mount was an adult light green gemstone dragon, undeniably powerful. With a 5-meter-long silver dragon lance in hand, pointing obliquely at List, he shouted coldly, "Fire Dragon Knight, announce your name. If you are seeking death, I can only oblige you." "Ah!" Leo roared angrily, disliking others threatening it like this. List wouldn't allow it either, but he ignored the verbal clashing. After all, Dragon Knights ultimately had to speak with strength, and this was the time for opening remarks. "My name is List Tulip. You still have time to choose to scram, or else stay in this ocean forever." List Tulip. The dragon-riding Grand Duke gasped in disbelief, looking at the formidable, cape fluttering in the breeze like burning flame Fire Dragon Knight, List Tulip, the second son of his follower Lee William Tulip, that impressive, mere 18-year-old inheritor of the Ghost Swordsman. So that's how it is, he's not a Ghost Swordsman inheritor, he is a Fire Dragon Knight. With this realization, the Grand Duke truly relaxed. Given the relationship with Lee William, the hidden Dragon Knight surely stood on his side. No matter what the future holds. At this moment, he understood that as long as List did not suffer a swift defeat, then the Sapphire would be preserved. Alonzo on the opposite side was equally shocked. He glared, trying to etch into memory the half-covered handsome face beneath the mithril helmet. "So it's you who stole my trapped Dragon Mountain iron mine, captured my followers. I thought you were only an ancient warrior inheritor, planning to recruit you as my follower after the dragon-slaying battle, but you turned out to be a Fire Dragon Knight. Are you List?" Carlo clearly had heard of the name before. 18 years old? Indeed young and inexperienced. A young man riding a juvenile fire dragon has a boundless future ahead. Although a bit hot-tempered, I find myself faintly moved by a love for talent. "List, I give you a choice, pledge allegiance to the Eagle Kingdom, and you will enjoy the treatment of waging wars across the continent. Carve out a piece of land for me to make a duchy?" List snickered. As a dragon knight tasked with several dragons, a duchy was just a transition, and given the opportunity, he would directly establish his own kingdom. Such was his attitude. Seeing this, Carlo no longer spoke of allegiance. "It seems that you're hell-bent on seeking death. An 18-year-old dragon rider is indeed a prodigy, but it's a pity you probably don't know what a dragon knight's war is like." "Let's make it quick, Marquis Carlo," Alonzo reminded him from the side. There was no answer. Just a nod. It seemed he understood the principle that villains often die from talking too much. With only a few words exchanged, the battle began without any hint of chit-chat. The next moment, Carlo's aura surged violently, and his mount, the light green sapphire dragon, let out an angry roar as it charged straight towards List. The silver dragon lance rippled with thunder attribute dragon chi, thrusting fiercely. Boom. Thunder surged, charging straight towards Leo. List's gaze turned icy as he maneuvered Leo to swiftly dodge, simultaneously countercharging with flapping wings. His iced soul dragon slaying sword carried his surging fire attribute chi in a powered-up move, scorching sun sting, striking back swiftly. This was his first time participating in a Dragon Knight's war. There was no nervousness, only boiling blood. Just like Leo, his body also seemed to be burning. The thunder brushed past, and the scorching sun sting also missed its mark. He and the light green sapphire dragon knight exchanged probing moves. Then, a new round of attacks unfolded. Even without mastering the Dragon Chi manual, List was undaunted, relentlessly and violently assaulting the light green sapphire dragon knight with Leo. PFFCHT. The silver spear suddenly shifted like lightning, striking Leo's side with pinpoint accuracy, creating a large, fiery hole. No blood flowed out, only flames ascended. Ooh. Leo winced in pain. List also felt a searing pain, and he quickly turned around, pouring fire attribute Dragon Chi into the blue greatsword in his hand. With an Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword, he fiercely executed another powered-up move, Crimson Dawn Burn. Rising Sun Blaze was his most powerful attack at the moment. Boom. The flames spread out in a fan shape, barely grazing the light green sapphire dragon's skin. This 40-meter-long dragon with a wingspan to match, agile in movement and well-coordinated with Carlo, quickly figured out List and Leo's routine after several probes and began to dominate forcefully. Bang thud. The massive body of the light green sapphire dragon swayed and struck Leo's abdomen with its hard back, knocking Leo into an aerial flip. List also felt dazed. A juvenile dragon was still vastly outmatched by an adult dragon, even if Leo was a powerful elemental dragon. The difference in age could not be overcome, all its physical attributes had not yet reached their peak, like a wolf pup of a fierce breed struggling to walk without stumbling, let alone fight, allowing the adult dog to arrogantly lay claim to the sunlit days. I told you, you're here to die. Carlo became more proud as he gained the upper hand. But his actions did not slow down in the slightest. He continued to bully List and Leo by relying on the Dragon Chi manual and the adult physique of the light green sapphire dragon. List remained silent, staunchly resisting the oppression of the light green sapphire dragon knight. In the midst of being overwhelmed, he familiarized himself with dragon knight combat. His gaze never showed panic, as if he had predicted the current situation from the start. As he fought and retreated, he gradually led the light green sapphire dragon knight towards the sea surface, despite the brutal side of Leo within him. But it was undeniable that a clear-headed mind was List's greatest strength. No one knew that beneath the sea, there was an archmage lying in wait, as formidable as a dragon knight. That was Akerloid's truth, ready to strike. Chapter 710, Raging Waves of Fury. A juvenile fire dragon paired with a dragon knight who doesn't know the Dragon Chi manual stands no chance against a mature light green sapphire dragon and its dragon knight versed in the Dragon Chi manual. This is a very normal phenomenon. List felt no pressure regarding this. Although he was not a true dragon knight with a heritage, he dared to challenge 3 dragon knights alone because he had everything under his control since the dragon-slaying battle began. He was not fighting alone, Archmage Archie was his important ally. Thus, in the process of fighting and retreating against the light green sapphire dragon knight, he kept adapting, learning the opponent's combat style quickly, and using it to refine the dragon knight resonance between himself and Leo. His combat power was constantly increasing, and his battle experience was skyrocketing, giving him a significant insight into the combat methods and styles of dragon knights. These were not skills that could be easily mastered alone or by watching others fight. Even though he had yet to learn any Dragon Chi manual, he felt that after gaining more combat experience, creating his own Dragon Chi manual would not be difficult at all. Are you feeling fear now? Carlo Violet's momentum was overwhelming. He firmly controlled the battlefield, so he did not mind taunting List with a victorious air. Aren't you the one who arrogantly tried to disrupt the status quo? Let's see if you can still cause a stir. In a dragon-slaying battle, killing 1 dragon is ordinary, killing 2 makes a legend. List said nothing, nor did he have the luxury to, as he had to focus on 2 tasks at once. While passively defending and learning to fight, he was actively leading and changing the position on the battlefield. Words could not shake his firm belief in the heat of the moment. Even before he became a dragon rider, in his battle against the domain knight Markinuta, he was desperately suppressed, but ultimately turned the tide with his archery skills. Afterwards, no one remembered how he was chased and crushed by Markinuta, only how he defeated the Roaring Knights, how he triumphed over a domain knight. Here, there wasn't a simple arithmetic of positive and negative, multiplication or division, there was only the victor takes all. In the sea below him, Archie watched the battle in silence, locking eyes on the figure of the light green sapphire dragon. He needed but a signal to unleash powerful magic. His aim wasn't to vanquish Carlo but to lock down the light green sapphire dragon for a brief moment, giving List a chance to strike for the kill. Deborah was stone. Her expression was contorted, as if she stepped into the role of light green sapphire dragon knight, mumbling to herself, "That's right. Crush him, crush him. Kill the fire dragon, annihilate the Duchy of Sapphire." Watching the light green sapphire dragon knight pressuring the fire dragon toward the sea, her features twisted with excitement. Just like Markinuta, who became the laughingstock of the Eagle Kingdom, she, a young sword saint, was easily captured and her castle swiftly occupied, turning into a just in the vicinity of Roaring River mouth. The Uchiha family's reputation was utterly ruined by this uncle-nephew duo. Therefore, when Prince Alonso called his knights to join the battle, the two hesitated not a moment to participate, all to redeem their family's honor. However, before victory could be claimed, Naruto was captured under everyone's watchful eyes again. Now, even if the war were won, the Uchiha family could never hold their heads high again. A domain knight captured twice was enough to make anyone laugh a molar loose. Unaware that the Fire Dragon Knight was List, she only knew that after defeating the Duchy of Sapphire, rescuing Naruto amidst the chaos would salvage some dignity. You Sapphire maggots, nothing can prevent your downfall. Once the dragon-slaying battle is done, I, river-cleaving Sword Saint Deborah, will behead 1,000 knights to wash away the shame brought to my family. The flagship of the court fast-sailing ship. The first prince breathed tensely, not daring to breathe loudly for fear that his breaths would affect the dragon-slaying battle in the distant skies, where his father rode the Sapphire Dragon, struggling to fend off the Bronze Dragon Knight's assault. The Sapphire Dragon was bleeding out, its breath weakening, seemingly on the brink of collapse. Thank goodness, Prince Alonso is also struggling, his attacks are weak, father can hold on for a while longer. He spared only a quick glance at the battle between the Sapphire and Bronze Dragon Knights. Then he focused on the fight where the light green Sapphire Dragon Knight was overwhelming the Fire Dragon Knight. Even though I don't know which Prince Dragon Knight you are, I pray you can hold on. The fate of the Duchy of Sapphire rests solely on you. By his side, Nesta Big Flower Hydrangea was equally tense. It was evident to everyone that the Grand Duke's side was running on fumes. The Fire Dragon Knight was also teetering on the brink of crisis, clearly outweighed by the mature Bronze Dragon, dwarfing in size by more than half. Anthony, we are nearing shore, noticed Nesta suddenly. I know. The decision that needs to be made, still has to be made. The Fire Dragon Knight can't hold on much longer, he's about to plunge into the sea. If he falls into the water, given the Fire Dragon's elemental nature, he's likely to suffer a wretched defeat. The first prince interrupted Nesta, his face contorted with unsettled conflicts and hopes. Wait a bit more, just wait a bit longer. He was waiting. Everyone was waiting. The knights of the Eagle Kingdom stood at the bow of the ship, gazing forward expectantly, hoping to see their kingdom's Dragon Knight brutally annihilate the two Sapphire Dragon Knights. To complete the conquest of the Sapphire, burn, kill, loot, and plunder, avenging over 150 years of humiliation. Ha ha ha. You scared me, I thought the Fire Dragon Knight was ferocious, turns out it's nothing special. Witnessing a battle between 4 Dragon Knights, witnessing the downfall of 2 dragons, I have no regrets in this lifetime. The glory of the knights favors us, our Dragon Knights are invincible in battle. Prince Alonso, Prince Carlo, mighty and domineering, those sapphires are destined to be nothing but flies. The opposing fleet of the Duchy of Sapphire was silent. No one was in the mood to talk. When the Fire Dragon had appeared, they were shocked and pleasantly surprised, feeling that everything was back on track, and no one could defeat the Duchy of Sapphire. But now the Grand Duke's dragon was still bleeding, while the Fire Dragon Knight kept getting battered by the light green Sapphire Dragon, not at all as cool as when it had first appeared. Fight harder. You can't die. Lys didn't know what the onlookers in the distance were thinking. He didn't care whether they were filled with anticipation or curses, whether they were swearing or cheering, he was just seriously executing his own plan. Throughout half an hour of battle, Leo, despite not being able to bleed, was seriously weakened after sustaining damage under Carlo's onslaught. But it was all worth it. Because he had successfully brought the battlefield down to less than 100 meters above sea level, as if sensing that Archie was waiting on the sea's surface for his signal. He abruptly made Leo roll, dodging the assault of the Silver Dragon Lance. Then he fiercely made Leo emit a sharp scream, which trembled the sea's surface, sending out a unique rhythm. Almost as soon as the scream reached below the surface of the sea, Lys saw countless blue and white magic powers converge in the seawater, forming a huge pattern resembling a magic array. The next moment, countless water pillars, blades, and whirlpools rose from the sea, and the air was suddenly filled with water tornadoes formed by streams, all these magical illusions targeting only one person, Carlo they were chasing. Caught completely off guard, Carlo had no time to react before he was bombarded by these powerful spells. Water rings bound the light green Sapphire Dragon's body as water pillars and blades washed over it continuously. The invisible streams, concentrated by magic, were more impactful than steel. If a Dragon Knight had been prepared, it would not have been difficult to dodge the seemingly grandiose but actually loosely targeted magic. However, Carlo was utterly unprepared. His eyes bulged. What is this? He had barely shouted out in alarm before the light green Sapphire Dragon was hit by the magic, tumbling and rolling in confusion, unable to perform any defensive maneuvers. By the time the dragon and its rider were a bit clearer and attempted to struggle out of the magic, List, eyes fiery, had already steered Leo, skillfully dodging the aftermath of the magic, rushing next to the light green sapphire dragon. The Iced Soul Dragon slaying sword, fueled with surging fire attribute dragon chi, was thrust forcefully into the light green sapphire dragon's shoulder blade, then with the momentum of Leo's charge, tore open a massive wound. Warm dragon's blood spurted, splashing over List's head and face, then burned by the flames, fell scattered. Roar. The light green sapphire dragon let out a massive cry of agony, heard for dozens of miles. Flicking the dragon's blood off the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword, List's clear voice echoed through the roaring of the magic. Carlo, the battle has just begun. Chapter 711, Brutal Thoughts. The terrifying magic surge turned the tide of the battle in an instant. As List spoke those words to boost morale, he was already driving Leo to charge at the light green sapphire dragon knight once again. Take advantage when she's drunk, sleep with her, cough cough. Strike him while he's sick, take his life was always List's personal combat style, never wasting a moment once an opportunity presented itself. Bombard them viciously until it's over. At that moment, the light green sapphire dragon knight was stuck in a passive state, being pummeled with devastating magic from all directions. Paired with the fire dragon knight, who could evade magic with dragonite trajectory, their offense seemed unstoppable. The Iced Soul Dragon slaying sword struck like a phantom, always leaving wounds on the light green sapphire dragon's body. Although the gaping wounds might not seem significant to a dragon, the cumulative damage of those wounds deepened over time. Why is this happening? What's going on here? Carlo's mind was filled with confusion. He could not fathom how the situation had turned out like this. He was dominating the Fire Dragon Knight just moments ago, and now he suddenly found himself on the receiving end of a brutal beating, where each sword strike on the light green sapphire dragon felt no different from cutting into his own flesh. Breathing was painful from the agony, but everything happened too swiftly for him to react. Thrust. List's sword pierced the light green sapphire dragon, which was bound and immobilized by the water magic, water ring rupture, much like plunging a heavy sword into Carlo's heart. Seizing the moment, Leo clawed and kicked the light green sapphire dragon's body, sending it tumbling toward the sea surface once more. The light green sapphire dragon had no chance to counterattack. It was just flapping its wings desperately, trying to avoid plunging into the ocean. Both the dragon and Carlo understood that falling into the sea could very likely cost them their lives, as all the magic came from the depths of the sea, unleashed by some unknown magician. Carlo had never seen such violent magic before. It was certainly not something a grand magician could conjure. However, besides a grand magician, it seemed that only sea monsters could release such powerful magic. Could there be a mighty sea monster hiding in the sea? An advanced sea monster? Or a super sea monster? Or even a super dragon-type sea monster? A sub-dragon from the ocean depths? Countless questions flashed through his mind, but he had no time to ponder them deeply, as List's attacks combined with the relentless assault left him barely able to breathe. The thoughts of the light green sapphire dragon began to take precedence, in other words, escape. At this very moment, the gemstone dragon wanted nothing more than to flee. It instinctively loathed the elemental dragon and feared the unknown attacks from beneath the sea. It had no desire to engage in battle on the ocean unless absolutely necessary. Boom. Another magic assault came, this time hitting the light green sapphire dragon's belly with the water magic, strong water column, almost causing the dragon to vomit out its organs along with everything it had eaten in the past few days. However, before the light green sapphire dragon could react, the fire dragon's breath descended, and its claws tore fiercely into the dragon's wings. Roar. Oh roar. Two dragon roars rang out, one was a scream of pain, the other an excited one. Leo, flip over, I want to strike down Carlo. List's excitement was laced with utter calmness as he accurately assessed the battle situation. He noticed that the currently screaming light green sapphire dragon had arched its neck, perfectly exposing Carlo Violet on the dragon tooth platform. An opportunity. Leo's heart moved with the thought, and he rapidly rolled his body over. List was in a position to attack Carlo and swiftly swung the Iced Soul Dragon slaying sword, unleashing the Crimson Dawn burn and striking Carlo's back with precision. Thud. Carlo looked up and spewed out a mouthful of blood. The silver spear in his hand wobbled unsteadily before plummeting downwards. No. Enduring the pain of his wounds, Carlo managed his light green gemstone dragon's descent, trying to snatch his silver dragon lance back. However, List wouldn't miss this opportunity. He reflexively switched to the swift shadow bow, firing 3 arrows in quick succession, not at the man but at the silver dragon lance. With a clang of impact, the silver dragon lance was sent flying, tracing a parabola into the depths of the sea. Quickly retracting the swift shadow bow and clutching the Iced Soul Dragon slaying sword, List continued his assault on the light green sapphire dragon knight, his movements smooth without pause. Now was the time. Without his weapon, magic continually baptizing him, and dragon knights relentlessly assaulting him, Carlo finally resigned to his fate, bellowing out, "Alonso, save me." The brief skirmish had left him terrified, nearly to the point of wetting himself. It wasn't supposed to be like this. But reality was unforgiving, and he found himself utterly disarmed by the very fire dragon knight Listulip whom he had previously overpowered. The stark contrast was too jarring for him to stay calm, and he experienced the bitter plight that the Sapphire Duke had once endured, being outmatched in a 2-against-1. Hence, he had no choice but to indignantly call for help, just as the Grand Duke had humiliatingly done upon seeing the Fire Dragon Knight. "Hold on, Carlo." The roar of Alonso Ziancli, the Bronze Dragon Knight, echoed through the air. He had to abandon the teetering Sapphire Duke to rescue the light green Sapphire Dragon Knight. The exhausted Bronze Dragon mustered the last of its strength to accelerate into the magical baptism that was the sea battle. The Sapphire Duke hoarsely shouted, "List, I'm coming too, tell your friend to stop attacking me." The Grand Duke dared not stay away. If List were to fall, he too would suffer the consequences, even though the Sapphire Dragon was already in dire straits. Fortunately, he saw hope in List, the young Fire Dragon Knight whose force in the sea seemed not much less than a Dragon Knight's. Now, with 3 against 2, perseverance equaled victory. All 4 dragons plunged into the magically charged battlefield, and Ek had to rise from the sea to maintain precision and strength in his magic. Standing on a pristine giant clam, his delicate arms adorned with a sapphire ring and a space ring, he continually raised them to unleash magic. Giant waves roared and water columns shot into the sky, while misty vapors created a rainbow, glimmering brilliantly under the setting sun. At this moment, her figure was spotted by 3 dragon knights in succession. Though her petite body was cloaked in a magic cloak, her identity invoked the memory of a legendary profession. A profession from lore that hadn't appeared for many years, standing at the apex of power alongside the Dragon Knight, the Archmage. How is this possible? An Archmage? Why would a new Dragon Knight and a legendary Archmage appear in this sea? Carlo and Alonso were both incredulous. Even the Sapphire Duke was dumbfounded. List even has an Archmage for a friend. The shock didn't last long as the fierce battle raged on. The Bronze Dragon Knight's arrival did not affect List's performance. He relentlessly bombarded the light green Sapphire Dragon Knight, swinging the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword and not ceasing until his opponent was thoroughly vanquished. He would not shift his target. It was about persistence, and he couldn't afford to lose the watermelon while picking up sesame seeds. Moreover, through Dragon Knight trajectory, he had observed that Carlo was considerably weaker than Alonso. Alonso appeared to be a veteran Dragon Knight, while Carlo was likely a newly minted one. His combat style still showed signs of immaturity. Such a Dragon Knight was the most likely to be left behind. Brutal and stimulating images kept emerging in List's mind, filling it completely with one thought: I will leave Carlo behind, leave the light green gemstone dragon behind. I want the whole world to know my name, List Tulip. The dragon-slaying battle is not to be feared, what's truly terrifying is me, List Tulip. Chapter 712, Tearing Up Carlo. True Dragon Knights are of one mind, their thoughts intertwined and synchronous, each containing the other, undivided in their unity. Little Fire Dragon Leo became more and more excited as the battle raged on. Despite heavy fatigue in his body, he was still thrilled to charge back and forth. Battle was his nature, plundering and slaughter were his instincts. The future he was destined for was that of an evil dragon. List was naturally influenced, his heart set on slaying Carlo Violet. Ak understood List's thoughts. Seeing List's determination to charge at Carlo, she continuously unleashed magic to strike at the light green gemstone dragon. At the same time, she entangled with the Bronze Dragon Knight and provided support to the Sapphire Duke, together restraining Alonso. Supported by the water tornado, the white scallop with Ak stood atop like a goddess in the center of a storm, her expression hidden underneath the hood. One could only see her slender, fair wrists flipping continuously, casting one ferocious water magic spell after another. She maneuvered everything from atop the sea, yet no Dragon Knight could reach her. Bronze Dragon Knight Alonso did try to attack her, but the Sapphire Duke kept clinging and harassing him close. Plus, with Ak's constant changes in position and the savage output of her magic, already exhausted, Alonso couldn't get close to the sea's surface, nor did he dare to approach it easily. Archmages had become a legend for many years, and he too feared this unidentified Archmage might suddenly unleash more powerful magic to keep him trapped in this ocean. He was a Dragon Knight in his prime, with a grand youthful life to enjoy, and he did not wish to become just a backdrop in the famous battles of List or Ak. Alonso, save me! Carlo cried out again, trembling with fear. He had never seen such a bloodthirsty Dragon Knight, hounding him like a hyena. Looking at just a juvenile fire dragon and an 18-year-old knight who had not practiced the Dragon Chi manual, The damage from each attack might not seem too severe, but the mixture of magic and chi left him running ragged. His mount, the light green gemstone dragon, was already bleeding from countless wounds, its vitality greatly damaged. With each entanglement, its strength significantly diminished. The frustration of being unable to retaliate was suffocating, offering no hope of escape. The more he panicked, the more chaotically he struggled, and the more chaotically he struggled, the less he could break free from Axe magic and List's assaults. "Hang in there, Carlo, don't panic." Alonso roared repeatedly from the back of the bronze dragon. He couldn't rush to Carlo's rescue immediately, so he could only remind Carlo not to panic. If he could just stay calm, with the mighty power of a dragon knight, escaping wouldn't be difficult after paying a small price. A gecko can still live by shedding its tail, let alone a dragon at the peak of its strength. "I can't hold on any longer," Carlo roared. If he had not reached his limit, he wouldn't have asked for help at all. And yet, in this moment, Alonso could only blurt out empty encouragements to hang on, which were utterly useless. Carlo's heart was sinking, he was in utter desperation, even the mental fusion with the light green gemstone dragon was experiencing violent fluctuations. List heard the conversation between Carlo and Alonso clearly, as loud and distinct as a dragon's roar. After all, Dragon Knight Resonance was a dual-boost special state, where human speech and dragon roars interfered with each other. The words spoken were as if they were shouted from the dragon's mouth, also carrying over 10 miles away. "Panicking already? Are you panicking now?" List sneered inwardly, himself a novice Dragon Knight who didn't even know the Dragon Chi manual, yet he was still able to fight calmly. The opponent might also be a new Dragon Knight, but he had held the title for several years, his practice of the Dragon Chi manual quite skilled, and yet he panicked at the slightest sign of danger. With such a mentality, he would never amount to anything more than a weakling. With this thought, List couldn't help but let out a villainous cackle. "Grand Duke, hold Alonso back for me, I'm about to tear Carlo apart." The Sapphire Duke was utterly exhausted, his voice hoarse to the point of barely being able to speak, but he still managed to concur. "Don't worry, even if it shortens my life by 10 years, I'll hold Alonso back." Ak was even more succinct. "Brother, go ahead." A few simple sentences of dialogue. Mostly, List was blustering. However, to Carlo's ears, it sounded like the burst of thunder, with only one thought flickering in his heart: "I'm about to be torn apart." Not everyone can face death with composure. Even List, who prided himself on having died once, still feared death and would panic unconsciously when faced with danger. Carlo was clearly the same, already in utter panic, and with List's scare, he became even more frantic, almost wetting his pants. At this moment, it was unclear whether there was a lapse in the thinking between the man and the dragon. The light green gemstone dragon's body clearly hesitated, allowing the magic to bombard the softest part of its underbelly. Seizing such an opportunity, List certainly wouldn't let it go. Charge! The Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword swung fiercely, chopping down hard, and the violent fire attribute Dragon Chi blasted the scales of the light green gemstone dragon, revealing a blurry wound of flesh and blood. However, instead of responding, the light green gemstone dragon began to twitch, even its wings failing to flap correctly. Carlo's body also became very stiff, motionless. Unsure of what happened to the opponent, List knew he couldn't miss this opportunity. "Leo! Turn around, do it again." "Oh!" Responding with a resonant dragon roar, Leo suddenly flipped over, grazing the spine of the light green gemstone dragon back to back. Meanwhile, List gripped his deep blue sword tightly and, in the process of crossing with Carlo, thrust out his sword firmly into the gap in Carlo's armor. PFFT. The sound of a blade entering the body was unusually crisp as the wound spanned between chest and abdomen. Flames rose from the blade, searing the wound frantically like roasting meat and then violently pulled out, bringing with it a slight aroma of cooked flesh. As he withdrew the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword, the light green gemstone dragon seemingly regained freedom in an instant, its body swiftly recovering, wings flapping furiously. With a fierce contraction and extension, it broke free from the water ring's restraint in midair, heedless of the exploding wounds all over its body, and slammed into a strong water column. Boom, thud. Dragon blood sprayed from the wounds. Yet, the light green gemstone dragon took advantage of the impact from the strong water column, successfully breaking free from the water ring rupture released by Yak again. Then it continued to deliberately slam into magic, twisting its body and, relying on the magic's impact force, escape List's subsequent pursuit. And at that moment, Carlo Violet on the back of the light green gemstone dragon, like a puppet with its strings cut, fell straight down as the dragon flipped its body, plunging into the sea. A small splash was raised. What? Even with his mind filled with Leo's savage thoughts, List was still stunned by this unbelievable scene. Did Carlo just die like that, killed by my sword? By the time he came to his senses, The light green gemstone dragon had already escaped the battlefield of the magic baptism, trailing its broken body, bleeding and rapidly fleeing. In the blink of an eye, it flew to the horizon, disappearing from everyone's sight without looking back. Chapter 713, The Fainting Dragon. His entire body felt uncomfortable. The light green gemstone dragon's head swam dizzily, yet it dared not pause for even a moment. Its body was already in tatters, and its bonded dragon knight had perished on the spot. For the dragon, who had lived more than 400 years, it was the bleakest moment of its life, one even more difficult than when it had to hide in its youth. It did not like the sea. Yet, due to Carlo and the Eagle Kingdom, it had no choice but to fly over 1,000 miles of ocean to fight a bloody battle here. Had it been victorious, it could have enjoyed the fruits of its victory. Unfortunately, it suffered a crushing defeat, nearly leaving its own life on the battlefield. The Archmage who rode on the shell, and that insane fire dragon knight, both made its heart tremble with fear. Carlo is nothing but useless waste. If it weren't for the Dragon Knight succession plan, how could I have willingly let such a hothouse flower ride me? Fighting alongside him, I was unable to exert my true power. It's infuriating, so infuriating. Roar. The light green gemstone dragon roared in anger, and as it opened its mouth, a deep roar erupted. But it tugged at the wound on its neck, and another spray of dragon blood gushed out, frightening it into clamping its maw shut, fearful that it might indeed bleed to death. Even dragons at the peak of their power feared death, and at least in its prime, the light green gemstone dragon didn't wish to die. I must leave. Leave this place, return to the Eagle Kingdom. I need time to recuperate now, and only the Eagle Kingdom can offer me the best sanctuary. The light green gemstone dragon continued to fly, but its wings grew heavier with each beat, and its eyelids felt as if they weighed 1,000 pounds. It wished to fly among the clouds, but its body kept pulling it down, forcing it to fly low above the sea. With every flap of its wings, it felt a tearing pain throughout its body. Pain, though unbearable, was still not as powerful as the creeping drowsiness. I must not fall asleep. Plunging into the ocean would mean certain death. The light green gemstone dragon kept reminding itself, trying to shake off the sleepiness and muster its spirit. But the more it struggled, the more powerless it felt to resist, much like in the previous battle of magic baptism when Carlo's frantic struggles led it to be trapped between the combined assault of the Archmage and the Dragon Knight, unable to break free. It didn't know how long it had flown. The light green gemstone dragon only knew that the sky had grown pitch black, with stars winking above the clouds. Deprived of nourishment, its body failed to recover, and flying was a considerable drain on its strength. It could feel itself weakening, slowing down. Sleepiness, like a persistent maggot gnawing on bone, invaded when it was most vulnerable, nearly causing it to fall asleep mid-flight. Memories from its youth to adulthood flickered through its mind like a fast-forward scene, its confusion and curiosity about the world when it was newly born, its life in the wild forest ducking and hiding during its youth, and the encounter with a knight from the Eagle Kingdom when it was nearing adulthood. It was not a pleasant encounter. The knight and his team came to capture it, and ultimately, it fell into the knight's trap. It held its head high, refusing to submit. But it could not overcome the sweet allure of the gifts offered, countless magic potions, delicacies, and bone-burning wine, which led it to lose itself and allow the knight upon the Dragon Tooth platform. After the mind battle, it became the knight's mount. Thereafter, they fought together for 60 years until the knight passed away. The dragon then took up residence in the dragon nest built by the Eagle Kingdom, becoming the kingdom's guardian dragon. Whenever there came candidates of superior talent for the role of Dragon Knight, passing the tests it set out, it would easily engage in a mind battle with them. In the following 300 years, it worked with 4 Dragon Knights. Carlo was the recently partnered 6th. These knights, each generation is lesser than the last. You cannot raise a qualified Dragon Knight in a greenhouse. The light green gemstone dragon no longer cared for the bond between dragon and rider. Perhaps it still yearned for the first Dragon Knight who rode it, the one with whom it had achieved mind melding for the first time, an experience deeply etched in its memory for life. The subsequent Dragon Knights were merely fulfilling a duty, unable to open their hearts and achieve a deep connection. Was it Carlo's panic or my disdain for him that led to the collapse of our mind melding, beginning a cycle of mutual obstruction? It wondered, somewhat perplexed. What followed was an even stronger sense of drowsiness. It shook its head vigorously, not caring if the wound on its neck worsened, just to regain a bit of alertness. At that moment, a distinctive scent drifted into its nostrils, causing its already unfocused eyes to glaze over, and its movements became stiff, gradually deviating from the intended direction. The moon was directly overhead. It was now the dead of night. The light green gemstone dragon, lost in its confusion, had unconsciously followed the scent and arrived at a small rocky island, surrounded by craggy rock walls, with only a small forest at the top. In the center of the forest seemed to be a large pit, in the middle of which a small sapling with only 2 or 3 leaves stood. The scent was emanating from the sapling. At this moment, the light green gemstone dragon was exhausted. It barely managed to land in the woods on the island and collapsed beside the small sapling. Warm dragon blood seeped from the wound on its neck, flowing through the crevices in the rock ground towards the little sapling. Under the dim starlight, the sapling seemed to suddenly flicker with iridescent hues. Time rewound to the afternoon sea bathed in sunset. With Carlo Violet's demise, the light green gemstone dragon fled. The battle scene changed in an instant, everything happening unexpectedly. Carlo. Seeing Carlo plunge into the sea, Alonzo Ziankali was heartbroken. He had come with his head held high, never anticipating that a high and mighty dragon knight would perish over these seas. But now was not the time to question Carlo's death, but a moment of crisis concerning whether he himself could escape. He didn't dare linger in the battlefield marked by the magic baptism. The massive spells, unleashed after the light green gemstone dragon's escape, now swept towards him. This, together with the restraint from Sapphire Dragon Knight Andrew Sapphire, and the turnabout and charge from Fire Dragon Knightless Tulip, made the scene even more dire. With such an imposing lineup, one misstep could lead to the same fate as Carlo, falling into the sea. The bronze dragon roared in defiance, quickly turning around with Alonzo, braving several heavy blows, relying on its thick scales for protection, and forcibly broke free from the battlefield of magic baptism. Without looking back, it fled towards the direction it had come from, not daring to stay a moment longer. It didn't even offer a bitter retort. Chase! List called out, riding on little fire dragon Leo, who was panting with fatigue. They pursued for several kilometers, only to see the bronze dragon fading into the horizon, beyond reach. As for being unable to fly, there was no use in catching up. And so, they had to let Alonzo escape. Reluctantly gazing at the clouds in the sky, List quickly grabbed handfuls of magic potion from his space ring and threw them over. Leo opened its mouth and swallowed all the magic potions along with their glass containers, the medicine slowly rejuvenating its exhausted body. List himself quickly consumed a few magic potions to replenish his depleted chi. Only then did he call to let's go back. Chapter 714, Wrath of Thunder. The battle to slay the dragon ended without the death of a dragon, which was a regret for List, but being able to kill a dragon knight and rout 2 dragons with the strength of a young dragon knight and a newly promoted archmage, was already a brilliant victory. Brother, aren't you missing a dragon lance? Go salvage that dragon knight's silver dragon lance, List said as they flew back to the battlefield of the magic baptism, with Ake suddenly suggesting. List nodded. Also, bring up Carlo's body. The sea area wasn't very deep, only about 200 to 300 meters, a depth that, for the sea sprite Ake, was no different from strolling through his own backyard. In the blink of an eye, a 5-meter-long silver dragon lance and a body, not yet stiff, were salvaged and handed over to List for handling. He had Leo grab Carlo's body, while he himself took hold of the dragon lance. 5 meters in length and as thick as a wrist, the silver shaft seemed to be forged from a mixture of mountain copper and mithril, with intricate patterns along its length, with many magical beast materials inlaid into it. Upon close inspection, these patterns and magical beast materials were intricately intertwined, seemingly faintly forming 4 wind languages. Wrath of Thunder. Nice name, I like its domineering aura, List commented fondly as he stroked the shaft, looking pleased before turning his attention to the tip of the lance. The tip appeared to be made from a mix of mountain copper and fine gold, shimmering with a cold light, but the very tip was bony. Is it like taking a dragon's tooth, refining it, and then casting it in mithril, mountain copper, and fine gold on the outside? So would Wrath of Thunder be considered a dragon tooth weapon? Dragon tooth weapons are a class of weapons even higher than those of the greater elf warriors. However, the classification of weapons is rather vague, with the properties of weapons forged from different materials varying greatly, blurring the lines between them, making precise distinctions difficult. But regardless, List could feel that this was a powerful dragon lance. Because the moment he gripped Wrath of Thunder, he was instantly filled with a lofty sentiment and generous spirit, as if having the dragon lance in hand meant the world was his. In a moment, List and Ake had returned to the original dragon-slaying battlefield where, at this time, a great pursuit was unfolding. The ships of the Eagle Kingdom were scattering in all directions, with the Sapphire Fleet in hot pursuit. Following the end of the battle to slay the dragon, the Sapphire Duke, having returned on his damaged Sapphire Dragon, had immediately ordered his fleet to attack. The knights of the Eagle Kingdom, who had lost the trace of their dragon knight, were panicked and disheartened, only concerned with escaping. Looking at the fleeing ships, not having spotted any new domain knights, or inheritors of the ancient warriors or other valuable targets, List didn't make a move. Instead, he flew over the top of the fleet. Now that his identity as a dragon knight had been revealed, there was no need to keep a low profile, and he naturally had to display the bearing of a dragon knight, not deigning to strike at ordinary knights. As he flew over, Ake stood on a white seashell, riding a water tornado that roared and raced ahead, closely following behind List. Such a flashy appearance nearly caused the knights of the escaping Eagle Kingdom to abandon ship and jump into the sea. They didn't dare to breathe heavily, fearful of alarming the slowly flying fire dragon knight and the unidentified archmage, who must be the caster of the sea-turning magic they had seen earlier. None dared to provoke an archmage who had been a part of the dragon-slaying battle. Terrifying. A dragon knight and an archmage, Sapphire is too powerful. Thank goodness, the dragon knight and archmage didn't even care about us. Did you see? In the claws of the fire dragon, there's a person. Ah, silver helm and armor, is that Prince Carlo? Impossible. Prince Carlo, how could you? I'm afraid it's true. That fire dragon knight was holding a silver dragon lance, which is Prince Carlo's weapon. With just a fleeting glimpse, a multitude of bitter information was revealed. At least the knights of the Eagle Kingdom, who had seen List riding a dragon, had already guessed the outcome of the dragon-slaying battle. They knew one result: the light green sapphire dragon knight, Carlo Violet, had fallen. A dragon knight had fallen. Apart from natural deaths, it had been decades since the demise of a dragon knight had occurred. One can only imagine the upheaval that would ensue in the Eagle Kingdom once the news spread. The knights dared not think about what kind of reception awaited them after such an invasion war turned out like this. How furious would the king be? Most crucially, the kingdom raised 9 dragons to shelter its borders securely and fostered 6 dragon knights to guard the frontier. Now with Carlo Violet gone, who would replace him to defend that frontier? Without the protection of a dragon knight, the borderlands were bound to signal for war. As a dragon knight, an existence that suppressed a nation. Instead, it would cause a chain reaction, overly impacting the Eagle Kingdom, which would violently destabilize. Even the Steel Ridge Kingdom and the Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom would be shaken, and their vassal states would be dragged into this great whirlpool. What the future held, no one knew. But these knights of the Eagle Kingdom knew one thing: if the Fire Dragon Knight and the Archmage were present in the Sapphire, it was unlikely the Eagle Kingdom could conquer this vast sea anymore. Its coastal hinterland would still suffer the constant nipping and tearing of the Sapphire like flies, leaching nutrients from the vast kingdom. However, they were more curious about the identities of the Fire Dragon Knight and the Archmage. Before long, these 2 peak powerhouses would surely become renowned across the world. List didn't find the Tulip fleet among the chasing fleets in the sea, so he directly steered Leo toward the port of Bullhoof City. In fact, the best approach now was to recall Leo, letting him slumber and rest within his body, recovering his energy. But List needed a spectacle. Because next was counting the spoils of war and negotiating with the Sapphire Duke. He needed to convey to the momentarily breath-relieved Duke the current situation, that he could choose to not take over the Duchy of Sapphire and instead establish a new kingdom overseas, but this sea must submit to its new master. For single-handedly saving the Duchy of Sapphire, he couldn't afford to miss out on even a little benefit. The port was in sight. The ships of the Tulip family were visible as well, along with the Sapphire Dragon lying dormant not far from the port. List flew slowly, wanting everyone to open their eyes and see clearly who the last dragon knight laughing in the dragon-slaying battle was. It was him, List Tulip. At the same time, he took this moment to call forth the smoke mission, wondering what kind of unknown reward would be granted for such a terrifying dragon-slaying battle. Wisps of smoke rose. He was the only one who could see them. Mission complete, reward, Dragon Knight's Chi Secret Manual. List didn't show much surprise after reading the content. He had already envisaged that after the dragon-slaying battle ended, he would have to ask the Duke for the Dragon Knight Chi Manual. The Duke had no reason to refuse, so the manual was as good as his. To present it as a reward now felt somewhat perfunctory. However, the new smoke mission quickly dispelled List's disappointment. Mission: after winning the dragon-slaying battle, your name will spread to every corner of the sea, and establishing a brand new kingdom will be effortless. However, considering the long-term development of a country, resources are of utmost importance. Perhaps the light green gemstone dragon can provide for you. It lies hidden on an island within your domain. Reward: 1 light green sapphire dragon. Chapter 715, The Order of the Sea. A light green sapphire dragon. List scrutinized the details and confirmed that the reward for the smoke mission was a light green sapphire dragon. His heart leaped with excitement, and he could hardly wait to change his course and search his territory for the light green sapphire dragon. However, he still managed to control his eagerness. A fierce and exhilarating battle had left him in poor condition. Venturing on a long trek and exhausting his strength might not enable him to capture the light green sapphire dragon. It would be best to wait until he, Leo, and Archie had all recovered to their optimal states before undertaking the capture mission and claiming the light green sapphire dragon as his own. Leo, Archie and I have nearly overexerted ourselves, which is easy to recover from, but the light green sapphire dragon has been severely wounded and will undoubtedly need a long time to heal. Moreover, at this stage, it must be extremely vigilant, ready to flee at the slightest disturbance. It would be ill-advised for me to show up too soon. Regardless, the light green sapphire dragon resided within his territory. Residing on the islands of my territory? He suddenly snapped back to reality. The content of the smoke mission pointed to his own territory. He had been so captivated by the light green sapphire dragon that he had neglected the information about the territory islands. My territory islands: Coral Island, Black Horse Island, Seagull Island, Sandy Beach Island, Rocky Island? Or perhaps Coral Reef or Dodo Island? All these were far off in the northeast direction. The light green sapphire dragon, however, had fled towards the southern skies. It was improbable that it would double back and employ the tactic of the most dangerous place being the safest to hide on List's islands. Besides, nearly every island had his businesses established, so it would be rather unlikely for a dragon to slip in unnoticed. So it couldn't be around Black Horse Island. Dodo Island is even further away. I doubt the light green sapphire dragon could find its way there. Furrowing his brows, an island he had almost forgotten surfaced in List's mind. Perhaps it's Mind Island? The island where the bewildering dragon mind fruit was born. When I removed the dead wood, I remember declaring Mind Island as part of my territory. It seems certain that it's this island, no doubt. Bewildering dragon mind fruit, light green sapphire dragon. I wonder if there is a connection between the two. Could it be that the remnants of the bewildering dragon mind fruit attracted the light green sapphire dragon? Having located the light green sapphire dragon's healing sanctuary, List felt a sense of calm in his heart. At this moment, he and Archie slowly made their way to the port of Bullhoof City, where the Sapphire Duke stood on the dock to welcome them, flanked by Lee William and other knights who hadn't participated in the pursuit at sea. Everyone craned their necks in anticipation, waiting for the slowly approaching fire dragon knight List and Archmage. Lee William, you make me envious. The Grand Duke gazed at the ferocious and domineering fire dragon descending from the sky, filled with a myriad of emotions. Lee William stood tall and proud beside the Grand Duke. Since the moment List became a fire dragon knight, he had basked in the envy, jealousy, and various other gazes of countless onlookers. He reveled in this sudden elevation of status, despite the mix of constant anxiety. Especially during the episode where List was being dominated by the light green sapphire dragon knight, he truly feared that List might inadvertently become a sacrifice in the dragon-slaying battle. But once Archmage Archie made his move, the situation instantly flipped, and his worries dissipated. He maintained his proud posture without a moment of slack. Knightly honor shines upon him. I never dared to hope that List might become a dragon knight, yet those around him call him the Son of Glory. Perhaps he truly is the Son of Glory. He is indeed the Son of Glory. The Grand Duke affirmed. An 18-year-old dragon knight, accompanied by an archmage, with nearly all the knightly glory favoring him. In this vast sea, and even across this land, there is no one more deserving of the title Son of Glory than he. Amidst the admiration, the fire dragon had already been circling above the harbor when it suddenly plummeted directly toward the dense crowd below, causing the knights who were crowded at the port to retreat quickly in fright. Uh-oh. Leo snorted flames, emitting a tremendous roar, and landed swiftly in the space created by the parting crowd. A pair of crimson eyes swept over the surrounding people, flickering with an evil light that seemed to be choosing its next victim. Waves of dragon might radiated from its form, swelling around it like countless giant hands grasping at the knights' throats. Even Lee William was not immune, feeling his breathing become constricted. The dragon might was simply too oppressive for ordinary knights. Only the Grand Duke remained unafraid of the dragon might, as he himself could unleash it with the help of the Sapphire Dragon. However, seeing his own knights, one by one, in pain and gasping for air, he could not help but let out a wry laugh, fully understanding the meaning behind List's actions. It was nothing more than a show of force toward him. Thud. Carlo's body hit the ground, as List gracefully jumped off the dragon's back. Behind him, Archie also leapt steadily from the water tornado, standing shoulder to shoulder with List. List's gaze swept across the Grand Duke, Lee William, and the others, finally settling on the knights of the Tulip family. A few of you come over and collect the body of Carlo Violet. The knights swept by his gaze came over excitedly and reverently, bowing to List and beginning to move Carlo's body. List gave a detached command, careful, dignified. This, after all, is the body of the first dragon knight I've slain. It holds significant commemorative value. Upon hearing these words, the surrounding knights visibly shuddered, once again oppressed by List's powerful presence, the fear deeply planted in their hearts. A powerful dragon knight, capable of subduing a nation, had just died, slain by the handsome, imposing fire dragon knight List Tulip standing before them. The Grand Duke's mouth twitched, feeling that he truly was getting old, and that the young people of today really didn't understand the meaning of subtlety. Killing a dragon knight was one thing, but it seemed he was afraid others wouldn't know who was responsible, insisting on repeating it in front of him, declaring who the victor of the dragon-slaying battle was. Although he had contempt in his heart for List's behavior, the Grand Duke stepped forward, his face breaking into a kind smile. "Lord List, Lord Akerloides, thank you both for lending a hand to rescue the sapphire at this critical moment of peril." He expressed his thanks in front of everyone, with sincerity that was more than enough. List was pleased with the Grand Duke's attitude. This was recognizing the pragmatist for the astute. Therefore, he subdued his aggressive demeanor, exhibiting the good manners of a noble, and replied with restrained authority, "The sea has its own order, and as a knight born of the sapphire, I will not allow the continental kingdoms to interfere with the order of the sea." The Grand Duke concurred, "We are all knights of the sapphire, and the sea should be left to the knights of the sea to decide its order." After speaking, he extended his hand in invitation. "Lord List, Lord Akerloides, I formally invite you both to Bullhoof Fortress, on behalf of the Duchy of Sapphire, to attend a banquet. As for how we can restore the order of the sea, I believe we need a detailed and cautious discussion." "That aligns with my thoughts, so please, Grand Duke, lead the way," List responded with a smile. As the Grand Duke took the lead, List suddenly snapped his fingers at Leo. "Come back!" The fire dragon Leo, stationed on one side, beat its wings and shot up into the sky, circling above the harbor of Bullhoof City before launching a deafening roar at the sapphire dragon slewing an unconscious slumber on the nearby hillside. Only then did it transform into a ball of flame and rush into List's body. List tossed the wrath of thunder to a knight of the Tulip family and, under the awestruck gaze of the surrounding knights, calmly followed the Grand Duke's entourage. Toward Bullhoof Fortress they went. Chapter 716, Celebration. After List withdrew Leo, the knights who had just caught their breath from the dragon's intimidation at the port watched the departing figures, not only bearing no grudge against Leo's intimidating presence but also abuzz with excitement. Such terrifying dragon might. Does this count as a close encounter with a dragon, a fire dragon at that, an evil dragon? When the fire dragon's gaze fell on me, my legs shook uncontrollably. I've heard that fire dragons are the most formidable dragons, and no one can kill a fire dragon that has become evil. Unbelievable, Prince List is actually riding a fire dragon. That Archmage looks quite powerful too, appearing as young as Prince List. Son of Glory. Prince List is only 18. I remember that he was promoted to Sky Knight just half a year ago, now he's already the noble dragon knight. So beautiful, the dragon is so beautiful. The Knights of Sapphire began whispering among themselves. Today's events felt like a dream, beyond belief. A magnificent battle featuring 4 dragon knights and an archmage. Ending with the fall of a dragon knight. The new fire dragon knight and the legendary archmage were even more astounding, especially since they hailed from the recently ennobled Tulip family within the nobles of the Duchy of Sapphire. Different from the amazed Sapphire Knights, the Knights of the Tulip family were walking tall with chest puffed out, wishing they could enlarge the Tulip emblem on their armor tenfold. Ha 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 ha, Lord List is the son of glory of the Tulip family. I've fought under Lord List's command during the Pioneer Mandate. Yes, I witnessed Lord List's glorious journey from an ordinary knight to a dragon knight. I've long known that Lord List is the son of glory. He's destined for greatness, the dragon knight is the best proof. Viscount Jonas, who accompanied the Marquis of Bulltail on the campaign, became the center of attention like the moon surrounded by stars. Many nobles, not privileged enough to walk behind Grand Duke Sapphire and List, surrounded Viscount Jonas, incessantly inquiring about every detail concerning List. Jonas boasted contentedly. List's name had already been shining in the skies above Sapphire. If a day before, all the nobles thought List would be the most brilliant amongst the future nobles of Sapphire, now they did not dare to imagine List's future. What would the future hold for a dragon knight? And an archmage? With a dragon knight and an archmage joining forces, it would probably be easy to overturn the Grand Duchy of Sapphire, but fortunately, the affectionate scene just now showed that List had no intention of doing so. Then, founding a nation overseas would likely be the inevitable outcome. With a dragon knight and an archmage as the founders of the nation, it would be easy to establish a country, either at sea or on a continent. The number of vacant noble positions waiting to be filled once such a principality is established is imaginable. Glory. How many knights had their hearts fluttering with this thrilling thought? The pursuit battle at sea continued. But it did not prevent the Sapphire Duke from entertaining List at Bullhoof Fortress. Only 5 high-backed chairs were arranged at the main table, occupied by Grand Duke Andrew Sapphire, Marquis Nesta Big Flower Hydrangea of Quicksand City, Marquis Lee Wheelie M Tulip, Fire Dragon Knight List Tulip, and Water Mage Akerloides Truth. List had been introduced to Akerloides' identity before by Lee Wheelie M, as his adopted sister. Noble banquets did not favor discussing serious matters, and they mostly revolved around mutual flattery, gossip, and anecdotes, mainly ancient court tales recounted by the Grand Duke. They included information about kingdoms on the continent. For example, there were 3 empires, 21 kingdoms, and a multitude of duchies that had risen and fallen on the continent. The continent actually had a quite impressive name. In the era of the Moon Empire, when it completed the only unification of this land, the high officials of the Moon Empire believed the nation no longer needed to exist and that legendary continent should be the direct name. Though the proposal was ultimately not passed, the name legendary continent still spread. List curiously asked, does this mean there are other continents besides the legendary continent? I'm not sure, we just live in a few isolated countries at the northeast corner of the legendary continent, where news doesn't travel well. And in my lifetime, I have only visited Steel Ridge Kingdom and Eagle Kingdom, not even Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom where our family originated, the Grand Duke said with a laugh. The Sapphire family originated from the Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom? Yes, our ancestor Anderson Sapphire was a marquis in the Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom. Only after being recognized by the Sapphire Dragon, did we migrate to establish our own kingdom. However, Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom never supported my family, so eventually, the family pledged loyalty to Steel Ridge Kingdom. As they were all Dragon Knights, the Grand Duke did not beat around the bush. Ordinary knights might look up and endlessly fantasize about how noble, mysterious, and incredible dragon-rearing families were. In reality, a dragon-rearing family was just a more prominent kind of nobility. The families also had complicated interpersonal relationships, and they needed to earn money for food and drink and to support their knights. The only difference was that owning a dragon could protect a nation and claim a greater share of resource allocation. List disapproved of the chef's skills at Bullhoof Fortress, merely sampling some magical beast meat. Grand Duke, theoretically all dragon knights have important garrison duties, and it's quite difficult to mobilize them. How did Eagle Kingdom manage to dispatch 2 dragon knights to attack Sapphire this time? I'm not clear on the specifics, but Carlo and Alonzo left the frontier defense area, and Steel Ridge Kingdom didn't notify me. It's likely that someone within the kingdom was dissatisfied that the profits from the yearly tribute to the kingdom did not flow into their pockets, or perhaps they received some kind of benefit and felt that Sapphire could be sacrificed, said the Grand Duke. It was nothing but plots and conspiracies. List could have guessed that it was the scheming and strife between the power of the duchies and the kingdoms. He did not pursue the topic further but switched the subject. I killed Carlo. How much turmoil will this cause Eagle Kingdom? I wonder if Eagle Kingdom still has the courage to invade Sapphire a second time. Carlo's death shouldn't affect too much, as the light green gemstone dragon escaped successfully. There's a special agreement between dragons and kingdoms. It will return to Eagle Kingdom, and after healing, it will remain an important military force. A special agreement, what does that mean? We can discuss that in detail in the library later, the Grand Duke said with a smile. The implication was clear, some matters were to be kept among Dragon Knights, without the need to involve others. Even if Nesta was his uncle by marriage and Lee William was List's father. It did not matter. Nobles prioritized interests above all else, and kinship was only an essential appendage to interests. History was full of countless examples of fathers and sons, brothers turning into enemies over interests. Matters concerning dragons were obviously not suited to consider the option of kinship. List also smiled, understanding the Grand Duke's intent. Akerloids, as always, remained indifferent, simply mimicking whatever List did, not wanting to say an extra word. Neither Nesta nor Lee William showed any reaction. What the Grand Duke could grasp, naturally, they were not foolish enough to misunderstand, being experienced nobles themselves. Thus, they raised their glasses together, celebrating the victory of the dragon-slaying battle. Chapter 717, Mind Branding. The banquet ended in a harmonious atmosphere. Accompanied by Nesta, Lee William proceeded to the living room to accept compliments from the nobles both great and small. Today was the moment List's name thundered across the ocean, and it was also Lee William's moment to stand proud before all the nobles of the Duchy of Sapphire. Having been recently advanced to Marquis of Bulltail, he had already basked in countless compliments once before. Yet, the flattery from others could never be too much, and Lee William wished he could hear such compliments every day. Moreover, the intensity of the flattery this time would be spectacularly unprecedented, being the father of a Dragon Knight and, to the keen observer, probably the father of an Archmage as well. His status was immeasurably elevated, no different than if he had become a Dragon Knight himself. Lord Marquis. Lord Lee William. As soon as they reached the living room, the collective nobility rose, enthusiastically greeting them. Lee William hung a faint smile on his face and gently waved his hand. Please, take your seats, there's no need for such courtesy. I am still me, the Marquis of Bulltail, one of the Sapphire followers. List's achievements are his own, whether as a Dragon Knight or Archmage, He will found a new family, and I will still represent the Tulip family. Lord Marquis, you are too modest. The crowns of Dragon Knight and Archmage are also your glory. Lord List has yet to marry or establish his own family, he still needs your support. Indeed, you are a solid pillar of sapphire and will also be a steadfast pillar for Lord List. A barrage of blatant flattery left Li William floating, but he did not lose his composure, responding modestly, my son is independent and has his own ideas. All I can do is smooth the path for his future as much as possible, so together, father and son, we can revitalize the glory and heritage of the Tulip family. Nesta twitched his mouth at the side. As the Sapphire-in-law and the Grand Duke's brother-in-law, he had seemingly become an accessory to Li William. Although he was accustomed to the spirit of nobility's interest above all else, the sight of all those ingratiating smiles still left him feeling stuffy. He did not dare to show his displeasure openly. Even he himself had to occasionally chime in with flattery for Li William. Today's Duchy of Sapphire had to rely on the strength of List and act to secure the right to continue existing. The overlord of the sea was no longer the Sapphire Duke who had narrowly escaped being slain by a dragon. Even the Duke himself had to accept this reality. In the study of Bullhoof Fortress, the once undisputed Lord of the Ocean, the Sapphire Duke, watched the exceptionally young List and act, feeling a mix of emotions, loss, envy, jealousy, gratitude, concern, and more swirled together in his heart. His face still wore a gentle smile. In this small study, there sit 2 Dragon Knights and 1 Archmage, a veritable case of the humble room becomes brilliant. The humble room becomes brilliant is a Chinese idiom, the Duke spoke in serpent script. However, the meaning the Duke wanted to convey was, in List's eyes, indeed the idea of the humble room becomes brilliant. Had the dragon-slaying battle not come so quickly, I did not intend to reveal my identity as a Dragon Knight so soon, and X's identity as an Archmage would not have been disclosed either, List said with a touch of regret. Although the battle against the dragon was thrilling, he preferred a more steady development, fitting his style, over the troubles that came after. You needn't concern yourself with these matters. Although you and your dragon are very young, and you have little experience as a Dragon Knight, there's no need to hurry with nation building or carving out a domain from within the kingdom's sphere of influence. The mobility and flexibility of a Dragon Knight are your greatest strengths. It was fine to not hurry before, but now that my identity has been revealed, I think it is better to establish a nation soon. Moreover, Sapphire probably can't support 2 Dragon Knights and an Archmage, and there will be a clash in the order of rule, List stated plainly, candidly expressing his ambition. If he did not build a nation, then he would inevitably have to overthrow Sapphire's rule and declare himself king. The Grand Duke laughed. Not knowing what he was thinking, he could only nod and say, do you have any ideas for the location of the new kingdom? It will still be at sea. I plan to send people to find new island groups, without contending with the Duchy of Sapphire for the current sea area. However, founding a kingdom involves many intricate matters, and I will need your help, your grace. Don't worry, I will do my utmost to help, the Grand Duke promised cheerfully. Then I won't hold back, said List as he nodded his head, then pulled out a stack of lists from his bosom, which contained the resources he had imagined he would need when founding the kingdom. Seeing the thick stack of white paper, the Grand Duke was half curious what kind of paper it was and half unconsciously twitched the corner of his mouth. List simply flipped through the list and said, I will entrust my father to discuss with you, your grace, to determine which resources we will need help with. Right now, what I'm more concerned about is the issue of Dragon Knights. As a senior Dragon Knight, your grace, I hope you will not hesitate to impart your wisdom. Please speak. What kind of agreement did the kingdom sign with the dragons? List asked his first question. He was about to have a second dragon and needed a means to control it. In his plan, he would own multiple dragons, and he must have a way to control these creatures, so as not to have them stolen midway by others or turn against their owner. He himself was not afraid, but the key was how his descendants, if not sufficiently talented, could control the dragons. That agreement is actually a branding from the first Dragon Knight, the Grand Duke replied. Branding? A dragon's life is very long and can have multiple Dragon Knights fight alongside it. Being a Dragon Knight yourself, you should understand the mystery of the mind battle. I understand, but what does this have to do with branding? After a Dragon Knight and dragon's minds have united for a long time, the Dragon Knight can leave his own mental brand on the dragon's mind, continuously influencing it until it becomes a part of the dragon's own psyche. In this way, even after the death of a Dragon Knight, the dragon will still protect the knight's descendants. Is this method foolproof? Especially when handing the dragon over to the Dragon Knight you're raising to ride, wouldn't it be a loss of both person and dragon if they eloped? I don't know how you went through your mind battle. Dragons are proud and their minds are powerful, especially those dragons that have been with the first Dragon Knight, their minds can be said to be complete. Subsequent Dragon Knights simply cannot break through the dragon's mind and replace the influence of the first Dragon Knight. So even if I captured the light green gem dragon in this dragon-slaying battle, I wouldn't be able to ride it? Correct, and this is the reason why the dragon-slaying battle is known as dragon-slaying. Wars often end with the slaughter of the opposing side's dragons as the final outcome. Capturing them is pointless, no amount of ransom can match the value of a dragon. And a dragon that cannot be tamed is better off dead than kept resisting, extracting all its value. Listening to the Grand Duke's explanation, a myriad of thoughts flickered through List's mind. If what the Grand Duke said was true, it meant that even if he captured the battered light green gem dragon, he probably wouldn't be able to ride it, unless he was willing to use a bewildering dragon mind fruit to cut away the light green gem dragon's first dragon knight mental branding. But setting aside the uncertain chances of success, whether it was worth using a bewildering dragon mind fruit was also hard to say. He only had 3 bewildering dragon mind fruits, with one already used on Leo. Of the 2 remaining, one was definitely for the formless dragon, and the last was to be used in the future for binding the immortal dragon, to become a dragon domain landlord and extend his own life. Even if he couldn't find an immortal dragon, it wasn't worth using on a few hundred-years-old light green gem dragon. Pondering this issue, he continued to inquire, "Your Grace, could you tell me how you came to ride the sapphire dragon? I'm very curious about all information regarding dragon knights." Chapter 718, Friendly Exchange. The sapphire dragon originally lived within the primeval wild forest and had done so for nearly 300 years until it met Anderson Sapphire, the ancestor of the current Grand Duke. Anderson was a very charming knight. As a Marquis of the Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom, he owned vast lands, including the habitat of the sapphire dragon. In order to ride the dragon, Anderson continuously used various resources to please the sapphire dragon and ultimately hit its G-spot. He gained the opportunity for a mind battle. In the mind battle, he succeeded at once and gained the sapphire dragon's recognition, becoming a dragon knight. When he applied to the Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom to establish a duchy within his territory, he was rejected by the royal family at the time and had to search for new territory. Thus, he chose an uninhabited wasteland claimed by the Eagle Kingdom for his nation building. He had thought the Eagle Kingdom wouldn't turn hostile over a piece of wasteland. But a dragon-slaying war really broke out. With no other choice, Anderson fled on the sapphire dragon for thousands of miles, until at Blue Blood Mountain, he was caught up with and fought a deadly battle with a white maw iron dragon, his blood spilling onto the earth and turning it into Blue Blood Mountain. Afterward, the grievously injured sapphire dragon crossed the sea, established a country on an overseas archipelago, and pledged loyalty to the Steel Ridge Kingdom, becoming a vassal that paid tribute annually. To overcome the spirit of the sapphire dragon, one needs an immense force within the mind. This force, strong enough to move the sapphire dragon's soul, will earn its recognition. Unfortunately, over the past 100 years, no one in the family has been able to stir the sapphire dragon's soul, and neither can I. The Sapphire Duke said, when the Marquis of Bull collaborated with the Goat Assembly in a dragon-slaying conspiracy, the soul of the sapphire dragon was wounded. Only then was I able to stir its soul and obtain its recognition. But this opportunistic approach didn't earn me the sapphire dragon's complete approval. I was more like entering into a dragon-riding partnership with it. Would you mind sharing the details of the agreement? It's quite simple, really. It knew its life hung by a thread, and I knew the sapphire was in dire straits, so we were in agreement. When I lift the wailing dragon bone sword made from its forelimb, I can temporarily merge minds, becoming a true dragon knight. However, I'm still unable to ride it under normal circumstances. List couldn't help but marvel, there's such a maneuver? If the sapphire dragon's soul hadn't been injured, there would be no chance for such opportunism. The heart of a dragon is more solid than any metal, unless recognized. There is absolutely no room for compromise, the Duke said with a faint smile, but there seemed to be a hint of bitterness in that smile. List could somewhat sense that the Duke wasn't revealing the full truth. The cost of riding the sapphire dragon was likely far more serious than the lightly touched upon description. The permanent scarring on the sapphire dragon's exterior was evidence of that. However, he didn't probe further. Since he decided not to overthrow the rule of the sapphire family but to search for land overseas to build his own nation, there was no need to worry about the sapphire problem. If the sapphire dragon died or something else happened, there would be time to claim the land later. I've basically understood the situation with the mind battle. Now, I need the Dragon Knight's Chi secret manual. I knew you would need it. Give me one night, and I will transcribe it for you. Isn't it recorded in books? From the beginning, there were no books. The Dragon Knight Chi manual created by our ancestor has been continuously passed down through the minds of his heirs. I hope you will also adopt this method of transmission. As a new member of the dragon-rearing family, all information about dragons must be kept strictly confidential. I understand. Of course, secrecy was essential. If the secret was known to the whole world, wouldn't just anyone have the opportunity to try dragon riding? The secrets of dragons were only passed down within the dragon-rearing family to maximize the preservation of their lofty status, just as the nobles kept the chi secret techniques within their family. The dragon-rearing family circulated the secrets of dragons among themselves. By the way, I noticed the sapphire dragon seems unable to transform into a magic form and enter the body of the dragon knight. I am also curious about your fire dragon, how it can fuse into your body. Truthfully, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would find it hard to believe such a thing is possible. You should avoid exposing this method, as it is part of the secret knowledge of dragons. It really was a bit reckless, mainly because the situation during the dragon-slaying battle was so critical that Liz directly released Leo from the ship, revealing the secret of Leo's ability to change form. So it was impossible to keep it a secret afterward. Fortunately, the exposure of this secret posed no significant connection to dragon riding. The Grand Duke was unaware of the reasons why Leo could switch between magic power and his fleshly form, and Liz did not bring it up again. It might have been a mutation during Leo's incubation or a unique survival method of the elemental dragons. Liz then asked the Grand Duke many questions about dragon knights. Ak also inquired about some magic issues. Information was always the most sought-after content by newcomers like List and Ak. It was a pity that the Grand Duke could provide List with the Dragon Knight's Chi secret manual but could not offer Ak much assistance with magic questions. Archmages had become a thing of legends, with their heritage long gone. No matter what. This cordial and friendly exchange left List very satisfied. As he was about to leave, he shook hands warmly with the Grand Duke. Grand Duke, speaking with you has illuminated many principles for me. The price of knowledge is far richer than material wealth. I thank you for your generous gift, which I will benefit from for a lifetime. Not at all. We are all Dragon Knights who benefit from mutual exchange. In the future, it will be up to us to maintain the order of the seas and prevent encroachment by the continental kingdoms. That is certain. List had no reason not to agree to a defensive and offensive alliance. After all, both he and Ek had not yet fully developed their strengths. Now he had not only killed a Dragon Knight of the Eagle Kingdom but was also prepared to capture the light green gemstone dragon. It was inevitable that he would incur a blood feud with the royal family of the Eagle Kingdom. If the royals acted rashly and assembled the remaining 5 Dragon Knights for an attack, it would be a huge problem. It was just the right time to form an alliance with the Sapphire Duke, to secure a period for development and to weather the difficulties of the founding phase. As he was about to leave the room, he seemed to remember something, turned around, and said, Grand Duke, I will arrange for my father to discuss the matter of resource assistance with you as soon as possible. Sounds good, the Grand Duke replied with a slightly stiff smile. And the Dragon Knight's Chi secret manual, can I see it tomorrow morning? That should be possible. Thank you for your generosity, Grand Duke. Only then did List leave, contentedly pulling Ak along with him. A nameless castle near Bullhoof City had been arranged for the Tulip family to rest. The night had already grown deep. Li William, beaming with joy, had returned to the castle. Meanwhile, List, who had left the Bullhoof fortress early, was now drinking with Markinuta, a domain knight who, at the moment, was silently downing his drink with his head bowed. As Li William approached, he abruptly looked up with bloodshot, red eyes, and gazed intently at Li William, this sword saint, whom he had defeated with a single move, now the father of a Dragon Knight. For a long time. He numbly turned back around to face List, who was admiring the stars, and all his words turned into a deep sigh. Your Highness, List, please rest assured, I will hand over the Chi domain manual and the Chi secret technique. I have a greater elf as well, I will deliver it all to you. He knew which way the wind was blowing. List had become a Dragon Knight whom one must address using Your Highness, and there was nothing the domain knight could do other than agree to pay a ransom for his freedom. List was not particularly concerned about these trophies of war. He simply said calmly, write a letter. Once the greater elf arrives, you can safely return to the Eagle Kingdom and continue being Markinuta. Chapter 719, Improved Secret Manual Chi Domain Manual and Spiral Rotation. These are the secret manuals hastily written by Markinuta, both exceptionally brief with just a few pages of content. Li Ct first perused the Chi Domain Manual. According to Markinuta's introduction, there is no unified Chi Domain Manual on the market, only the various families' internal secrets passed down orally, and discovered bit by bit through exploration and supplementation. His manual was the complete version after continuous discovery and supplementation. According to the cultivation method in the manual, the Chi domain also somewhat resembles the principle of Dragon Knight resonance, utilizing the resonance and entanglement between Chi, which then, with a bit of guidance, can be condensed into a modeled but powerful energy, at one's command. It's a bit like a choir. One person leads the singing, and the others follow. Of course, the details are more complex, especially when it comes to managing the different Chi of a Knight order, which requires very intricate operations. Additionally, The domain knight needs to be familiar with every knight's chi in a knight order, so they can conveniently guide the resonation of the chi in the order, entering the chi domain. This chi domain manual, for Lee CT, has no necessity to practice. It neither increases strength, for dragon chi's power far exceeds that of the chi domain, nor does it provide any reference, for it's just a replica, reduced, weakened, and even incomplete version of Dragon Knight Resonance. Compared to the profound integration of mind and body in Dragon Knight Resonance, controlling the chi domain is like playing house. Although it does not supplement my strength, nor does it provide more insights, nevertheless, the chi domain is a very precious cultivation manual for ordinary knights. Demaria did not create false information. The cultivation content in this manual is correct. With his current insight, he can deduce whether a manual is practicable simply with a bit of reasoning. He then opened Spiral Rotation, a chi secret technique that lies between auxiliary and combat nature, allowing the internal chi to spiral in a special manner. It not only condenses the strength of chi but also accelerates the release speed and increases the penetrative power of chi. No wonder he could defeat the Marquis in one strike, with the aid of Spiral Rotation combined with the power of the chi domain. The force of Demaria's casual blow should not be underestimated. If he hadn't met me, with his strength, he might have really achieved something considerable, but meeting me was his fated calamity. He put down the two manuals and stored them in a designated book area within his space ring. By now, he had acquired a complete set of chi cultivation manuals, from the basic chi practiced by the apprentice knight, to the flaming wave, 1000 waves, fire dragon drill that the earth knight practices. And also the compulsory multi-arrow, and guiding arrow for the divine archer, and so on. Then there are the advanced chi manuals practiced by the sky knights, such as Great Wave Crushing the Tide, Meteor Fall Shockwave, 1000 Thunderstrike Sky Flash, Rising Sun Blaze. As well as the advanced chi manuals practiced by Marquis Nuta, Clearwater's Sword St. Jevich, and Garcia, and Fox, which he acquired in passing. The variety is rich, including the 5 categories of water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning. Now he's completed the collection with a chi domain manual. A knight's full set of cultivation manuals from start to finish are all accounted for, and moreover, once daylight comes, the Grand Duke will trade the Dragon Knight's chi manual with him. By then, the entire knight cultivation system will be completely within his grasp. As for chi secret techniques, he currently has only 3, the Eye of Magic, Breath Decay, and Spiral Rotation. In the future, Lee CT will collect more, enriching his own collection and also using the chi secret techniques to broaden his horizons. Perhaps new chi secret techniques could be created by introducing innovation based on the old. If the natives of this world could create various chi manuals and secret techniques, why can't I? After all, I possess the rich knowledge of another world. There are many fundamental differences between the two worlds before and after the traversal, but most principles can be used as references for each other. His thinking was far broader than that of the natives, but he had only crossed over for a short time, not exceeding 3 years. All his time had basically been spent on territory construction and knight training, leaving no time for extensive creative work, or rather, his focus on creation had always been leaning in the wrong direction. As a dragon knight, he had even engaged in research on magic theory and fabrication of world history, which could be considered a representative of not sticking to one's proper occupation. He took out paper and a pen. The white paper could already be released. He had shown it to the Grand Duke before, and, once the subsequent national support began, his official business cooperation with the Sapphire would gradually unfold. Now the white paper lay flat on the table, and as List dipped the goose feather pen into the ink, he contemplated improving the Rising Sun Blaze. The day's dragon-slaying battle had revealed many shortcomings in the Rising Sun Blaze. After all, it was only an advanced chi manual, and many of its techniques were no longer suitable for a dragon knight. How should I modify it? He had plenty of ideas swirling in his mind but couldn't quite articulate them at the moment. And he didn't know whether it was because the crystal lamp was a bit dim tonight, or if the day's battle had taken too much out of him, but he gradually felt sleepiness engulfing his brain, urging him to bathe and go to bed. Forget it, it's not too late to improve the manual tomorrow. He lay down. List called forth the smoke mission. Mission: after winning the battle against the dragon, your name will spread across every corner of the sea, making it easy to establish a provisional new country. However, considering the long-term development of the nation, resources are of the utmost importance. Perhaps the light green gemstone dragon can provide for you, and it's hiding on one of your territorial islands. Reward: 1 light green gemstone dragon. Being still in an uncompleted state indicated that the light green gemstone dragon hadn't escaped, so he could fall asleep with peace of mind. However, although he indeed could sleep soundly until dawn, for many others, this night was an utterly sleepless one. The Sapphire Duke set down his goose feather pen and flicked through the white paper notebook in his hand, curious about this thin yet tough paper that did not blot the ink. If the raw materials are not expensive and the production process is not complicated, I fear this white paper will soon replace vellum. This young dragon knight named List who suddenly appeared is truly mysterious. A young fire dragon, a strange archmage, and now glass and white paper. The Duke rubbed his temples. Traces of grey were already showing at his temples. He was over 50 years old, which, according to a knight's physique, should be the last phase of his golden years, with several years of peak physical condition left. However, he already felt his body aging rapidly, like a leaky ship. Each sea voyage expanded the area of the leak until one day, the ship would completely sink into the sea. The Sapphire Dragon is grievously wounded and hard to heal. I'm also close to not holding on. I hope Anthony can quickly take up the responsibility and maintain the continued operation of Sapphire. He closed the notebook. The Duke looked out the window at the stars that had already scattered away for the most part, his face showing neither joy nor sorrow, but his eyes filled with a deep sense of loss. Why wasn't the fire dragon discovered by me? Chapter 720, Surpassing the Dragon Knight. Once master of the seas, the Sapphire Duke boiled with unvented resentment. He had thought that the success of his dragon riding, bought with a steep price, would shield Sapphire through its crises. The emergence of the two Dragon Knights from the Eagle Kingdom made him realize the crisis of Sapphire was far more terrifying than imagined. Although ultimately, with the appearance of List and Acroloides, he succeeded in resolving this wave of calamity, the collaboration of a Dragon Knight and an Archmage meant that the oceans were no longer under Sapphire's control, or perhaps it could be said that from the time the Eagle Kingdom was able to manufacture schooners, the ocean had ceased to be Sapphire's exclusive dominion. Damn that Andy, an ungrateful wretch raised in vain. If not for the Bull family's betrayal, how could the Eagle Kingdom have developed its shipbuilding industry and even dared to initiate the dragon-slaying war? The Grand Duke's eyes twinkled with hatred. I won't let you die easily, not just you, but also your grandson and your people. I will eventually send them to follow you. He silently seethed for a moment. Only then did the Grand Duke regain his composure as dawn began to break quietly, and the first prince had already led the fleet back to the port of Bullhoof City, fruitful from a night of pursuit. As the sun rose from the horizon, the port once again buzzed with activity. The knights boasted incessantly about their own battle merits, how many fleeing ships they had crushed, how many knights they had captured who had jumped into the water. Of course, they couldn't omit discussions about the Dragon Knights and Archmages born from the Tulip family, the discussions about Karl's death, and List's rise, the change of the ocean's overlord. However, as the focus of everyone's discussions, List quietly remained in a study, flipping through the Dragon Knight's secret manual delivered by the Grand Duke. A notebook of blank pages, each page able to hold roughly 200 words, the manual consisted of 10 pages, amounting to no more than 2,000 words. The content recorded was not voluminous, but every sentence gave List an epiphany, greatly expanding his thinking. So that's how it is, the stages of a Dragon Knight are no longer merely about cultivating chi or combat skills, but about the fusion between man and dragon, including the minds, magic power, and bodies. Seeking a perfect dynamic equilibrium between knight and dragon, compensating for each other's flaws to achieve completion, he realized. In this process of complementary completion, mind branding was simply a matter of course. Because the manual was recorded by Anderson Sapphire, it was divided according to his cultivation experiences. He categorized Dragon Knights into 4 stages. The first stage, the examining phase, before riding a dragon, knights and dragons test and adapt to each other, advanced chi gradually transforming into dragon chi. However, at this stage, one is not yet a Dragon Knight. Many potential Dragon Knights fall at this stage, afterwards their chi declines, plummeting back to complete advanced leveled chi. The second stage, the mind phase, when a knight passes the dragon's test and is recognized, he can engage in the mind battle. If one fails the mind battle, dragon riding fails. If repeated attempts also fail, it results in losing the dragon's recognition, and one falls back to complete advanced leveled chi. If one succeeds in the mind battle, it means successful dragon riding and becoming a true Dragon Knight. At this stage, dragon chi gradually integrates with the dragon's magic power, and the minds continue to merge, with battle methods converging as well. The third stage, the completion phase, when all merges are successful, the Dragon Knight finally brands his own mark in the mind of the dragon, achieving perfect harmony between man and dragon. When riding a dragon at this time, neither dragon nor man distinguishes their thoughts, they become one. Anderson Sapphire was a completion-term stage Dragon Knight. 10 years after the founding dragon-slaying war, he and the Sapphire Dragon stepped into the completion stage together. Furthermore, there is a 4th stage, the transcendence phase. This is a stage conjectured by Anderson, which he himself never entered, so he also did not know what wonders this stage held. Completion term Dragon Knights are the mainstream of Dragon Knights, basically whether it's the Eagle Kingdom, the Steel Ridge Kingdom, or the Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom, Dragon Knights are considered at their peak in this stage. Even as Dragon Knights grow old and die, they can't surpass the completion term to reach the Transcendence phase. But Anderson believed that the Transcendence phase definitely existed, as he had recorded in the manual. The completion phase is not the endpoint. I deeply feel the constraints of that bottleneck. There must be a way to break through, for man and dragon to transcend together, transcend each other, transcend the present, transcend everything we know. Perhaps, in the three great empires, there are Dragon Knights in a Transcendence phase. Alas, I have no chance to witness it. He finished flipping through the manual. List handed the Dragon Knight G manual to Ak standing beside him, hoping Ak could see something that could provide him with some insights. He leaned back in his chair, deep in thought. According to the cultivation system organized by Anderson, I should now be a mind-term Dragon Knight, he mused. As for Alonzo, Carlo, and the Grand Duke, they should be completion-term Dragon Knights. Of course, their completion term was forcibly elevated by the dragons after bonding with their dragon souls, since all of these dragons had previously bonded with completion-term Dragon Knights. When a dragon and a Dragon Knight's souls unite, their thoughts synchronize. Naturally, the dragon imparts its memory of being a Dragon Knight to the Dragon Knight. There's no need for the Dragon Knight to grope around. As long as they slowly adapt, they will inevitably reach the completion stage. So, to be precise, the Dragon Knight Chi Manual appears more like the first Dragon Knight's writing experiences, a record of insights akin to an autobiography. The true Dragon Knight Chi Manual is actually hidden within the dragon's memories. The recorded detailed combat skills must have been added by the Grand Duke. He distinctly felt that in the second half of Anderson's manual, the various applications of Dragon Chi seemed disjoint from the earlier part of the record. It's likely that the Grand Duke, fearing List would not believe that the inherited Dragon Knight Chi Manual was merely a personal memoir, wrote the true Dragon Knight Chi Manual, which he derived from the Sapphire Dragon's thoughts, in the second half of the memoir and handed it over to List. Fortunately, the Grand Duke was wise enough to include the Dragon Knight's Chi movements, otherwise, I might have misunderstood. Now, with the Sapphire Dragon Knight's dragon combat skills as a reference, I can easily develop combat skills unique to the Fire Dragon Knight. Each Dragon Knight's combat skills are different and must be crafted individually. Because dragons are different, their dragon combat skills naturally vary, unless it's the inheritance of the same dragon. However, through this manual, I can see that the Fire Dragon, as an elemental dragon, is obviously quite different from the Gemstone Dragon and Metal Dragon, especially in its major feature of elementalization. Gemstone dragons and metal dragons, being resource-oriented dragons, don't shift between magical form and flesh and blood. So, only List can use the technique of dragon magic refining chi. Moreover, since Leo is so powerful even in his youth, he deeply feels that gemstone dragons and metal dragons are just ordinary resource units, while elemental dragons are the true combat units. As a Fire Dragon Knight, an elemental dragon, once he enters the completion term, he will undoubtedly dominate over the other Dragon Knights. Soon after, he suddenly had some inspiration. It seems that the cultivation of a Dragon Knight is not much different from that of a Sky Knight or an Earth Knight. Earth Knights are divided into regular and elite. The regular phase is intermediate G, and the elite is the complete intermediate G. Sky Knights are divided into regular, Sword Saints, and completion, but the essence of their G remains the standard advanced G and the complete advanced G. A Domain Knight is just a special state of complete advanced G. Dragon Knights are similar, starting with dragon riding success after a mind battle. The mind term equates to the standard Dragon Chi, and the completion term is the complete Dragon Chi. So, the surpassing term is more like exceeding the stage of Dragon Knight. Elite Earth Knights can break through bottlenecks with drugs, completion term Sky Knights can break through bottlenecks by dragon riding, but what can Dragon Knights use to surpass the bottleneck of complete Dragon Chi? No one could give him an answer. Neither did he dwell on it. First, he would diligently practice until reaching the completion stage. Standing up and stretching, he turned to Ak and asked, "How are you feeling after resting for a night? If you're recovered, come with me to Mind Island. I have a strong feeling that the severely wounded light green gemstone dragon is hiding there to recuperate." Ak didn't ask List how he came to such a feeling. He just nodded seriously. Ak is fully recovered and ready to depart at any time. Then let's go. The port is too bustling for my taste. I don't like this feeling of being constantly flattered. He had enjoyed it once yesterday, and to enjoy it again would be sickening. Chapter 721, Sub-Dragon Turtle Shell. There was no dragon riding. List directly boarded Ak's shell and zoomed toward Mind Island. A night's rest had revived both him and Ak, and Leo had adjusted his state as well. To avoid the perils of the long night, he decided to capture the light green gemstone dragon directly, Although it might not be rideable due to the mind branding from the first Dragon Knight, List was still unwilling to let it heal or escape. If worst came to worst, he would simply slaughter it for its meat. He had never heard of anyone eating dragon meat and wondered if it was even edible. Whether the dragon meat would turn into a ball of flames, a gemstone, or something else upon being cut off was hard to determine. However, dragon bone was a different matter. It would remain intact, or else there wouldn't be weapons like dragon bone weapon and dragon tooth soldier in the world. Even a fire dragon capable of elementalization would leave its bones behind after death. Regardless, just the blood that flowed out would probably be enough to turn the entire mined island into a light green gemstone mine. Light green gemstone is a gem that can amplify the speed of chi and magic power flow and is very valuable. In fact, the gems from every type of gemstone dragon are high in value. The price of magic items is never low. They chatted as they sailed. List was curious about the dragon blood collected by Ak. Ak, have you researched what changes the dragon blood will undergo? I've only used a little bit of the blood for research, and so far the dragon blood still exists in its liquid form, without any change. The conditions here are not sufficient for a good experiment, and Ak is worried that the data recorded here won't be comprehensive enough, so I plan to conduct detailed experiments after returning. With a space ring, Ak stored all the collected dragon blood in the ring to keep the blood fresh. The light green gemstone dragon, sapphire dragon, and bronze dragon had shed pools of blood. Although a significant portion had been diluted by the ocean, most of the fresh blood had been promptly extracted by Ak using his water-controlling ability. It filled up 1/7 of his space ring space. It's a pity that Leo's blood turns into flames once it leaves his body, or else I could provide you with abundant experimental materials, List said. An angry roar suddenly rang out in his mind. Oh ho! List was unconcerned. When the time of completion came, his mind branding would remain in Leo's heart, indelible. The moment he mounted the dragon, it was destined that Leo could never escape the shackles of fate, bound to be ridden by List to death. By the way, Ak, what do you think we should do with the grievously wounded light green gemstone dragon if we capture it later? According to the Dragon Knight G manual, the light green gemstone dragon bears the mind branding of an Eagle Kingdom Dragon Knight, so it might be difficult to subdue it directly. Ak pondered with a frown before responding. If we can find a way to imprison it, perhaps brother could use it as a resource for founding a kingdom in the future. What if we can't find a way to imprison it? Well, then just slaughter it, Ak said matter-of-factly. List was speechless. Let me think about it some more. You go ahead with your things. He took out all the items from Carlo Violet's possession, searching carefully for any clues. Carlo had few personal items. Apart from thunder, there was also a set of silver armor. The armor was crafted from a blend of mithril and mountain copper, with numerous gems and magical beast materials embedded in the details. He counted a total of 9 gems, 5 light green gems, 1 sapphire, 1 ruby, 1 topaz, and 1 purple sapphire. The nature of sapphire is strength, ruby is chi amplification, topaz is resilience, and purple sapphire is recovery speed. All 9 gems were embedded on the inner side of the armor's waist. It's a pity the armor is a bit small. I'll need to modify it before I can wear it. List felt a bit regretful. Silver armor along with the silver wrath of thunder would certainly be striking. Unfortunately, he had grown to be 1.90 m tall, while Carlo at most was 1.72 m. A whole head shorter, the armor couldn't be worn without alterations. Let's name this set of armor Thunder Roar, for no other reason than to match with the Wrath of Thunder. Apart from the Wrath of Thunder and Thunder Roar, Carlo also had a beautifully made pendant that looked like a piece of turtle shell. It was only the size of a palm, shimmering with a purple luster, its patterns very much alive, unlike something man-made. At first glance, the feeling it gave List made him think of a similar experience he had when he saw the phoenix feather. With the eye of magic, he could see that within the turtle shell was a dense, almost tangible thunder attribute magic power, indeed comparable to the fire attribute mana of the phoenix feather. So could it be made from a part of a sub-dragon? Since it's shaped like a turtle shell, could it be the shell of a sub-dragon turtle? A sub-dragon turtle the size of a palm? List was puzzled, as even if sub-dragons were not as big as dragons, they certainly wouldn't be as small as a pet. Unless it's a newly hatched baby turtle. He had seen documentaries about leatherback turtles on Earth. The largest sea turtle in the world could grow to 1.50 m, but its hatchlings were only a few centimeters long. So for now, he considered this purple, gem-like turtle shell as the shell of a thunder attribute sub-dragon turtle hatchling, with a value equivalent to that of the phoenix feather. However, its value was mainly for thunder attribute knights, with no effect on fire attribute knights. Speaking of thunder attribute knights, it seems my little follower Emily would be very suitable for this turtle shell. Should I give it to her to aid in her cultivation? List's lips curved into a smile. That green and inexperienced girl from back then has grown up quite well. He quickly suppressed his impulsive thoughts and remembered he still had a lead on the sub-dragon phoenix, living in Flame Mountain within the Eagle Kingdom. It was very likely that a sub-dragon phoenix resided there. I need to find time to search for it. Hints from the smoke mission should not be unfounded. There really is a sub-dragon phoenix living in Flame Mountain. Unknowingly, he was almost at Mind Island. At this time, through Leo, List successfully sensed the presence of a dragon in the distance. The aura of a dragon spreads far, unnoticed by most creatures, but dragons can easily sense each other, unless they hide inside a human body like Leo. The range of the sensing reached several kilometers. So in the blink of an eye, List saw the distant Mind Island, and a huge light green dragon lying on it. Mind Island wasn't very large to begin with, and the light green gemstone dragon occupied almost a third of its area. Its posture doesn't look like it's crawling in sleep, but rather that it has fainted. Seeing this, List couldn't help but smile, signaling Act to stop the shell, then calling for Leo. Leo burst out of his chest. Oh ho! Instantly transforming into a majestic fire dragon, List mounted it and began scouting from high above the light green gemstone dragon, cautious of any sudden aggression. However, seeing through the dragonite trajectory, his scalp tingled. Countless colorful threads of magic power, like tree roots, were penetrating the light green gemstone dragon's body, seemingly stealing its magic power. The once brilliant light green magic radiance had now dimmed to the point it looked ready to extinguish. The once robust light green gemstone dragon had become skin and bones. List couldn't help exclaiming, "What's going on here?" Chapter 722, Choice. The light green gemstone dragon lay dying. List quickly discovered that those colorful roots were emanating from a small shrub. The shrub had grown out of a small pit located right beside the head of the light green gemstone dragon. If I remember correctly, I left this small pit. There was once a mind fruit tree growing here, and to prevent the bewildering dragon mind fruit from losing its magic power, I transplanted the whole withered mind fruit tree away. I didn't expect another small tree to grow in the pit, and it's absorbing the magic power of the light green gemstone dragon. After confirming that there was no danger coming from either the light green gemstone dragon or the small shrub, List then leaped off the back of Leo and jumped onto the body of the light green gemstone dragon. This dragon was a skeleton of skin and bones and not yet dead, but its breath was severely weakened, and death was not far away. There was no blood flowing from its wounds, nor were they healing, just streaks of split white flesh. That was what muscles looked like after all the blood had been drained. No wonder the smoke mission indicated that I could obtain a dragon. This light green gemstone dragon is practically on its deathbed, and there's no difficulty in obtaining it, List muttered to himself. He knew that securing a dragon wouldn't be that easy. At least a series of smoke missions would need to be issued, gently tugging at the threads of destiny of a dragon, before it would completely fall into his hands. Leo came to him in this way, and the formless dragon also completed several loop missions. He stepped down from the body of the light green gemstone dragon and slowly approached the small shrub. After making sure it truly was not dangerous, he abruptly gestured for Act to come over. As for Leo, it seemed rather irate after seeing the dire state of the light green gemstone dragon and was very wary of the shrub in the pit on Mind Island. But List didn't have time to console it at the moment. He squatted by the pit, carefully observing the small shrub within, and noticed that the whole tree was suffused with colorful magic power he had only seen once before. The bewildering dragon mind fruit is charged with this color of magic power. So could this be a new mind fruit tree? The location of growth is the same, the color of magic power is the same, and this tree is also absorbing the dragon's magic power to grow. It's obviously gearing up to cultivate the bewildering dragon mind fruit. With this realization, he noticed something different. On the branches of the small shrub, he found between four forks of the branches some buds, tiny and unopened, but seemingly expanding very slowly. Comparing it to the mind fruit tree's withered wood within his space ring, he observed that both trees were very similar in shape. The twist of the branches and the structure were identical. The only difference was that the withered tree had already shed its bark and couldn't return to its true posture during growth. Ak had already leaped off the water tornado and joined the research contingent. List softly called upon the smoke mission, complete the mission, and be rewarded with a light green gemstone dragon. As expected, the mission was accomplished. Immediately afterward, a new mission was presented. Mission: you have now gained temporary ownership of a light green gemstone dragon. However, its physical condition is poor, and life hangs by a thread. You possess the power to choose its fate. Let the light green gemstone dragon be consumed by the mind fruit tree to cultivate new bewildering dragon mind fruit, or remove the mind fruit tree and thus save the light green gemstone dragon. Reward: a light green gemstone mine. Can't I choose both? List inwardly lamented. He wanted both the bewildering dragon mind fruit and the light green gemstone dragon. The bewildering dragon mind fruit was the assurance for future dragon riding, almost ensuring victory in every mind battle, whereas the light green gemstone dragon could be considered an immediate combat force, a resource production unit that could be promptly put to use. Flesh on the palm or back of the hand, he was unwilling to let go of either. Frustrating. Why, after you've promised me a dragon as a reward, would you choose to take it away? He turned around, entangled in his thoughts, and asked, the situation is quite clear now. One hand, there's the light green gemstone dragon. Just by removing this mind fruit tree, it could save the light green gemstone dragon. On the other hand, there are the bewildering dragon mind fruits. If we let the mind fruit tree consume the light green gemstone dragon, it would bear 4 bewildering dragon mind fruits. He paused, then asked, what do you think I should choose? Brother, Ak thinks we should let the light green gemstone dragon be consumed to cultivate the bewildering dragon mind fruits. List was surprised, as it seemed Ak's decision was a bit too decisive. Yet Ak said earnestly, the light green gemstone dragon bears the mind branding of the first dragon knight, and even if its injuries heal, it's not certain you could ride it, brother. Moreover, the Eagle Kingdom would not simply let its dragon be lost to the outside world. Imprisoning it would come with great risk. The most profitable trade would be to exchange it for 4 bewildering dragon mind fruits, then you could ride 4 more dragons in the future. It made a lot of sense. List didn't know how to refute at that moment. He wanted a dragon, and he wanted one now, especially with the dragon right before him, arousing his desire even more. But as Ak had said, it's not as if the light green gemstone dragon would willingly become his just because he wanted it. Mind branding is hard to erase unless he was willing to pay the price of a bewildering dragon mind fruit. Clearly, that was not an option. Saving a 400-year-old critically injured dragon and then losing out on a future dragon was not worth it. But to give up on it was also a difficult decision to make. After all, the dragon was right before him, the very creature countless knights went mad over, tantalizingly within reach. Even though he already had Leo, he still couldn't make up his mind. Ak spoke again, brother, the light green gemstone dragon looks like it won't last much longer. You'd better make a decision quickly. If you give up the light green gemstone dragon, Ak would like to experiment on it before it dies. Witnessing a dragon's death will definitely enrich Ak's understanding of the essence of magic power. He looked at the light green gemstone dragon, barely clinging to life. He looked at the blooming mind fruit tree. Then he looked at Ak's expectant expression, and List finally made his decision. I give up the light green gemstone dragon. Ak, go ahead and experiment. He kept reassuring himself that it was for Ak's sake, for her experiments, that he was painfully foregoing a dragon. Ak was more important than a dragon. Ak will start the experiment then. Ak was very happy. She liked dragons, but after becoming an archmage, she was more interested in studying them. It's really such a big, beautiful dragon. Ak never thought that one day she would have a dragon as experimental material. It feels so fortunate. List looked skyward. He sighed softly at a 45-degree angle. In the corner of his eye, he saw Leo circling Mind Island, full of wariness towards the mind fruit tree, sensing instinctively the immense threat the tree posed to dragons. List suppressed the sorrow in his heart. He went straight to the cliff's edge and waved Leo into his body to sleep, to prevent Leo from being unable to resist and destroying the mind fruit tree. An evil dragon when confronted with something threatening its existence would not flee easily but would rather face it head-on to destroy it as the best response. He called Leo back. Then he returned and watched how Ak collected samples, manipulated her experimental apparatus, and provoked physiological responses from the light green gemstone dragon. The more he watched, the more uncomfortable he felt. So he sat down on the edge of a small pit, staring blankly at the 4 half-blossomed buds, falling into a daze. A dragon, just giving up like that. No. I'm doing this for the future of an entire forest, giving up just one tree. Chapter 723, The Glorious Path. Mind Island, Light Green Gemstone Dragon, Mind Fruit Tree, all are subjects worthy of research. Particularly, this newly grown mind fruit tree. List remembered very clearly that he had dug out every root of the previous mind fruit tree and taken them away. So, in theory, the mind fruit tree should not be able to breed anew. But it did breed anew. It seems that the origin of this island is extraordinary, and even the breeding of the mind fruit tree has special conditions, rather than just simply rooting, sprouting, flowering, and bearing fruit in this inheritance, he mused, looking at the light green gemstone dragon whose magic energy had been absorbed and whose breath had decayed to the point of being unable to condense. Ak was conducting research. She attempted to use a magic potion to sustain the life force of the light green gemstone dragon, but the magic power transformed by the magic potion was too weak to maintain the loss of the dragon's magic power. She even planned to replace the light green gemstone dragon with her own power drawn from the magic web and accept the mind fruit tree's absorption. Unfortunately, it seemed the magic power of the magic web was incompatible with the mind fruit tree. Brother, the roots of the mind fruit tree are quite strange. They don't come directly from underground, and it hasn't grown many roots at all. These roots are more like transmission channels in the magic web and do not exist in a material state, which shows that the mind fruit tree has the nature of the magic web. So it's a mini magic web. Somewhat similar, but its magic network aspect is rather special, focused and domineering, only absorbing and not dispersing outward, described with effort. She didn't have the eye of magic but had a very keen sense of perception. She fully sensed how the mind fruit tree was devouring the light green gemstone dragon. Right, since the magic power of the magic web is incompatible with the mind fruit tree, but the magic power from the magic potion is compatible, perhaps my dragon chi can also be compatible? List suddenly thought. If I use my dragon chi to replace it, supplemented by the magic potion, perhaps I can save the light green gemstone dragon's life? Although reason told him to choose the bewildering dragon mind fruit, watching a dragon die was something he couldn't do without emotion. If there was a chance to rescue, he was still willing to make an attempt to save this light green gemstone dragon. There's a possibility, Ak pondered seriously. Then let's try it. Leo and I are unified. When necessary it can transfer magic power to me, and my dragon chi should be able to last quite some time. So, brother, use your dragon chi to transfer into the light green gemstone dragon's body, and I will establish a channel between you and the mind fruit tree for the transfer. Alright. Despite many unanswered questions, the priority was to explore how to save the dragon. He immediately activated the surging dragon chi within his body and poured out all the magic potions from his space ring for both himself and the light green gemstone dragon to consume, in order to maintain the mind fruit tree's absorption. Oh ho! Leo sensed that List was continuously outputting chi and quickly opposed his method, but it was forcibly suppressed and had to yield to List's dominance. Ever since their minds had merged, it realized that, as a domineering evil dragon, it was actually not as domineering as List in many respects. This human was a rash man who would recklessly use drugs. Oh. It had no choice but to watch helplessly. Meanwhile, List single-handedly transmitted the dragon chi into the light green gemstone dragon's body. Relying on the insight of the Eye of Magic, he rapidly channeled the chi to the magical channel established by Ak and then connected it with the mind fruit tree's colorful roots. Soon, the dragon chi was naturally absorbed by the mind fruit tree. With his support as a dragon knight, the breath of the light green gemstone dragon finally stabilized. Ak continued to provide the light green gemstone dragon with magic potions, injecting them into its body to help restore its internal magic power, keeping it alive. They quickly achieved a dynamic balance. We're good now, I can keep the transfer stable. Ak, continue your experiments, research the light green gemstone dragon, the mind fruit tree, everything on this island that can be researched. This is a rare opportunity, perhaps you can use it to unravel the deep mysteries of the magic web. Lee Ct felt good about his condition, so there was no need for Ak to waste time saving dragons, and he would rather Ak decipher the secret. Ak needed knowledge accumulation to grow stronger, and he was curious about everything on Mind Island. Dragons nourish the mind fruit tree. The mind fruit tree bears fruit, aiding the mind battle. After a mind battle, one could ride many dragons and capture more dragons to nourish the mind fruit tree, forming a perfect cycle that seemed to envelop him with countless dragons. By then, he would not just be a mere dragon knight, but a dragon rider knight, a dragon shepherd. If the cultivation of the bewildering dragon mind fruits continued, and he set out with a great number of dragons to find others, perhaps there was a chance to unify the legendary continent and have thousands of dragons at his beck and call. To establish the Master of Thousands Dragons Empire and be known as the Dragon Emperor, wouldn't that be splendid? Blissful. Blissful. It's just that the mind fruit tree seems to flower a bit slowly. Lee Ct had been indulging in the fantasy of being the Dragon Emperor, but the 4 buds still hadn't fully bloomed. Meanwhile, he realized that his dragon chi was nearly depleted, and his reserves of magic potion were also running low. Ak, who had been busy with his research, also recognized the gravity of the problem. Brother, I'm afraid that the cultivation difficulty of the bewildering dragon mind fruit is much greater than imagined. Merely with brother's dragon chi and the light green gemstone dragon's magic power, it might not be possible to sustain the formation of 4 fruits. What should we do? Will it be enough if we add Leo's magic power? Oh. It's probably still not enough. We still don't know the solidification rate of the bewildering dragon mind fruit, but judging from the magic power brewing speed during flowering, the consumption of the light green gemstone dragon's magic power, as well as brother's magic power transfer and magic potion reserves, it is likely we can only cultivate 1 fruit before exhausting all resources. 1 fruit? Lee Ct was at a loss for words. Ak nodded. That's if we ensure the life of the light green gemstone dragon. If life preservation is not necessary, it might be possible to cultivate 2 fruits, maybe 3 if we're lucky. So you're saying, no matter what, we have to give up on 1? Yes. How do we give up one of them? Just pluck the blossom. Ak can sever the magic power transmission channel. Then let's cut off one first and re-evaluate carefully, to see if we need to give up the other blossoms. Lee Ct made a decisive call. There was no room for hesitation. He did not want to fail because of greed. Ak quickly cast a spell and blocked the magic power channel of one of the blossoms, which then could no longer draw magic power, and its blooming was halted on the spot. Seeing this, Lee Ct suddenly had an idea. Ak, if we re-establish the magic power channel, can it start growing again? Ak's eyes brightened. It's possible. Then let's give it a try. When the channel was re-established, just as Lee Ct had suspected, the blossom bloomed once more. His disappointment vanished in an instant. Ak, sever the magic power channels of the other 3 blossoms. We'll cultivate them one by one. First, let's cultivate one fruit and then discuss the rest. He even thought of another way to cultivate the mind fruit tree, by intermittently supplying magic power, thus, without harming the dragon's life, cultivating more fruit over a longer period. Thus, a splendid path to wealth spread before Lee Ct. Chapter 724, unable to stay still after extracting a substantial amount of magic power from Leo as well, List finally hastened the ripening of the first bewildering dragon mind fruit under the afternoon sun, which shimmered with a rainbow luster. More rounded than an apple, it had no scent, nor did its magic power dissipate. Without the eye of magic to observe it, one would think it was just an apple-like fruit. Even Ak, being an archmage, could not sense its magic power. The ripened bewildering dragon mind fruit had magic power circulating within, transitioning its color from rainbow to chaotic. Neither black nor white, seemingly illusory yet real, akin to fog or haze. Rainbow is due to magic power exhibiting various properties, chaotic because the magic power has fused these properties during ripening, showing as non-attributed. List speculated that this was the result of the convergence in the movement of magic particles, based on previous research that magic properties are indeed related to the movements of magic particles. The fundamental unit of magic is runes, the fundamental unit of runes is magic power, and the fundamental unit of magic power is minuscule magic granules. The motion and stillness of magic granules is the main factor in the transformation of magic into matter or matter into magic. Accelerating the movement of magic granules can be seen as the process of casting magic. Magicians intervene in the movement of magic granules through spiritual power to cast magic. Upon reaching the level of archmage, one can further perceive that magic granules also have subdivisions, and the smaller unit within these subdivisions is magic particles. The different movements of magic particles confer various properties to magic. This is the research finding Ak arrived at after meticulous study of the magic web. Her own body had already undergone elementalization, meaning the smallest unit of magic composing her body is a type of magic particle with water attribute. However, the limitations of pure water magic are simply too many. For example, not being able to fly is a huge shortcoming. Therefore, Ak had always wanted to interfere with the magic particles of her elemental body through in-depth research of the magic web, enabling her to cast magic of other systems. This research was proceeding cautiously, and List, after learning about it, urged her repeatedly and strongly to take her time, and not to be hasty. A failure could destroy Ak herself, something List could never bear to see. Also because of List's interference, Ak made little progress in her research on magic particles and was still unable to cast magic of other systems. Now, seeing the mature transformation of the bewildering dragon mind fruit, List suddenly thought, if Ak studies the bewildering dragon mind fruit, she might gain a deeper understanding of magic particles, effectively aiding her evolution from a water mage to an archmage of all systems. I should give her a bewildering dragon mind fruit for her research. Thinking this, he decisively picked the mind fruit and handed it to Ak. Take this for research. The rainbow magic quickly turns into chaotic magic. The bewildering dragon mind fruit might contain information about magic particles. Brother, aren't you saving it for dragon riding? No problem, I still have 2 more, and besides, the mind fruit tree is still alive. I have the chance to cultivate new bewildering dragon mind fruits, List replied with an easy smile, gesturing generously. Be careful when you study it, try not to damage the integrity of the bewildering dragon mind fruit if possible, but it's okay if it gets damaged. Thank you, brother. Ak joyfully accepted the fruit, storing it in her space ring. Looking at the 3 blossoms on the mind fruit tree that had not yet fully bloomed, List was in good spirits. Given time, the mind fruit tree would inevitably produce new fruits. Perhaps after one harvest, another would grow, and even if the mind fruit tree died, it likely wouldn't be long before a new mind fruit tree appeared here. There must be a secret beneath this little pit. Once the mind fruit tree fulfills its purpose, I need to excavate this area thoroughly to see what's at the bottom. Perhaps it's the remains of a dragon. After all, the bewildering dragon mind fruit bears fruit by devouring dragons. The dragon's remains would likely leave nothing but a few bones, but the bloodshed at the time of death might have transformed into a mineral resource. Even if not, The blood shed by the light green gemstone dragon should have enriched Mind Island, turning into a light green gemstone mine. He glanced at Ak, who was tending to the light green gemstone dragon that was barely clinging to life. He called for the smoke mission softly. Mission: you have gained temporary ownership of a light green gemstone dragon, but its physical condition is poor, and its life hangs by a thread. You possess the right to decide its fate: either let the light green gemstone dragon be devoured by the mind fruit tree, thus cultivating a new bewildering dragon mind fruit, or eradicate the mind fruit tree to save the life of the light green gemstone dragon. Reward: a light green gemstone mine. The mission isn't complete? List furrowed his brows, puzzled by the lack of any response from the mission. He read the content above again and tried to interpret it. Does the mission hint that one must choose between eradicating the mind fruit tree or having the light green gemstone dragon devoured? Can they not coexist? It shouldn't be like this. The smoke mission shouldn't have compulsory options. He had came to believe deeply that the smoke mission was a special product of the fusion between the power of destiny of the smoke dragon and his own subconscious, driven by his own will. As an adult, his subconscious would definitely not entertain a binary choice. Inclusivity was the superior approach. Or, is there something I've overlooked? For instance, is the light green gemstone dragon beyond saving? Just as this thought emerged, Ak's shout reached him. Brother, the breath of the light green gemstone dragon has stabilized, its life has been saved. Is that so? Good job. List responded. He then fell back into his previous line of thought. Since the light green gemstone dragon has survived, does that mean there is something wrong with the mind fruit tree? Will it wither away without the magic of the light green gemstone dragon? At this thought, he was suddenly startled. He quickly began observing the mind fruit tree. As expected, he noticed a grave phenomenon. The flowers of the mind fruit tree were withering at a very slow pace, or rather, the entire tree was dissipating magic at a slow rate. Those severed multicolored magic roots were collapsing. Without a supply of magic power, the tree seemed unable to maintain its magic balance. Ak, come over quickly, there's trouble with the mind fruit tree. He called Ak over, and together they tried to stop the mind fruit tree from withering, but whether as dragon knights or archmages, without the ability to continue supplying dragon magic power or dragon chi, the decline of the mind fruit tree was irreversible. A few breaths later, List made a decisive statement. It seems that the mind fruit tree can't survive in the wild. The only option is to kill the light green gemstone dragon to help it ripen a new bewildering dragon mind fruit, but a one-for-one trade isn't very valuable. Ak, according to your judgment, can the light green gemstone dragon ripen only one more fruit? Yes, brother. If it were in its prime, it could definitely ripen 3 or more, but it has been severely injured. If not for your dragon chi replenishment, it couldn't even ripen 2. Then let's not trade. List had a flash of inspiration, just to get up and stuff it into the space ring. The space ring can halt everything. Unless a soul enters it without special protection and consequently perishes, other entities, whether plants or substances like flame, come to an absolute halt upon entering. Realizing this, the two of them got to work, quickly dug up the mind fruit tree, and then stuffed it into the space ring. But after putting it in, List had not even breathed a sigh of relief when his expression changed. Something is wrong, the mind fruit tree is still losing magic power. Having used the space ring for several years, this was the first time such an incident had occurred. He had encountered an object that even the space ring could not stop. Chapter 725, Strike. While the iron is hot, the mind fruit tree stored within the space ring continued to lose its magic power, and nothing could stop the dissipation. The current options were either to establish a new magic power channel for the mind fruit tree and cultivate the last bewildering dragon mind fruit with the aid of the light green gemstone dragon, or to let it dissipate its magic power in vain, wasting the 3 unopened buds. Forget it. After a moment of indecision, List decisively put aside his dilemma, retrieved the mind fruit tree from the space ring, and handed it to Ak. Take this for research. While it has not completely withered, carefully study the unique properties of the mind fruit tree. If the secret of the mind fruit tree could be uncovered, it would naturally be the best outcome, far more valuable than killing a light green gemstone dragon now for one bewildering dragon mind fruit. Ak began to study the mind fruit tree, while List didn't just stand by idly. He too used the Eye of Magic to continuously observe the magic power situation of the mind fruit tree, providing real-time information to Ak. At the same time, he held a bone spade in hand as he continued to excavate the small pit from before. The small pit had once given rise to a fruit tree that bore 3 bewildering dragon mind fruits. Now another mind fruit tree had grown. There had to be a secret to this land. List did not cease his digging with the bone spade, and his Eye of Magic kept watch, nearly scrutinizing every shovelful of soil to ensure whether it contained some kind of seed that could stimulate the growth of the mind fruit tree. He no longer believed that the mind fruit tree was merely some special plant. Given its ability to nullify the gemstone of the formless dragon, It was clear how extraordinary the nature of the mind fruit tree was. Even in his mind, he held some bold speculations, that the mind fruit tree might be related to sacred dragons. Thus far, he had encountered two types of sacred dragons. The formless dragon's space gem was wonderfully elusive, and the smoke dragon's power of destiny was even more terrifying. From the perspective of producing resources, gemstone dragons and metal dragons are undoubtedly very important. However, looking at the unique nature of power, elemental dragons freely switching between their magic form and their fleshly bodies are undeniably more magical than gemstone dragons and metal dragons, and the wonder of sacred dragons needs no further mention. In other words, the power tier of sacred dragons is clearly above that of elemental dragons, and the power tier of elemental dragons is in turn above that of metal dragons and gemstone dragons. If the mind fruit tree can render the space gem stasis effect ineffective, it shows that its power tier is at least on par with that of the formless dragon. It also feeds on dragons as nourishment to produce fruits that can bind the power of dragons' hearts. It's evident that the mind fruit tree is definitely related to dragons. His thoughts continued to diverge. Legend says the Elf King can transform into a forest where dragons reside. Could the mind fruit tree be related to the Elf King? Or is it related to the dream powers of the Jade Dragon or the temporal powers of the Twilight Dragon? It probably has nothing to do with the life powers of the Immortal Dragon, or could it really just be a singularly magical plant? The bone spade continued to dig, shovelful by shovelful. The soil was now piled around the small pit, but List found nothing related to seeds, nor anything magical. After digging about 2 meters deep, he reached the rocks beneath the soil, a rock island by its very nature. As a dragon knight, List had great strength, abundant stamina and worked at an incredibly efficient rate. Within an hour, he had dug out a circular pit with a diameter of 1 meter. The bottom of the pit was flat rock, the same as the cliffs surrounding the island. The rock hasn't cracked, it's a hole, and I can't tell what kind of rock it is, List said. His geographical knowledge was limited and he could not deduce exactly how Mind Island had formed, but one thing was clear to him: this was not a volcanic island and had nothing to do with volcanic eruptions. So, the question arises. Beneath is a layer of rock, it's impossible for a seed to be hidden there. So how exactly did the mind fruit tree grow? I was quite sure that I had dug out all the roots of the dead mind fruit tree. It's highly unlikely that a piece of root was left behind to grow into a new mind fruit tree. He was baffled by many things, but without finding any seeds, he could only assume that he had not done a thorough job last time and a piece of root had been left behind. To prove this point was also easy. I now have 2 mind fruit trees, with plenty of roots. Does this mean that I can keep artificially cultivating mind fruit trees? He filled a pot with soil, buried a piece of the dead root in it, and placed it inside the space ring. Then he broke apart the rock to confirm that there was still rock beneath, and refilled the spot with the surrounding soil. If his conjecture was correct and the root was the seed, then sprinkling some dragon's blood from the light green gemstone dragon onto it would eventually lead to a new mind fruit tree sprouting from the soil in the pot. If the root was not the seed but related to the environment, the refilled spot might give rise to a new mind fruit tree. In summary, for a considerable period into the future, Mind Island would remain a key object of study. His gaze shifted from the large pit back to the mind fruit tree. The magic-depleted tree was wilting at a rate visible to the naked eye. Ak meticulously cut many small segments to experiment with in diverse ways. List couldn't get involved at all. So he turned his attention to the still comatose light green gemstone dragon, skin and bones, with wounds that stubbornly refused to heal, exhibiting only faint breathing. But its magic power was stabilizing, weak though it was, slowly recovering. After all, he had fed it a fair amount of magic potions. I have no idea when the light green gemstone dragon will wake up, nor how long it will take to recover from its injuries. A dragon's high magic recovers quickly, but this time, I'm afraid its superior magic has been shaken, and that won't be easy to restore. Leo managed to grow so big only with the help of volcanic superior magic and the lingering superior magic from the former fire dragon. Superior magic is dragon's intent. It's the extreme nature magical power that allows Leo to switch between his magic form and his flesh and blood body, originating from the magic left by the former fire dragon. High magic is magic that a dragon emits casually, and it's on the same level as the magic web's magic. High magic is easy to replenish, a bit of medicine, some meat to help, and it can quickly be restored. However, superior magic needs to be slowly refined and condensed. For the light green gemstone dragon to regain its former strength, it might take more than just a year or two. However, this is also an opportune moment. While its powers are diminished, it's my chance to find a way to subdue it. List stroked the light green gemstone dragon's neck where there was still a touch of warmth in its scales, and a smile spread across his lips. The process might be complicated, but in the end, this dragon will be captured by me. Narrowing his eyes at the exposed dragon tooth platform, I definitely can't afford to use the bewildering dragon mind fruit, but the brand of the first dragon knight has to be dealt with. His mind raced with whether he should just mount it now and, while the light green gemstone dragon was unconscious and its mental power weakened, engage it in a fierce mind battle. If he could erase the mind branding, wouldn't the light green gemstone dragon be completely subjugated? Licking his lips, he felt his heartbeat accelerate, and after 3 seconds, he had decided to do just that. Chapter 726, The First Dragon Knight. The location of Dragon Tooth platform was quite wondrous. It sat at the juncture where the dragon's neck met its torso, right at the center of the shoulder blades of its wings. When the dragon flapped its wings to fly, the Dragon Tooth platform was perfectly sheltered by the wings. This ensured the knight's safety. Only when their back was exposed would the knight be vulnerable. The gap left between the wings and the neck was the dragon knight's area for attack. The length of the dragon lance didn't need to be longer than the dragon's body, as the dragon chi could be projected outward. The lance only needed to ensure it could reach through the gaps created by the vibrating wings, aiming in all directions. Real close-quarter killing required the dragon to cooperate by rolling over so the knight could attack back-to-back. At other times, the dragon would act as the main force in close combat, and the knight would focus on outputting chi. Therefore, the dragon was the knight's perfect mount, and the dragon knight was the best example of unity between rider and steed. The dragon's strength, combined with the human's intelligence, made the dragon knight the pinnacle force ruling the world. The fallen light green gemstone dragon had lost the ability to protect its own dragon tooth platform. Lys didn't know whether any dragon knights had successfully mounted dragons in this manner, but with the opportunity before him, he was not about to miss it. Good, the light green gemstone dragon fell without any guard, leaving the dragon tooth platform fully exposed and in a perfect position for riding. With a leap, he jumped onto the neck of the light green gemstone dragon, then walked a few steps to reach the dragon tooth platform, planting his feet firmly in the hollows of the bone. He then sat down on it. In an instant, his mind wavered, feeling his inner chi begin to surge, as if wanting to merge seamlessly with the magic power of the light green gemstone dragon. But after several surges, the connection broke at critical moments, as if the magic power of the light green gemstone dragon was incapable of making the connection, unable to support the mind battle. This was entirely different from Lys's first time riding Leo. Back then, when he first mounted Leo's dragon tooth platform, the connection between chi and magic power was made instantly, followed by his mind rushing into Leo's, initiating the mind battle. Is the light green gemstone dragon too weak, or is it resisting my dragon riding? With this thought, Lys decided to take the offensive, frantically circulating his chi, following the trajectory used when riding Leo, forcefully capturing the magic power of the light green gemstone dragon to complete the connection. The approach was somewhat brutal, but it soon proved effective. When the magic power connected with the chi, capitalizing on the unique properties of chi and magic power, Lys quickly felt an added pressure on top of him, as if he were trying to open his eyes while lying in a difficult state on a sickbed. The heaviness of his eyelids almost completely shut out his senses several times, urging him to fall into a deep sleep. Having experienced one mind battle before, Lys endured this sensation, opening his eyes. In the next moment, the scenery before him changed. This was a world emanating a rich aroma of liquor. He was standing on a huge bone from an unknown animal, surrounded by countless other bones, all soaked in water that reeked of alcohol. Undoubtedly, it was liquor. In the depths among the bones, there was a giant light green gem, which was shattered, with each crack seeping out liquor. Above the gemstone, a light green gemstone dragon lay asleep. So this is the light green gemstone dragon's spiritual incarnation? If I defeat it, can I win the mind battle? Lys tried to take a few steps forward, puzzled as to why the light green gemstone dragon's inner world was such a mess, akin to a drunkard's fantasy world. Could it be that the light green gemstone dragon was actually a drunkard dragon? And these bones, what did they mean? Did they represent its fondness for gnawing on bones? But these were secondary concerns. The most important task at hand was to kill the slumbering light green gemstone dragon, just as he had slain the evil dragon bound by rainbow iron chains in Leo's mind world. Come forth, my great sword. With a gentle call, the smoke coiling around him, imbued with the power of the smoke dragon, instantly transformed into a fire attribute ice soul dragon slaying sword. He was actually somewhat curious whether this sword was a projection of his mind, a manifestation of the power of destiny, or if the two were inherently one and the same. Perhaps the power of destiny had long since merged with his mind, inseparable from one another. He leaped forward. Jumping onto the fractured, gigantic light green gem, he observed the sleeping light green gemstone dragon up close. The dragon showed no reaction. It seemed that, as in the real world where it was gravely injured and comatose, its mind world was similarly wounded and unconscious. Especially since its body was covered in cracks, as if it might shatter at any moment. This isn't even a challenge. List smiled lightly, raising his fiery red greatsword, ready to completely annihilate the mind avatar of the light green gemstone dragon. But just then, there was a sudden flash before his eyes. A fully armored knight appeared abruptly in front of him, and with a 5-meter-long dragon lance, he parried List's fiery red greatsword. Then he charged swiftly towards him, attempting to run List through with his spear. What is this? List's reaction was nothing if not quick. He dodged and leapt aside, continuously evaluating the knight that had suddenly appeared. Just one look was all it took for him to seemingly understand the knight's identity: Abraham Moonlight Silver, a member of the royal family of dragon knights from the Eagle Kingdom over 300 years ago. He was also the first dragon knight of the light green gemstone dragon, the one who left the mind branding. So you are the mind branding of the dragon knight. Does that mean that defeating you is the key to winning the mind battle? List wondered whether other dragon knights had to make an agreement with their mind branding or if they too had to kill the mind avatar of the dragon knight. But he knew what he had to do was fight. A longer reach gives a greater advantage. The mind branding of Abraham Moonlight Silver was merely a projection of will, but it possessed all the combat experience of a dragon knight. It was unknown how powerful he had been in life, but any dragon knight capable of leaving a mind branding was certainly a completion-term dragon knight and would not be weak. After several bouts of fierce combat, List found that he couldn't gain even the slightest upper hand and was utterly suppressed by the other's relentless dragon lance. However, he soon discovered something advantageous. Abraham Moonlight Silver, with his dragon lance in hand, did not fight smoothly. The 5-meter-long dragon lance was cumbersome to turn and swing, let alone perform intricate G moves. It was mostly relying on the fact that List was somewhat unaccustomed to this environment to forcefully dominate. He is the mind branding of a dragon knight, wielding a dragon lance instead of a great sword. Perhaps he should be riding the light green gemstone dragon? The first dragon knight could ride dragons. Heirs to the dragon knight needed to confront the dragon riding mind branding of a dragon knight, and naturally, they couldn't erase the mind branding. But now, the dragon knight's mind branding had no dragon. With a grin, List had already discovered the secret of the dragon knight's mind branding, and it was time to kill Abraham Moonlight Silver. Chapter 727, Dragon Tooth Divine Weapon. Lee Ct had already planned how to eradicate Abraham Moonlight Silver's mind branding. Taking advantage of the moment when the other party was occupied with the dragon lance stuck in his bone, he glanced at the smoke that still lingered around his body. His mind churned, and he murmured, "This isn't a dragon fight, but a sword battle without dragons, the best opportunity to wipe out the mind branding." As his gaze flickered, his will began to direct the smoke belonging to the power of destiny. Then, "I need an indomitable dragon tooth divine weapon." Boom. The smoke surged towards the big sword, and the fiery red big sword suddenly deformed into a rough, triangular-shaped greatsword, its fire attribute Chi becoming even denser. Lee Ct didn't know what a dragon tooth divine weapon should look like, as he had never seen one before. But he had seen how sharp Leo's teeth were and could imagine what a divine weapon forged from a dragon's teeth would look like. Thus, the fiery red dragon tooth divine weapon was born. Feeling the immense power of the dragon tooth divine weapon in his hand, his lips once again curled into an elegant smile, looking towards Abraham Moonlight Silver, who was attacking anew with his lance. "You are but a dragon knight without a dragon, while I, even without Leo's assistance, possess an even greater strength. Brandish the sword. Swing the sword." Slash. With a squelch, the dragon lance in Abraham Moonlight Silver's hands was directly chopped at the tip by the fiery red dragon tooth divine weapon. Then Lee Ct swung his sword repeatedly, slicing the dragon lance into countless pieces, and finally struck fiercely towards Abraham, with a blade of flame splitting him in two. Under the enhancement of the power of destiny, the imagined dragon tooth divine weapon was invincible, and the first dragon knight's mind branding was simply insignificant. Past the gory, split corpse, Lee Ct, holding the flaming dragon tooth divine weapon and ready to slaughter the unconscious light green sapphire dragon, suddenly saw the bisected dragon knight's corpse on the ground dissolve rapidly. Before him, Abraham Moonlight Silver again appeared, wielding a 5-meter-long dragon lance, silently stabbing at him. Lee Ct was surprised but showed no panic. This was the world of the mind, where anything could happen. Dodging the opponent's ferocious attack, he found an opportunity to counter and, with several clangs of his sword, sliced Abraham along with the dragon lance to pieces with ease. Looking at the corpse at his feet, then at the previous place where the corpse had been, now empty, his mind raced. Can mind branding resurrect infinitely in the world of the mind? It seemed to confirm his speculation. The corpse in front of him quickly vanished, and Abraham Moonlight Silver reappeared before him once again. Without a word of nonsense, thrust his lance. Confronted with what seemed like an endlessly resurrecting mind branding, Lee Ct remained composed, muttering to himself, "I don't believe it." Slash after slash. The corpses shattered into several pieces, falling to the ground and quickly disappearing, with a new Dragon Knight standing before him. But no matter how many times Abraham Moonlight Silver's mind branding resurrected, Lee Ct had only one choice: to continue swinging his sword and shattering the foe. After several attempts, Abraham's figure gradually began to fade. Lee Ct also knew his choice was correct. If I can't kill with one slash, then I'll slash several more times. I've eradicated even the incarnation of an evil dragon's mind, let alone the mind branding of a Dragon Knight who has lost his dragon. Slash after slash. After being slain 20 times in a row, the figure of Abraham Moonlight Silver finally became so faint that it was almost impossible to solidify. Lee Ct didn't hold back at all. Although he felt mentally exhausted, he still chose to go forward the 21st time and slay Abraham. Boom. The dim figure shattered, leaving no corpse behind, and after he waited a long time, Abraham Moonlight Silver did not condense again. Huff. Understanding that the mind branding had been completely erased, List calmed his emotions and directly leaped onto the body of the light green sapphire dragon, treading on its scales and walking towards the dragon's head. There were no more mind brandings coming forth to stop him. He lifted the dragon tooth divine weapon, now covered with cracks, and did not hesitate to slash down. Puchy, half of the dragon's head was cut open. The slumbering light green sapphire dragon, as if sensing the pain, began to twitch all over. The green gemstone beneath its feet started to crack, and the surrounding wine churned as skeletons kept sinking. The world of the mind seemed to be collapsing. But List was unshaken and continued to lift his sword and hack, forcibly chopping off the massive dragon's head. Boom. The light green gem underneath completely shattered, and the light green sapphire dragon fragmented along with it, causing List to lose his footing and fall. But soon he was standing on solid ground again. As the shattered light green gems and the dragon's body disappeared around him, the entire spiritual world transformed into a new form. A pure, flawless light green gemstone was now tranquilly floating in the sea of wine filled with bones. On the gemstone appeared another slumbering light green sapphire dragon, with a dragon tooth platform exposed as if beckoning to him. As if guided by some invisible power, List walked straight over, mounted the dragon tooth platform within the spiritual world once again, and in an instant, the hearts of man and dragon fused together. Moonlight, green shadow, thunder, spiral, rock shatter, forest, phantom. 7 powerful Dragon Knight attack techniques blinked continuously in his mind, unstoppable and fierce. At some point, List had left the spiritual world of the light green sapphire dragon, and as he looked at the unconscious dragon, feeling the fantastic mental connection formed between dragon and rider, he also savored the gains from riding the Dragon Chi Manual. A Dragon Knight's inheritance allowed one to receive the Dragon Chi Manual transmitted by the dragon during the act of dragon riding. After annihilating the mind branding of the first Dragon Knight, List likewise received the Dragon Chi Manual passed down by the dragon, which was exclusive to the light green sapphire dragon. Perfected over generations of Dragon Knights, there were a total of 7 powerful techniques and many fundamental details. True, it could only be combined with the light green sapphire dragon, but many of the ways of chi circulation could be referenced interchangeably. Now that I have the Sapphire Dragon Knight's Chi Manual, and have gained the light green Sapphire Dragon Knight's Chi Manual, creating the Fire Dragon Knight's Chi Manual would be a breeze. Once he was certain that the Dragon Chi Manual had been imprinted in his mind, List exhaled a turbid breath, suppressing waves of spiritual fatigue, and stepped down from the Dragon Tooth platform. Now that the light green Sapphire Dragon belonged to him, he could ride it through the skies and show off his power once it recovered. This was an adult dragon after all. A few practice rides and he'd be a completion-term Dragon Knight. But then, a roar of anger suddenly came from Leo in his mind. Oh who? It was questioning List's act of betrayal, expressing severe anger that List dared to ride another dragon. Without an explanation, Leo would undoubtedly rampage. List already had his response ready. Leo, rest assured, I only plan to use it as a dragon resource. My true combat partner is only you. Although Leo had not yet grown to full strength, the future of an elemental dragon was destined to be the strongest Dragon Knight, and moreover, he was List's first dragon. Whether emotionally or logically, Leo was his ultimate partner. Oh who? I'll add 10 more magic potions. Oh who? Another 10. Oh who? 30 roasted bulls. Oh who? Don't overreach. If you're not satisfied, you'll get nothing at all. Oh who? Leo relented, content with the vast supplies it had managed to extort from the frugal List. As for the light green sapphire dragon, Leo showed complete indifference. It could crush it once, it could crush it again, and it would not be able to stir any troubles. Chapter 728, Astrologer securing a bewildering dragon mind fruit, successfully riding the light green gemstone dragon, and calming little fire dragon Leo. This journey to Mind Island was perfect. It was after Archmage Archie told List that all the branches of the mind fruit trees had withered. He summoned a smoke mission, and this time the mission was finally completed. Mission completed. Reward: a light green gemstone mine. Indeed, either the light green gemstone dragon or the mined fruit tree had to perish for it to be considered a success. Now this mined island may have already started transforming into a light green gemstone mine. I wonder how many qualified gemstones can be mined, as well as how much associated crystal ore. Gemstone dragons produce gemstones not like the formless dragons, which spit out a few gems from their mouths, but through their breath continuously infecting the area, eventually invading the ley lines to create crystal mines. Within these crystal mines, there will be sporadic distributions of fully developed gemstones and a large amount of lesser ones. The associated ore of the light green gemstone is the light green crystal. Given the amount of bloodshed by the light green gemstone dragon this time, it's likely that infecting the entire mined island is not out of the question. After all, gemstone dragons usually infect mines with just their breath, but this time the light green gemstone dragon used its life to infect the mine. Not easy indeed. Recover well, light green gemstone dragon. List felt for the still unconscious light green gemstone dragon's spirit, very moved. I never thought I'd be someone with a mining operation in the family. The resources for building a nation were thus obtained. It's just a pity that the location of Mined Island is not ideal, being too close to both the continent and the Duchy of Sapphire. Fortunately, it's not situated on a trade route, or else it would be highly susceptible to discovery. Now that the island has both a mine and a healing dragon, it absolutely must not be discovered by the outside world. He pondered for a moment, then turned his attention to the new smoke mission. Mission: the light green gemstone dragon has irradiated a bewildering dragon mined fruit and a light green gemstone mine with its life force, but the leaked magic power has also changed Mined Island's environment. The trees on the island might have quietly undergone changes. Please pay close attention to these changes in the trees. Reward: a large area of mutated trees. Are they referring to this grove that resembles Alsiphylla spinulosa? List looked up and surveyed the island's small forest, a quarter of which had collapsed due to the fainting of the light green gemstone dragon. These trees did not have names yet. They were very much like the tall, straight-trunked, odd-leaved fern plants of Earth's dinosaur era. On Earth, fern plants have evolved from tall woody species to short herbaceous ones, and the only woody fern plant left in the textbooks is the nationally protected Alsiphylla spinulosa. Why not call it Alsiphylla? He liked to equate the plants of this world with those of Earth, using a name from Earth for any similar species. Thus, the plants in this small forest were quickly determined to be Alsiphylla. Utilizing the Eye of Magic, and while Archmage Archie was still busy with experiments, he constantly surveyed the grove, keeping an eye out for any changes in the Alsiphylla. Before the mission prompt, he did not know the use of Alsiphylla. It bore no fruit, wasn't part of any magic potion, and its wood wasn't particularly sturdy. However, now that it had been infected by the dragon's magic power, there could be miraculous changes to look forward to. Of course, List did not invest all of his energy in the Alsiphylla grove. He continued to assist Archmage Archie in his experiments and ponder the subsequent plans for the light green gemstone dragon and Mined Island. Mined Island definitely needed to be protected, as they waited for the light green gemstone mine to develop and for the possible growth of the third mined fruit tree. The light green gemstone dragon needed more protection. It was not safe for it to rest and recuperate here. If the Eagle Kingdom initiated a search, it could be discovered. One could imagine how the Eagle Kingdom would go mad if a dragon knight died and a dragon went missing. For some time, the sea would not be calm and might even trigger a war among the three great kingdoms in the northeastern corner of the legendary continent. Every move of a dragon knight triggers a chain reaction. Carlo Violet's death, the birth of Dragon Knight List and Archmage Archie, all were events significant enough to cause an earthquake. Of course, List was not afraid. He and Archie may not be able to defeat the enemy, but they could always run away. In this sea, Archie's speed was undoubtedly the fastest, and she could also help him dive into the deep sea. The only thing he needed to worry about was his family, but, luckily, he had already granted them titles and lands. Although they had not separated their households, their contact was no longer close. Under normal circumstances, he would be considered an independent individual, and no one would take their anger out on his family. But in any case, we must protect the light green gemstone dragon well. We cannot let it stay unconscious here, otherwise, any bird-type magical beast could easily devour it alive. Perhaps I should transport the light green gemstone dragon to Dodo Island and hide it there, instead of leaving it on Mined Island. Dodo Island was far from the continent, and also far from the Duchy of Sapphire. The Eagle Kingdom wouldn't notice such a small island no matter how they searched. They would not easily detect the aura radiating from the light green gemstone dragon. That's decided, then. Once Archie is done with the experiments, I'll have her help transport the light green gemstone dragon to Dodo Island.